Good morning. Hello, hello. All right. Hope everyone had a good day yesterday. Happy to have you here today. Excited to go over today's topics. We're going to start with a question that I got. Before I do, Chad, I see you saying you're a little under the weather. I swear I've been fighting a bug or something the last 2 weeks. I can't tell if it's because of daylight savings and Croatia not being synced up, or I don't know what it is, but I have had this throat tickle for like 2 weeks, and I don't feel as sick as I would think I would feel if I was sick, but I feel something. Something is happening, and I don't know what it is. But I will just say it doesn't feel too bad. Like I don't, you know what I'm saying? But that's why I feel like I'm almost like something, Yeah, maybe it is pollen, chat. Maybe it is. I mean, hopefully spring is around the corner. I know we're technically heading in that direction, but we'll see. The winds have been insane in Croatia. Like the winds have been crazy, and we do open the windows to air out the house. So it's probably that, to be honest. It probably is just like all of this pollen coming in. But for all my sick girlies today, I feel you. Oh no, just had a sore throat 2 weeks ago, and then it turned into RSV. Oh, that sounds so bad. That's what I was kind of afraid of. I was like, I hope it doesn't get worse. But I can feel it right now, and I can't tell because, just losing 1 hour because of daylight savings, for me at least as an autistic, as a chronically ill person, it changes everything. So I don't have enough data yet to see if that's really what's going on. I'll know next week if it is. It's so interesting. Like yesterday we kind of talked about, 2 days we kind of talked about, questioning science and sort of like doing your own research. And I said like kind of a red flag. So some people in my chat were like, yeah, but like, because like you said, racism and systems of oppression exist through medical bubbles or frameworks, like we have to be careful. But I just want to say, at the same time, you don't want to encourage conservatives not to take vaccinations because, quote, they're doing their own research, So it's like, I am waiting for the data. And also, I am not a doctor, so if it gets any worse, we'd go to a nose, throat, and ear doctor just to double check. But like, it's weird because there's also this bubble of women who come together. A lot of my femme friends, we come together and we're like, hey, what are your symptoms? Hey, do you have a rash here? Or hey, do you have a mole here? Or hey, do you have this here? And we'll double check with each other because a lot of, assigned female people at birth, like we don't get a lot of opportunities in medical bubbles to be heard, which is why I'm always very picky about my doctors, which is why I'm always shop for your doctor the way you shop for shoes. If it's not a good fit, don't buy it. You know what I mean? If it's not a good fit, it's not for you. And I'm very particular about the doctors I go to. Obviously in America, I feel like I had more of a say, give or take, than in Croatia right now. Though if we go private, obviously I'd have more of a say, but it's still new for me. I'm still getting to know people. So I'm probably not going to establish a real doctor for a while here. At least my partner and their family have like a family doctor and people they know. So that's good. But usually I try to have some sort of a relationship with my medical care professionals for exactly this reason. So when I come to them and I say, like I did with my fibro, I remember coming to my nurse practitioner and being like, something is wrong. And I really felt like she was eager to figure out what it was. Like I really felt seen. I really felt hurt by her. And she was always trying to help me, move around not having insurance and all that stuff. And she was always trying to take me to the right person. So, I think having the right person who can hear you is important, but also doing your own research, but not the kind of own research that makes you take ivermectin that has a pig on the label. You know what I'm saying? Like during COVID, okay, telling my dad I'm going to the farm store to get a tool, and my dad being like, can you get me ivermectin? I was like, I'm not getting you ivermectin from the farm store. And he was just like, it's safe. Joe Rogan takes it. I'm just like, oh! Like I literally had a pig on the bottle. Or my dad being like, can you get me drugs? And I'm like, no, I'm not getting you drugs. Like literally, if you can get ivermectin from your doctor, get it from your doctor. But like, I'm not getting you ivermectin with a pig bottle. Okay, Jesus. Like, I'm so tired. Okay, the same people that are like, don't take birth control, it's poison. Go fuck yourselves, huh? Literally the same people that are like, birth control is literally killing you. It's literally ruining you. It's ruining your period. It's ruining your natural predisposition of your biological experience. Like, I'm gonna fucking scream. Ah! Oh, it's so ridiculous. Anyways. Oh, and by the way, people who take birth control understand there could be consequences. We listen to our doctors. Okay? We listen to our doctors. Okay, that's the point. Ugh, so crazy. Anyway, okay. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, let's do this. So, I got a question from yesterday's conversation about veganism, and I want to talk about sort of feminism and veganism for just a second, and then I'm going to move into Gen Z ethics and morals, which I'm doing in prep as well for my commentary video next week. I want to talk about Gen Z parents and if they ended up any better than boomers or millennial parents. And I just want to have that conversation because Gen Z, just for context, when I Google it, is 14 to 29 years old. So yeah, a lot of them are parents. A lot of people are parents right now. Okay. And there is such a deviation between boys and girls in the bubble. So we'll talk about that as well. But before we do, I got a comment from somebody. Shout out to this person. It was a very lengthy comment, so we're not going to read it all in great detail. But I just want to say that they brought up a really good point that I want to talk about that also is going to work towards another video that I want to make about how conservatives ruin fucking everything. Like, bad faith people ruin any chance of good faith conversations. And conservatives do this. Conservatives weaponize language to such a degree that they make it impossible to have the discussion, which is, I think, deliberate. I think it's deliberate by the leaders, and I think it's subconscious by the followers. I think conservatives subconsciously stop the conversation from occurring, like my mother saying, "What do you care about predators in the family for? You're an atheist, you have no morals." I think she really buys into that narrative because she doesn't think about it, right? Because that is a narrative conservatives have pushed, right? Is that atheists don't have morals. You have to remember, growing up as a millennial, it was, if you said you were an atheist, you might as well have said you were a pedophile. Like, literally, they believed growing up on the news would talk about how evil atheists were because they didn't have the guide from God, right? So you have to understand that it's basically an old school thought that they've never grown out of, but it was a real, and I would say relatively mainstream belief. Like, finding out my friends didn't go to church in a regular ass neighborhood suburb was like, you don't go to church, but like, where do you get your morals? Or finding out that my friend's parents used to be religious, but then they didn't raise my friend religious. It was like very scandalous, even the most like struggling families on the block at least identified with the religion. You know what I mean? So it was a very big deal not to identify as religious, So, okay. Just that I do appreciate the new atheist movement from like the 90s for normalizing non-religiosity. Wow. As misogynistic as they fucking were, I would have loved if they would have continued that vibe now in another direction. And maybe they are, and I'm just out of the bubble. But so yesterday, somebody said in relation to the breastfeeding comment we made about cows. So we were talking, for context, and I think this is important to answer their question. We were talking about milking cows, the entitlement to cows and their bodies. We were talking about entitlement and the ethics around milking cows and drinking milk. Women also produce milk, and cows and women, they're very similar, but non-derogatory. And that's why vegans will often argue that, like, if you're feminist, you have to be vegan because of the way female cows are treated. Right? They're objectified for their bodies. They're raped, basically. They're inseminated by force. They're milked by force. Like, everything about their body is just literally weaponized and used against them. And so the reason we brought up breastfeeding yesterday was because we were talking about milking cows. So they said, amazing stream, and I loved it. I also wanted to say, at 32 minutes, you talk about how a flight attendant who's lactating could be perceived to either breastfeeding the baby or sexually assaulting them by having a child suck on their breast. I was confused by this and may not understand. This bothered me, so I'm trying to gain clarity while also acknowledging I feel a little upset. Totally valid. To my understanding, breasts are not inherently sexual, not even functionally sexual. They contain many nerve endings, which people may find leads to arousal, but their nerve endings exist to help breastfeeding. There are so many complexities that accompany breastfeeding, and there are parts of the human biology and psychological experiences physiological experiences that serve breastfeeding that most people could never imagine. For instance, the breast will literally take the baby's salvia to assess what the baby needs in terms of strengthening its immune system. Okay, all very good and very interesting. It's just a very long comment. Okay. So it says, I don't believe you or anyone else would offer the example. They could be offering help because they want to help, or they could be doing it because they want to whisper in the ear to make them get off. But when comments about breastfeeding come up, people always use the example. It could be a form of sexual assault. This is true in a weird bubble. I didn't grow up in this bubble, but there are people who associate breastfeeding with like being sexual, right? So they go on to say, and I think this is the part I really want to focus on. You can go back and read the comment in full if you want. But they said, breastfeeding to me feels like the same realm as when people say drag queens around children are inherently sexual and inappropriate. Both are based in bigoted misogyny, even though I do not consider you misogynistic or bigoted. You said, I'm so sorry for the long comment. I may be completely wrong here myself, but it really bothers me. They also said, I don't think it's wrong to keep pushing this. I do think it's wrong to keep pushing this idea of breastfeeding being possibly sexual, even if it means making an argument or example. Okay, so just some things I want to talk about. No shade to this commenter. They bring up a lot of really good points. I did not grow up, though I grew up conservative, in the bubble that's all breastfeeding as sexual. So it takes, I didn't even think about it when I was talking. I was just thinking about cows produce milk, women produce milk, breastfeeding, cows milking, right? That was the conversation. I was made aware that there are bubbles who think breastfeeding is sexual probably sometime in my 20s. I became aware of it. My mother openly breastfed the children around us, usually with a blanket over her, yes, because like there's a privacy element to it. You know what I mean? We're also, it's not that the breastfeeding is sexual, it's that you don't know who's watching, which is a little bit conspiratorial. Like it's a little bit conservative, like a conspiracy theory almost. Like there's always this conversation about how vulnerable should kids be around adults? Like in Croatia, a lot of the kids are naked. There's topless beaches here. I mean, I saw like a 12-year-old girl here that I was like, you are budding into puberty right now. I don't know if you're too old to wear a top, but you might need to wear a top now. Like you might be too old to not be wearing a top. But also my instinct was like to protect her. But then of course, in an ideal situation, it wouldn't matter. Like it wouldn't really matter. But the point is like we do everything we can to protect kids against people seeing them, which is also people's point of not putting your kids on the internet. So there's a lot of layers to this is what I'm saying, right? Like there's a lot of layers to this, but I feel like conservatives ruin any chance of a real conversation because they weaponize every conversation we have. Like they are always weaponizing everything, which is like very interesting since I do think being a conservative kind of makes you into a pervert. I actually think conservatives condition their kids. Like if my brother can't look at my nude art on the wall and see it as anything but porn, that is straight up religious abuse. Like religion forces people in religious communities to see all forms of nude art as porn, right? So that is going to transfer in how they see everything from ads in the newspaper to Victoria's Secret ads to everything else. Like if the only way you view the art on my wall is to call it porn, it means your brain doesn't do the thing it should do. Now, to be fair, I think you have to work this muscle. I do think you need to train your brain out of it. And I think we should not shame people for thinking this way. We should recognize this is rape culture. So this is the problem. This is rape culture. Rape culture normalizes the sexualization and objectification of just existing in a physical vessel. And these kids are programmed and brainwashed into becoming these adults. And they really can't control it. It's like with porn addiction. It's the habit they blame porn for everything, right? It's not the porn, it's your relationship with the porn. But it's funny that they want, they always say to leftists, like, you're just responsible for being fat. You're responsible for being fat. Okay, well, you're responsible for your relationship to porn. But the irony is like we're all responsible and we're products of our environment. It's both things. Like you act like it's not both things. So to this person saying this, like obviously breastfeeding isn't inherently sexual, period, at all. It's not even sexual a little bit. There's nothing sexual about it. Do I think at some point you're a little too old to be breastfeeding because you're getting into a gray area? Absolutely. When I nannied a baby, I used to usually nanny babies from toddler or 6 months to toddler. And one time I came back after the baby had graduated and went to a daycare where he would eventually be with his future college friends. These parents really planned out their lives. Anyways, I came back for a date night because they would hire me on occasion for date nights when I wasn't a full-time nanny anymore. And he goes, Brittany, milk. And I was like, oh, you want some milk? And he's like, milk. And he's like 4 at this point, maybe like 4, something like that. 3, 4, I don't remember. And I was like, okay. So I go to the fridge and I pour him a glass of milk. He goes, no, milk. And he points to my boob. And I was like, you are too old to be sucking on titties. And I was like, you are too old. And I looked at him, I was like, and I asked his mom, I was like, are you still breastfeeding? And she was like, look. And I was like, are you still breastfeeding? And she's like, I know I should stop, but he just likes it so much. And I was like, girl, if he's too old, he's too old. If he can ask for it, he's too old. Okay? If he can ask for it, he's too old. And like, look, I'm not saying the mom is being sexual. I'm not saying the baby is being sexual. I'm saying I don't think this child deserves to have a vivid memory of sucking on his mom's titties. Because I remember my earliest member is 3. My earliest member is 3 years old. And I'm just so glad I don't remember sucking on my mom's titties. I could say that in a less gross way, but I need you to know what that is. That is what that is. You are giving this kid a lifelong memory of your nipple and like sucking on it. Like, girl, come on, lock in. And that's what I want you to think about. Okay, that's it. Just think about for the kid's sake. Okay? You know, Tess said, I remember, and it's not that big of a deal. You know what? Teach their own, girls. Teach their own. 8 billion people on the planet. I'm sure there's lots of people who do lots of things with other kids, which I guess you could say this. You could say human beings are so diverse that any situation could be heavily normalized. Did you hear that first cousin marriages are having a hard time getting illegalized in the United States? Don't you love that? People love to marry their first cousins. I would know. That's basically my whole family. Again, I can absolutely argue that first cousin marriages are absolutely harmless and they actually are very, very common and normal. And I could argue that maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, like, I think human beings have to remember, because we don't have objective morality, what we're doing is, without demonizing anyone, we're asking ourselves, can we raise human beings to be like safer? I guess, like better? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I think that's the question. That is the question. You know, there is a lot to say. Like, okay, so I've heard some disability advocates talk about this, how you arguing against cousin marriage or abortion is always about at the expense of disability, like people with disabilities. Like you saying, oh, incest is wrong because of disability is ableist. So like, what is the ethical? That's why philosophy is so hard, because you have to argue the ethics and morals of a position without it throwing anyone under the bus. Good luck. I think it's possible, though. I think I can create some good argumentation, right? And I think a big part of it is a safety factor, feeling sort of sexually indifferent to certain people or neutral, right? And there's something to be said about this, but that's why I say, like, human beings are so funny, because if we really pulled the curtain on all of our families, I don't think anyone would have a moral standing. I genuinely think if all of our secrets were exposed, all of our private information, if Alexa fucking went rebel, and not one single person on this planet would be truly good. And this would result in 2 things. 1, everyone attempting to be better, or 2, everyone absolutely giving up as a collective, because holy fuck. And I say that because I just know my own family history. It's crazy. You know what I mean? It's crazy, right? And I know my friends' family histories, and I know people, and I'm like, Chad says, I don't think cousin marriage and having infant memories of breastfeeding are the same. Are they different? Okay, so let's talk about this, guys. When we're making philosophical arguments, moral arguments, ethical arguments, things are the same when we're talking about certain things, and they're not the same when we're talking about other things, right? The point I am making is there's nothing inherently harmful about first cousin marriage. You can almost make no argumentation against it. The only argumentation you can give is the idea of safety amongst family or blood relatives. That for some people in your life, it would be nice if you weren't sexualized or automatically seen as a potential partner by some subset of people you are attached to, including non-blood relatives that maybe get married into the family, right? Breastfeeding and having the memory of it, as if you can tell me, have no consequences except for the individual to regret the memory. Same with child marriage, or same with same first cousin marriages, right? So when we have these conversations, the question is, what are we doing and why are we doing it? So my recommendation is always to give the child, the offspring, the best chance of lowering the probability of inappropriate behavior of any kind. Right? Of any kind, like anything that will haunt them, anything that will bother them, anything that will frustrate them, anything without coddling, without protecting fully, without understanding they'll make mistakes, they'll have bad memories, like any sort of memory that would make them feel like, oh yeah, I do remember that and I didn't love that. Like, nowadays we don't like necessarily force kids to hug grandparents. I think that's a really good idea. I implemented that with my nieces and nephews early on as their aunt. Like, you don't have to hug Auntie Brittany if you don't want to right now. And the kids are like, okay, cool. I'm like, okay. But some people are like, oh my gosh, that's not good. Like, they should have to hug you. What about showing affection? I was like, well, they always choose to hug me, except when they don't, which is rare. So out of all the 100 times I offer a hug, they don't hug me 3 times. Okay. Right? Okay. It's like, what's the big deal? It's not like they reject it every time or something, bro. They love their Auntie Brittany. You should see it when I call and everyone starts running to the phone and screaming, Auntie Brittany, Auntie Brittany, Auntie Brittany. The best feeling in the world is when you call your brother and his kids want to talk to you, Like, that's such a great feeling, So, when we're having these conversations, we have to understand this is why it's so difficult. This goes back to when I criticize men and I say, you guys are all the same kind of men. And they're like, oh, you think I'm this kind of man? Okay, the same kind of man here is this category, not this one. Like, same thing when we have any of these conversations. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's this, there are ways to do it better. I think some people take it too far, but the too far is the game we play when we're figuring out good ways of existing, like the right way to exist, right? Okay, hold on. Chat says, let's see, our discuss mechanism is highly influenced by socialization, which I find interesting. It totally, like, there's this, there was this infamous nudist show on, I think, MTV. And I remember the kid being so upset his parents were nudist. He like hated growing up in a nudist world. Some kids will like it, some kids will hate it. Okay. I know second generation BDSMers where they are BDSM and their kids know they're in BDSM, and some of the kids hate it and reject it and go the complete opposite direction, and some kids embrace it and love it. I know religious families where some kids reject it and leave it completely, and some kids love it, right? So when we have these conversations about like, oh, raising kids religious is abusive, now we have to bring data into it, and I agree with you, but I agree with you because of the data. Why do you think it? Are you just prejudiced and biased? Do you just hate religious people? Or do you actually know the data? Because the data is crazy. That's what I look at. When I look at why is rape unethical, I look at data. I look at the results. I look at the ethics behind it. I look at the reason why. Because obviously we are animals on a planet. And so there is a conversation about like, what does it mean to exist, in a sort of like, you could argue we are living in a zombie apocalypse, but there are no zombies. You know how people always romanticize the zombie apocalypse? Like, oh, we would be able to do whatever we wanted. We would survive. Oh, who would become our enemy? We do that now. We just have nice cars and houses. Like, you could argue we're in that mode right now. It's just people, it's all about how you decide to perceive the situation. You could perceive all nude art as porn, or you could ask yourself, what is porn? And does this qualify as a category? Like, is this in the right category of porn? Is the statue of David porn? Like, is that porn? Or is that just a statue of a naked man with a buttocks to die for? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? A 6-pack ab to die for. Okay. Like, what is it? You have to ask yourself the question, because again, like, is it to elicit something? Like, that's why, the conversation about the purpose of you dressing a certain way, or the purpose of you signaling a certain way. Like, what are you trying to signal with your aesthetic? I think when you're biased, you think all shirts that show boobs are sexual. But I think when you learn to categorize, this is to elicit sexual, this is not. Like, I think some nudity is to elicit and some is not. And I think that's why I like categories, because I agree that if you were reductive, I think you could say all nudity elicits. But I think you could also say, not true. Proven time and time again by a lot of communities that are pretty neutral to nudity. That nudity isn't inherently sexual, right? Remember, I had a conversation with my brother and I was like, nudity is inherently sexual. You're blowing this out of proportion and it's going to hurt the kids. And he was just like, porn is literally why sex trafficking exists. I was like, oh, no, it's not. That's bad data. You're stupid. And like, that's the point, is like, you are stupid for thinking that. But the good news is that he listens. So the good news is he will update. The good news, bad news is it might take a second, but he will update his information. At least the data has shown that he will update his information, which is good. But the dilemma is the fact that he even got to his ripe age of in his 30s and literally thought that was true. But why are we surprised when people who are 65 and 80 also believe this? You had 80 years on Earth and you still think that's true. You know what I mean? So there's something about it, right? There's something about, yeah, the Vatican, Discord's like the Vatican full of porn. All porn. Well, apparently the Catholic Church did some point add the fig leaf to cover the genitalia. At some point, apparently, I was just watching a video about this because my partner and I were curious about the statue of David, which is why I brought it up. And apparently the nudity was so scandalous to some parts of the Catholic Church, they did start using the fig leaf for that reason. I wondered where the fig leaf came from. Like, why are we using the fig leaf? Where's that from? Apparently it was like an era of the church. I'm not a historian. My historian girlies can correct. You guys can correct me, but apparently they started covering the genitalia, you know? Oh, chat says they did that about the Romans. Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah. So to this commenter, I think you're right? That no breastfeeding is sexual, right? Just like giving birth isn't sexual, but then you hear stories about how doctors will molest children while still attached to the umbilical cord. So obviously, it's not the thing that's happening, it's the people who are engaging with it, right? I agree that, and I think they said, hold on, I think they said, hold on. They said, where is it there even in one documented example of a woman or a birthing person who has assaulted babies or using their lactating breast to feed them? Well, I don't know. But that's not the point of the argument. So I understand, right? Like, it's not the point of the argument that I'm making. I think the issue is the world sucks. I can't even get people to stop judging people on skin color, let alone sexual orientation or gender assignment, right? Like, which is, by the way, ooh, I have so many thoughts. No, Brittany, don't go down this. Conservatives ruin everything. They ruin any chance of having any real conversation because everything gets twisted and perverted instead of it just being what it is. On a planet of 8 billion people, I'm sure one person with breasts molested a child. There's gotta be, right? Like just one singular human, gotta be. Come on now. It doesn't mean that there's millions, but there's gotta be one. And if there's one, there's more. So the question isn't like, should women not breastfeed babies? The question is, why do people who were babies grow up to be perverts? And why do they grow up to be molesters and rapists? Like, why? Because we raise them, whether we like it or not, and or there's trauma, and or there's something else. So I'm not saying we should focus on people who breastfeed. I'm just saying the reason we talked about breastfeeding is because we were talking about cows being milked, and there's a lot of overlap there. Check out this TikTok about veganism and feminism. There's a belief in veganism bubble, some, that you can't be feminist unless you're vegan.
Be a feminist if you're not vegan. Someone commented this on one of my posts and it really got me thinking. It kind of makes a lot of sense and I hadn't actually thought about it before. So many of the practices that happen to female animal in the animal industry and the meat industry and the dairy industry mainly go against all the belief systems of what a feminist believes in. the dairy industry is the most horrific one that violates those beliefs, because they get artificially impregnated. They obviously then have their baby gets taken away from them in order for their milk to go to humans. It just blows my mind that that is the reality of it. Why is that not more common knowledge? Like, how is that a thing? You can't be a feminist if you're not vegan. Someone commented this on one of my posts and it really got me thinking. It kind of makes a lot of sense, and I hadn't actually thought about it before. So many of the practices that happen to female animals in the
Wait, did it restart and I missed it again or no?
animal industry and the meat industry and the dairy industry mainly.
Okay, so it did restart. I was like, did it restart and I lost it? Okay, so funny enough, I think as I go on my own personal gender deconstruction journey, I relate less to the fact that the cow is female and more to the cow is mother, which this comment really gives a good example. Says cows produce milk because they're female. No, cows produce milk because they're mothers. I think that is more, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Than the fact that like it's a girl cow. Because the baby boy cows also go off to slaughter. So it's like, oh, the babies are being slaughtered. You know what I mean? But I do like, it's more like the fact that this cow stays pregnant 9 months out of the year to produce a calf. I think they give them like some sort of like break in between or something based off some of the videos we've watched on stream before. I think that's more devastating to me. And I also feel like it's hard because in some ways I think we should talk about the beauty of producing life and bringing life into the universe. Like what an amazing fucking experience. And then the other side of it, I think we need to be realistic about how traumatic that experience can be on the body, on your health, on everything else. Like I feel like we're not having well-rounded conversations about these things because it's both and it's beautiful and it's horrific and like it's life, you know, changing and, you know, I just think that especially with, and I've been thinking about this a lot with like postpartum depression and possible psychosis and or mothers who hurt their children out the womb. Like we know that a majority of those instances happen from like chemical and mental health problems versus fathers who just decide out of anger to like kill their whole family and murder everybody. Like we don't know what that's about necessarily. At least the women who just gave birth, like they're going through so many hormonal changes and we're not paying attention to them. There's like some sort of obvious like, hey, there's something going on here, which is why we should be like watching people, but we don't also want women to admit that they're depressed after having a baby because it doesn't look good for the baby making industry. So I feel like there's something to be talked about where they're not the same and we keep trying to treat them like they're the same and they're not. Like a man killing his whole family when the babies are 5 and 10 is not the same thing as a woman who just had a baby pushed out of her, ripped out of her, and she's going through all of these changes. You know what I'm saying? Like we think birth is easy. We think birth is easy and women are sold that it's easy and then they get there and they're alone. And I'm saying that's fucked up. That's really fucked up that we keep pushing this narrative that giving birth is easy. Okay? So when we have these conversations, I just want to say like, I think this is a time for all of us to rally behind people having babies harder than ever, right? To make sure that we are supporting them through this process. And maybe that even extends to non-human animals, right? But mostly I think it has to be the focus of the conversation is that we need to mitigate harm, be very understanding of people's positioning, and prevent this in future children, right? Like somebody said about the Taylor Frankie Paul story, they were like, this is so stupid. This is like saying a man murdered, but it's because of his childhood. Well, it could be because of his childhood. You're missing the point. I do think men often murder because of their childhoods. Like, joke's on you. I actually do think that's true. Like, I don't always think it's true, but I think 99% of the time humans do everything because of their childhoods. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're trying to have this conversation like we aren't products of our environment and that we just like popped into existence and we have no impact from the world around us or the way we feel about ourselves or all of these other things that we have to just simply do by, like, you act like I don't already. That's the problem, is like people don't understand. Like, I already think that's, I think they don't understand gender. And so they don't understand my position. And so they don't understand that, like, I feel deeply sorry for men as a group, as a collective. And I feel like it's deeply important that you understand that you won't listen to me because I don't look like the kind of man that you respect. So also I have to, like, basically let you die or ignore you or let you be unhoused because you won't listen to me. If you listened to me and you paid attention to what I was saying and used the tools that I had, the ones that worked for you at least, your life would be better. But you won't take them. So I will give them to somebody else. A majority of the audience who watches me, women. The majority of my audience, according to my analytics, women. And a majority of those people, yes, some of the men, do write me comments saying, thank you, Britt, this really helped me. Cool, bro. But you helped yourself, though. You did it. That was you, bro. I am not helping these women. They are helping themselves. Okay? Let me help you by letting you help yourself. But some of these men, they just won't do it. Okay? They just won't do it. You know? So, okay, when we have these conversations, right? So, again, to the person who wrote that comment, like, I hear you. I wish conservatives didn't ruin every fucking conversation so we couldn't have real ones. I also am grateful every day that I grew up in a bubble that did not sexualize breastfeeding. And I'm also grateful every day that, that there is a change happening in the world where people are paying much more attention to what goes into bringing life into existence, because it is so serious right now. Fertility rates are just, it's devastating. Some of the numbers coming out of hospitals right now, especially for people of color, it is so scary. Like, the way I am terrified, I have a lot of medical trauma, and it's really not even direct experience. A lot of it is just stories that I read, but how terrifying to be trapped in a hospital, held down, opened up, cut open, just drugged up. Like, how scary are some of these situations? These women begging for some sort of help and ignored by people. Like, how terrifying is the system? You know, it just sounds so scary to put your life in the hands of strangers in such a personal and intimate way. You know what I mean? Oh, chat says, quote, if a woman can do it, how hard can it be? Actually, great point. There is this narrative that men, because they think they're inherently stronger and can do more things, the idea of a woman doing anything, including giving birth, can't be that hard because a woman can do it. Yeah. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah. It's kind of interesting because it's like they want to suffer, though. I think being a man, and I understand this too as a person who internalized a lot of misogyny growing up, like, I think we want to suffer, and we like that no one gives us credit for it, so we can act like our suffering is unique. And then we also want all the credit for it because we suffer. It's like a loophole, or a loophole, not a loophole, a loop. You know? It's this idea that, like, I have to go and feed my family. Actually, this girl said something funny. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay.
Instructor in.
Hold on, let me see. Do I have it? Do I have it? Do. Did I save it? Did I save it? Oh no, did I save it? Did I save it? Did I save it? Did I save it? Did I save this TikTok? Or will I have to tell you what it said? Did I save this TikTok? I didn't. Fuck. Well, you know what? Go fuck me, huh? Fuck me. Fuck me. Okay. I saw this TikTok where this girl was like, how is it 50-50 if we both go out to dinner and I pay for my meal and you pay for your meal? Isn't that just 100-100? And I was like, okay. So when we talk about 50-50 dating, we're talking about it from this perspective of like, I want to pay for me and I want to pay for, you want to pay for you. It's a way of saying, I want to be with you, but not responsible for you. And then there's sort of this idea that like, if you live together and you're going 50-50, he's paying 50% of the rent and you're paying 50% of the rent. But I'd rather pay 100% of the rent and not live with you. What is the perk of living with somebody who goes 50-50 with me? Because 50-50 is saying I'm withholding 50% of myself because I'm giving you 50% of yourself. And also, what if one person makes $100,000 and one person makes $50,000? Why the hell are you going 50-50? Wouldn't you go proportional to the income being made? Now, maybe I'm being too literal and thinking 50-50 is quite literal. But then why would you even give it a label? Why would you even give it a fucking label? Just say, oh, we do our relationship in a way that works for us. Period. But instead it's, we're traditional. We're trad wives. We're 50-50. How about 100-100? Move forward. Next. And then when people say, well, how does that work for you? It works because we customize it. This idea of buying into 50-50 is now buying into a framework of a relationship, usually because you don't want to get fucked over by the other person. Imagine, right, that we end up moving into relationships, moving in with people that we're like, they could fuck me over, right? So again, when we have these conversations, right, I think there's something to be said about the fantasy of 50-50. And also we're going to talk about today the fantasy of trad wives, right? Oh, I don't have to do anything. I can sit around all day and get stuff done. Girl, my sister-in-law doesn't even have time to shower. You're not going to have time to do shit if you're really running a household. That's why men are so obnoxious when they say, women just stay home all day. Girl, maybe your wife stays home all day. But if you are getting everything you need to get done every day, you do not have time. It takes so much time to do everything that actually needs to be done. So maybe, yeah, if you're staying home all day, not doing anything, dishes aren't getting done, the floors aren't getting mopped, kids aren't being showered and cleaned, sure, then you have all day to do nothing. But if you're actually doing something with your day, cooking, cleaning, educating, running around, grocery shopping, what do you think we pay personal shoppers? Because it's a job. You know what I mean? So again, when we have these conversations, it's like people have an idea of what life is and they're going for this idea versus what is my life and how do I make it better? So, okay, for today's stream, we're going to talk about Gen Z. We're going to talk about their perception of reality. And then we're going to talk about different pockets of Gen Z reacting differently to the state of the world. And then we're going to end on the story from Clavicular. And I'm going to talk to you about sort of like the Gen Z obsession with, and it's not their fault. I really think they are such a perfect product of the generations before them. Gen Z doing the best they can with what they know is literally so bad because of the generations that came before them. I think Gen Z is like almost like a victim generation to all of the bullshit boomers sold us, all of the bullshit millennials tried to rebel against, and all of the sort of combination of us not knowing what we're doing. Because when I was younger, as an example, I'll talk about this later, but as an example, when I was younger, a second job or a side hustle was so fucking rare. That was not a thing. Okay, it was only a thing for those incredibly impoverished, right? That's why the story is, oh, my mom worked 3 jobs. Because that's crazy. You work 3 jobs? Holy fuck, you must be struggling. Now, the rich are like, I work 3 jobs. I work 3 jobs. Oh, now it's like a hustle culture. Now, if you want to be rich and independent, you work 3 jobs. But when I was growing up, if you were poor, you worked 3 jobs. So when we have these conversations about how the script has flipped, the irony is you're still poor working 3 jobs. Because it's a grift a lot of the time. These people who are like, I work 3 jobs and I'm rich. It's a grift. They're still poor. Or they're still lower middle class. Okay? I also think people forget how much time takes to do things. Like, as an example, is anyone saving for their 6 to 3 or 3 to 6 months of savings? Is anybody saving that? So that means you take 3 months of full month expenses and you save it in a high yield savings account, or 6 months of savings. So let's say you spend $5K every month on bills. You need to have $15K in the bank sitting there as savings in case you lose your job. Okay. Usually saving for your 3 to 6 month takes years. Usually this takes years. And people just have this idea that I'm going to save it overnight. And I just started, I'm 21. It's like, girl, this takes a year. This is years. And you have to basically just, you have to really minimize what you're doing. But it takes years. Okay. And that's what people forget. And so, let's say a year goes by. They're like, oh, hey, like, what are you doing? Same thing I was doing 2 years ago. Because you're living like, you got to live like this for at least a couple of years, depending on how much you make, of course. Right. But everyone does it different. So if I could go back in my 20s and do anything different, it would be to save, put it in, and forget I have it. Okay? That would be the biggest thing I would do different in my 20s is like, if you could even $10 a week, baby, put it in a savings. Like, I know time goes by fast. Like, guys, I've almost been with my partner 4 years. The fuck? How did time go by so fast? 4 years? Didn't we just meet? Did I just meet him? Like, what? And like, I just forget, like, I'm 36. I've been out of high school how many years? Who? What? Like, time goes by so quick. And I just know as a younger person, I even know now that I'm going to blink and more time's going to go by, but it's really hard to imagine. So if you could even $10 a week into a savings, even though it sounds like nothing, future you would really appreciate that. Future you would really appreciate that money now, especially in this economy. They would have been like, thank you, me. Okay. Put that in a savings account, a high yield savings account. Okay. With that said, let's talk about the trad wives of it all. So Gen Z, age 14 to 29. Okay. They're a unique group of people. Like I said, I do believe that they are genuinely sort of the result of boomers and millennials and Gen Xers, of course, just failing to get it together. And I don't blame Gen Z for being who they are, but I want to sort of talk about the morals and ethics and the struggle of being Gen Z. More Perfect Union just put out this video March 18th. We found the real reason Gen Z wants to be trad wives. Let's talk about it and let's dissect it because I really feel for this group of people right now.
I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants to be us.
What if I don't want to live the way you live? I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
When I was a teenager, this was the image of being a feminist.
I definitely consider myself an entrepreneur. Not only am I an influencer, but I'm also a designer, a tech entrepreneur, an advisor, an investor.
Whenever there's a quote-unquote glass ceiling, there's an iron woman right behind it.
Ugh, my childhood. Yes! Girl boss era, lean in, baby. Let's go. Hustle culture, gonna be a millionaire by 25. Let's go, baby. This was the point. The point was to be as bad as the boys, to be better at everything that they were good at, and to remind boys that, like, boys rule, girls rule, right? But the reality is, it was just a ploy from capitalism to convince me that my life meant to be dedicated to work more than a work-life balance. So yeah, I ate this up. I was reading all the books, watching all the videos, just obsessed with money. And where did it get me? Well, I guess it gave me a lot of experiences, but it was not fulfilling. It was just not fulfilling. And truly, I think chasing money is never going to be. But they sold it to women like it would liberate us out of patriarchy, even though capitalism and patriarchy, they're like twins,
A couple years out of new school, which is about
just a few months.
It was being a girl boss, a powerful career-focused woman who made it to the top of her field.
I don't exactly know what you do or how you do it, but when you walk through these gates, things start happening.
But for teenage girls these days, it's all about living a soft life, not reaching the top of the corporate ladder, but instead quiet quitting, being a stay-at-home girlfriend, or even a trad wife.
We like cooking, we like running a home, we like supporting our husbands.
Trad content is wildly popular on social media. It's got this beautiful farmhouse aesthetic and dreamy images of plush domestic bliss. It's a relaxing...
Which is why it's so annoying of Nara Smith to sit here and be like, I don't push trad wife like beliefs or lifestyles. Like, that's not who I am. Girl, own the fact that you are so rich and popular that your aesthetic is absolutely pushing this narrative. Come on now.
reprieve from the chaos of modern life. But to me, a journalist who's been covering right-wing media for nearly a decade, A lot of the trad wife discourse online sounds suspiciously similar.
It says, I would rather stay home and cook and clean. Okay, let me just say this though. Because I think a lot of people say this, but they don't mean it. Because girls, you don't even know how to clean. Okay,
Fights for the work.
Please, TikTok, thank you. Hold on, let me show you this TikTok. You remember how I told you there is a bubble that I think is adjacent to this? And I think it's sort of the Miyazaki. I call it the Miyazaki coat bubble. I love Miyazaki, just for the record. But I think what Miyazaki did is it created beautiful anti-capitalist, pro-environmental imagery that gets mistaken for a trad wife life. So when I was younger and I went through like a Pinterest phase of like living in a cabin in the woods, and then I tried it and I was like, never mind. Cabins in the woods are not as like romantically aesthetic when it comes to actually like living in them, unless they are absolutely modernized. But I think there's something to say about the romanticization of taking a deep breath and not having like an ad thrown in your face. So look at this video. This is from Del Toro. He's reminiscing about Miyazaki films. My Neighbor Totoro as an example.
Live inside the world of My Neighbor Totoro. The pastoral beauty of that place, but at the same time, the fact that it's a proper house.
Your house is haunted!
You're surrounded by woods that are mythical and old and full of stories and spirits. Miyazaki Ghibli films, they create skies and trees like nobody else. And you can eat sushi every day.
I think it's like it's a true, sweet, romantic imagery of like taking a deep breath and smelling fresh air. Like, you know, it's so nice. And I love it. I love being in the mountains. Like, guys, nothing makes you feel more alive than going on a hike, right? And yet we can't live in the mountains because, girl, I like a shower and I like the internet and I like my life. And you know what I'm saying? Like, when we have these realistic kind of like, when we make it realistic, it's only fun if it's modern. Otherwise, it's really, really hard and it doesn't feel worth it all the time unless you're truly called to this life. And I don't think most people are, right? I think life has shown us that most people aren't drawn to this life, and most people wanted to escape the life of washing laundry by hand. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't like the way laundry dries in the air. I don't like it. Okay, in Croatia, a lot of people don't have dryers. When I first moved to Croatia, I didn't have a dryer. And when we rented this apartment here, I was like, please, do they have a dryer? And they're like, yes. I love clothes out of a dryer. I just do. I know. And, you know, this romanticization of hanging out your clothes to wind dry is just like, it's cute, but I don't, you know, it's not my thing. It's just not my thing. But with that said, it's going to be a thing for somebody. But if it's your thing, make it happen because you can. That's the irony. For the people who are like, I can't, it's outside my budget. If you really want a life out in the wilderness, there is cheap fucking land. Do you know why it's cheap fucking land? Because nobody lives there. There's no infrastructure. There's no water. There's no electricity. You could do it, girl, but you don't want it. You want it modernized because it is absolutely within budget. Like, it's just, that's the problem. It's within budget because nobody wants to live there because it's scary. Have you ever, you know what I mean? The lights turn off, the sun goes down, all of a sudden you realize you're really out in the middle of nowhere. And if you die, no one's going to know for months. Okay, months. So like with peace and love, I think this is kind of trad wife living. Trad wife living is the modernized Miyazaki fantasy. I just want to stay home and do chores. Girl, you don't want to do chores. You say you want to do chores, but you don't want to clean. You don't want to scrub floors, be on your hands and knees, get everything absolutely lickable clean. Okay, you want to look cute and wear nice makeup and walk around the house and pretend you're dusting. You don't actually want to wear raggedy clothes so they don't, you don't stain your nice clothes. That's why Nara Smith is so annoying in her fucking expensive ass clothes, making food with 4 kids running around, 5 kids running around. It's like, girl, how long did it take you just to get ready for the day? And then on top of that, you have all these kids. How many hours do you have in your day? 72? Because the rest of us have 24. So again, I think these are very, very overlapped, and I don't blame Gen Z for wanting the fantasy. I don't blame millennials for wanting a Miyazaki cabin. I don't blame anyone, but it is happening. It is a cope, and we've got to do something about it. We've got to say to ourselves, okay, and this changed my life. What is realistically the life I want, and how do I get it? And I got it, girl. And I think you can get it too. I just think you have to stop running away from the life you're tired of and run towards the life that actually makes sense for your joy. Does that make sense? Okay.
similar to the types of things I hear from dark money-funded think tanks in DC.
When you get married to somebody who does all the thinking for you, it is so nice.
You used to only hear that kind of talk coming from guys like this.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. That's a really good reason to go to college, actually. You will find a husband.
How did this suddenly go mainstream? So I went onto the homestead and into the kitchen and to a Turning Point USA conference to meet some real life trad wives and find out who they really are and what they think.
I just don't want to get bullied by teenagers.
My husband gets up way before I do because I actually have a lot of trouble waking up for alarms. And he grabs Misha, that's our toddler son, sort of like steers him into my room. And it's like my favorite part of the day. We come downstairs, I make some breakfast, and then sit down and do our morning prayers together.
Esther is 24 years old and lives in Ohio. She's exactly what I picture when I think trad wife.
People would say that I live very traditionally because I have a toddler, I'm pregnant with another child, I got married young, my husband and I are devout Catholics.
She also seems to have nailed the soft life.
I really love having the space to unfold slowly and kind of center yourself in the morning.
And I do understand why this is appealing to some young women. While our grandmothers were told to look pretty so you can marry a man who will take care of you, millennial women like me got a more empowering feminist message in the 2010s.
Sorry I'm late, but I had some very important business to attend to.
#girlboss. We didn't need to rely on a man to have
Nasty girl, yes girl.
our own bejeweled American dream. We could be a she.
The bullshit we were sold. And you know what's crazy? She lost all of her business. I read her book. I watched the TV show, which was trash. I followed her career because I wanted it to be mine, only to realize that she got eaten up, chewed out, spit out by capitalism. Okay? She literally got vomited out lost everything she built because they rushed her into this fast capitalism bullshit. And she realized, like, oh my God, the way that I just got, you know, the same thing happened to Haktua Girl. The same thing happened to Haktua Girl, where she went viral and Jake Paul came up. All these boys swarmed on her and said, sell a coin. And this girl, you know, and this is why women have to be very careful about men who want to make money off of them. Capitalism, you got to be very careful. They don't care if you fail. And now there's jail. She's facing jail. Now there's conversations about, you know, illegal trading, right? Like Haktua Girl went from being a girl who went viral for 15 minutes to basically getting picked up by an agency run by a man. And now there's talk of prison. And everyone, I'm just like, whoop. Never trust capitalism because they want to make money off of you and then throw you away. That's the problem.
As a baby millennial, I was set on living the girl boss life. I wanted to work in politics. But when we tried to lean in, a lot of us just fell down.
How do you have time for everything? How do you balance it all?
I don't. I'm very tired all the time.
Finding a job is hard. All the fucking girl boss feminist bitches lied to me.
I don't have goals. I don't have ambition. I only want to be attractive.
Why am I not allowed to just vibe?
Some of those CEOs ended up creating the same toxic workplaces as their male counterparts. And certain types of women weren't allowed to girl boss even if they wanted to. The girl boss wasn't trying to change the way our economy works. She was just—
It says girl boss is different for Black women. I have heard that a lot of women CEOs can do better than their male counterparts, but they're not much better if they're copying male counterparts. This reminds me of Brie from Love is Blind. I think Brie is a woman capitalist who's more right-wing. I think she tries to mimic the boys instead of actually being like a liberator, but I think it's really difficult because it's a difficult, cutthroat world, and I'm not even sure we want to be a part of it. Hear me out. What if we neither become CEOs or trad wives? What if we do a third thing? What if we become non-binary? Like, you know what I mean? What if we do the other thing? Not those things. What if we don't live in the binary of CEO, trad wife? Can I have more options, please?
Trying to succeed for herself in a broken system.
Girl boss feminism is so deeply rooted in capitalism.
In 2016, I became disillusioned with the whole girl boss thing. I became a journalist and traded in my pantsuit for a sweatsuit. Now Gen Z is
let's go, hit it, girl.
Of age, and surprise, surprise, being a worker in America still sucks. The gender pay gap has only narrowed by 4 cents since 2003, and their degrees feel worthless as entry-level jobs disappear. I totally get why some young women just want to escape to the prairie and bake sourdough, but I couldn't help but wonder, does wishing for a family necessarily mean young women are becoming more conservative? The right-wing movement certainly hopes so. They've gone all in on recruiting young women who want out of the corporate rat race. They're investing big in a new class of social media savvy pundits who push conservative messaging to young women.
The feminist movement is in large part to blame for the fracturing of the traditional home, where women were coerced outside of their natural roles as mothers into the workforce.
They're cashing in on the girl boss backlash too, shaming women who don't want to have children or who want to have a career by calling them
a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives.
There are a lot of successful 35-year-old orthopedic surgeons that have cats.
The right-wing youth group Turning Point USA is at the center of this messaging push. Last summer,
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I was just thinking about this. Turning Point is starting to be in high schools, right? Like they're starting to recruit young people. This is why I say leftists will never win, because we're good people. I don't think progressives can win. We're too good. We would never go and actually target your children for recruitment, but the military does. Turning Point USA does. We want to leave your kids alone. We don't care. Good luck, kids. Like we will create supportive clubs for them, but Turning Point USA is targeting, manipulating, recruiting your young people before they've even had a chance. That's why when conservatives, they ruin everything. They really corrupt everything. When they say like, oh, you're targeting our children, it's because they're targeting kids. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we are not doing that. We do not sit around and talk about ways to convince 15-year-olds. I never think about teenagers. Just so you know, I never think about kids as anything more than giving them the food, shelter, water, and education that they need. Like, I never think about ways to recruit children to watch my YouTube channel. But you know who's doing that? Mr. Beast. You know who's doing that? Turning Point USA. You know who's doing that? All these bullshit boy bubbles that are weaponizing the vulnerabilities of these young people just to turn a profit. That's why. And so for me, I feel like it's very hard to be a good person because you feel like you're losing even though you know you're winning. You're doing the right thing even if the world melts down around you. But it definitely, under capitalism in America, especially in the US, it can make you feel like you're losing the fight because you're not popular. But damn, bro, like if being popular means selling my soul, call me a loser, girl. You know, call me a loser.
They attended one of the youth conferences they host, Ground Zero for all things trad.
I wanted to do Air Force, I wanted to do FBI, I was interested in police work, all of that. But then I really just came around to the perspective of what's more important in life. Is it going to be more important to me to have kids and a family in the future and that will last forever? Or a career that, yes, could help people, but also isn't going to be relevant in a few years? And Charlie really says to choose one. And I thought about it. I was like, oh my gosh, like I've not been choosing the right thing. I've changed from not wanting to have any kids to I could see myself with 4 or 5.
Right-wing.
Okay, pop. That's a good question. Let's ask ourselves the same question. Wait, that's a great question. Okay, what's going to be more important to me in years to come? Like, what's the thing that's going to be the most important to me? My joy, stability, mental health, and philosophical good. So how do I attain those things? How do I make sure that I'm philosophically in my good? How do I make sure that I'm happy and healthy? And how do I make sure that I'm joyful? You see how none of that was about a job or kids. It was about something greater. See how it's just as shallow, in my opinion, to worry about your job as it is to worry about your kids? Because again, these things don't exist yet. The question is, what is the lifestyle? What is the way that I'm going to exist on the planet? What is the way that I'm going to labor that is fulfilling to me and my community and works within my philosophical framework of goodness, right? That's the question. I think it's true. When I was younger, I would chase the money, chase the status, chase what sounded good. I would chase this idea of like, oh my God, I love the idea of being an author, or, oh, I would love the idea of being a radio host, or like, oh, I'd love the idea of, and now it's more like, okay, it's not about the job. It's not about the externalization. It's about the internalization. I'm internally motivated. Okay. This is all external motivation. None of it is internal. And I'm saying, what do I actually want? What does the I want? And I don't mean the I that is like hyper individualistic and anti-collective. I mean, what does the I want? What is the spirit of the consciousness that is Brittany? What will fulfill them? And I found it personally, as you guys know, but it took me a really long time to deconstruct and to turn off all of these voices, because all of these voices are consistently telling us what we should want.
Activists have also launched a women's magazine they call the Conservative Cosmo. In between fashion tips and celebrity gossip, Evie magazine features articles fear-mongering about the dangers of birth control, focusing on your career, and delaying having children. Evie's editor-in-chief, Brittany Hugo Boom, also created a period tracking app that encourages natural family planning instead of the pill or an IUD. And she sells a supplement called Toxic Breakup to use after quitting hormonal birth control. Most of the app's funding came from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel. This fits right into the larger reactionary right-wing movement, led by groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society. They've spent decades dismantling the social safety net established in the New Deal and chipping away at reproductive rights. And their scheming paid off big in 2022 when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Even
can we just go back for a second? Sorry, can we just like look at this marketing really fast?
The pill or an IUD. And she sells a supplement called that encourages natural family planning instead of the pill or an IUD. And she sells
Why does this work so well, but I hate it? I get it's like she's in nature and she's fresh air and she's like clean girl and she's natural and she's in the wild.
Supplement called Toxic Breakup to use after quitting hormonal birth control. Most of the app's funding came from
Ugh. The white dress. Oh my God. You know? Oh my God. I got to say something. Hold on. Pause. First, I always support women being independent. You go get it, girl. Second, women who wear this dress, guys, this was my favorite aesthetic for the longest time. It has been co-opted by conservatives. There is a Christian YouTuber, who wears this dress every time I see her now. And I'm like, what is up with this fucking dress and what is it about? It is the new conservative dog whistle. They co-opted it. They took it from pirate lesbians and they co-opted it into some virginal weird thing. Okay? I don't know what's going on, but this used to be paired up with a corset so your titties popped. And now it's like the new, I think old school, maybe I always associated it with pirate wenches. And now it's like trad wife something. And I've seen it a lot lately. And I'm like, what is going on? They took my pirate lesbian costume.
Billionaire Peter Thiel. This fits right into the larger reactionary right-wing movement, led by groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society. They've spent decades dismantling the social safety net established in the New Deal and chipping away at reproductive rights. And their scheming paid off big in 2022 when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Even tradwife influencers who aren't overtly political, their lives track well onto the 1950s inspired conservative vision of America.
Okay, first of all, is this a tiny house? It's so cute. Look at this background. Isn't this a cute background? Is this a tiny home? Because I see a ladder. This is so cutesy.
America, a Christian family with a man at the head and a subservient wife. He goes out to work, she joyfully keeps the home and minds the children. Their efforts seem to be working. In 2024, the youth vote had its largest swing towards Republicans in 20 years, especially with young white women. Democrats were stuck in outdated girl boss messaging. Meanwhile, Republicans had someone on the ticket who understood trad mentality. They all did girl boss messaging. Meanwhile, Republicans had someone on the
Why is JD Vance so funny?
Ticket who understood trad mentality.
This photo op or whatever this is so funny.
All too well.
You have women who think that.
Also, he looks like a cat lady, and I mean that respectfully because I am a cat lady. Okay, but like he looks like a lesbian who owns a cat. That's why he's upset, Yes. Chat, thank you, Rise Again with the super chat says, give that dress back to the Ren Fair meat sellers. That's what I'm saying. Isn't this not, why are conservatives stealing our dresses? I was like, this is a titty dress. This is a dress for wenches. This is a cosplay dress. Like they are stealing our fashion. They're taking everything. That's what I'm saying. Conservatives take everything so you can have nothing that is yours. That is their tactic. Do not go. They're about to co-opt I just know they're going to co-opt the rainbow flag eventually. You know why my mom would say, Betsy, God gave us the rainbow and the gays stole it from us. God did not give you the rainbow. She goes, they gave us the rainbow after the flood. After the flood, God gave a rainbow as a signal he would never flood the world again. And the gays took it. I was like, we didn't take your fucking rainbow. You know what? She's going to take it back. The conservatives are going to twist the narrative and they're going to start using rainbow flags and then they're going to take it from us. I'm telling you, it's coming. They're going to do it.
Truly, the liberationist path is to spend 90 hours a week working in a cubicle at McKinsey instead of starting a family and having children.
If my choice was between being a stay-at-home mother and doing Excel spreadsheets, I would definitely be a stay-at-home mother.
Right now, Esther does work. She's an adjunct professor of philosophy and classics at a university nearby, where her husband, JB, is a PhD student.
I don't think that having a...
Shimad Baba Bruno Roho Kucha Alamin. You know what, girl? Go with God.
Queer in general is important to me, but having this job is important to me. Teaching students, doing philosophy, reading these great books. This is so amazing. And
so you have a job. So you're not a trad wife. So you're not a stay-at-home mom. You have a job. You're a working mother. We love you, girl. Go get it, girl.
Meaningful.
Also, I'm pro stay-at-home parents, by the way. I am radically anti-working parents from an anti-capitalistic perspective, and I'm completely pro-working parents from a feminist liberated perspective. But I aggressively believe it would be so wonderful if society actually gave a fuck about kids and actually wanted their parents to stay home with them for the first few years. But also, she is literally a working mother.
Not easy because it's just really hard to have sort of moved away from a one income household.
Sorry. Which proves my premise, my theory, that it is a cope. It is Miyazaki. It is a cope of I live in a cabin in the woods and my life is easier now because I don't have to worry about the rat race of working in a city. Except now you have to worry about the rat race of finding water, growing your own food, dealing with climate change, and like washing your laundry by hand. It's a cope. Same thing with I'm a trad wife, but I have a job. So you're not a trad wife. So you're not a stay-at-home mom. You're a working mother. Got it.
Paradigm, the standard of living is just adjusted for there being two people working.
Esther and JB don't have a...
Which is why, it's so interesting to see what people call themselves. Isn't it interesting the way we identify ourselves with language, but it contradicts the way we're actually existing in life? Which is why we say it's kind of important that you find the right label or no label at all. Because when you use a label, you are identifying or associating with a group of people that like you're not even living like. You know what I mean? It's just like such a funny thing, labels, you know?
A lot of money. How do finances and income factor into your decision about having children?
They don't. I mean, if we were like homeless, we would be like, this is really scary. We need to like be very careful not have any more children right now. But the decision to have children was just not something that was influenced by like our standard of living.
Have you had any unexpected costs with pregnancy?
Yeah, the big one for me is the midwife.
That's a happy baby.
I had a OBGYN, but I ended up switching to a midwife for what I consider safety reasons.
After a painful experience with a kidney infection during her first pregnancy, Esther needed more personalized care.
Whoa, that's super nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass out. That is so nice.
Midwives are not paid for insurance, and it takes like half of my adjunct paycheck. There's other things too, like prenatal vitamins. I've got approximately 1 billion prenatals to take. When my midwife talked to me about what the recommended diet was for a pregnant woman, I'm like, there's no freaking way. Like probiotic kefir's kind of expensive, yogurt's kind of expensive. We would look at like even like breakfast cereals and be like, oh my gosh, one day when we're fabulously wealthy, we will buy like Rice Krispies. And I remember just seeing—
So you can't afford Rice Krispies, but you can afford a child? This is the fundamental difference between conservatives and progressives. Progressives go, oh, I can't afford cereal, I can't afford a baby. Conservatives go, I can't afford cereal, but I can't afford a baby. And I'm saying, look, in a bad situation, you can make anything work, and I'm not judging you. But if you are planning, if you have Planned Parenthood in mind, not the, get it? Because that's why it's called Planned Parenthood. If you're planning your parenthood, then you would take that into consideration. Right?
Like $50 worth of groceries, and it's like all we have for like this whole week. And then like the person next to us has like multiple gallons of milk at a time. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like multiple gallons of milk.
Okay, hold on. Chat says, I'm sorry, but my understanding of a trad wife is someone with no literacy or socio-political opinions. Miss University professor in philosophy is conflating with that definition of trad wife. I actually think it's a weaponization of the conservative movement. So conservatives do this thing where they go, women stay at home. All of the women in my family worked. The only time the women in my family stayed home was temporary to help the kids get to school. But realistically, my mom worked and then she stopped and then she worked again. My aunts worked. My grandmas worked. Everybody in the family always worked. Conservatives have been weaponizing this idea to push more progressive ideas out of the mainstream. Realistically, women have always worked and will always work again. We will never stop working because everybody labors. The issue is they want the titles and the myth that they're not working because it also works within the political policy realm, right? Now they can make political policy that impacts people on a greater level, but realistically, their conservative wives will work. They'll just work in a different kind of capacity, but they will be working. So I think there's like a lot of deconstruction that has to happen here, but I think it's deliberately done by church leaders, deliberately done by political leaders. I think it's deliberately done by the people who are doing Project 2025. I think it's like deliberately done by these people that they are trying to give people labels for things that in another world would just be called a working woman. Like, that's why as a more progressive person, I don't really believe in this idea. Like, I run into this with my partner, right? Because my person was assigned male at birth. There's always this, why doesn't he work? I don't get it. Why do you think he has to work? The same reason is, why do you think she has to have a baby? Why do you think men have to go to work? And how do you know he's not laboring for the family? You're doing the same thing, but that's because we've been trained with this construct that men should go to work. My person is working. You're just not working in a paycheck way. She is working, quite literally. And she's not a trad wife, but she has the dress, so she must be. She's the kid, so she must be. All these labels are just fucking everyone over. Customize your life to work within your moral framework and make sure you are doing right by yourself and your neighbors to the best of your ability. All of these labels are just ruining any chance we ever have of actually doing what's right by our people because, it's not fitting perfectly into the expectation, right?
At a time, right? But it was just still kind of like psychologically hard for me to be like pregnant and like wanting to like make everything good in my like new little house and then having to buy the like possibly spoiled chicken from Kroger, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Have a ton of kids. I mean, get married when you're too young, have more kids than you can afford.
Have as many kids as you can afford. Have more than you can afford.
Have a million kids.
Less burnout, more babies.
Have more than you can afford.
Have a million kids.
Less burnout, more babies.
Less burnout, more babies? And this is why women hide the struggle of motherhood from people, because there's this whole bubble of beautiful women. She looks great, great clothes, very, aesthetically very like rich and fancy and absolutely nothing like a mother with 6 kids, right? This isn't what mothers with 6 kids typically look like. It's tiring to be a mom of 6 kids. And also, this is why women hide the fact that they're struggling, because they are keeping up with the Joneses, because they are being told, oh, I'm a mother. I never get, again, I do think it's true that we don't get sick of our kids. We get tired of the labor, but it's not our children. Our children are never the reason we're tired. And I need you to reform that in your head. Children are not the burden. Children are great. Okay? Life is difficult. Getting food ready and getting dinner ready is difficult. Getting things done on time is difficult. But children are never the burden. Children are great. Okay? We love our kids. It's the life that comes with having kids that's hard, right? That's why my partner and I decided not to have kids. Because as much as I would have loved my babies, and they are all so perfect, and I would have loved every single one of them, the way our life would have had to radically change to have a child, the way everything about our life would have to change. And right now, it's hard enough just the 2 of us and a cat. We're already disabled enough. We're already struggling enough. We're already got health problems enough that if we added a kid into the mix, it would be like, I love my kid. My kid is never the problem. It's the lifestyle that goes along with having that kid, because we would have an expectation of a lifestyle. We would change our whole life for that kid. Okay? We would move different neighborhoods, get better schools, make sure that we're within walking distance of that school, make sure we can be a part of that school, make sure we were social. We would have to become social butterflies, everything about our life would change. And it would change because that kid deserves a better life. And because the life that is better for us as non-parents, the standard is different for us. We're adults. The standard is good, but it's different than if we had a kid. Because kids aren't adults. They're growing people. They need specific things to become that better grown person, right? So again, one of the conversations we always have that I think are really good conversations to have with your partners is, we're not having kids, but if we did, what kind of parents would we be? I think this conversation is actually a weirdly good dating conversation to have too, because it really shows you, because I wouldn't want to marry somebody who didn't like kids or didn't respect the agency of children or didn't believe in how important kids were. I wouldn't want to be married to somebody who neglected children, because we live in a world with kids and we would be socializing with children. And I have nieces and nephews, and I need you to be like a role model for those kids. I need you to understand kids are watching you. So that, even if you're not having kids, I wouldn't necessarily recommend being with somebody who disrespected children.
A more helpful suggestion came from a family friend. Go on food stamps.
She was like, there's this thing called WIC, and there's this thing called CHIP, and there's this thing.
I mean, girl, I think they should go on food stamps too. Did you vote for Trump? Not that I think that matters, by the way. I think all Trump voters deserve healthcare and education and WIC. So for the record, I really think the liberals on TikTok needed to get it together and stop punishing Trump voters, because we should want to remind them that, like, hey, we'll give this to you. We want you to have this. Okay? So I just want you to make sure that you should encourage conservatives to go on these systems and remind them of how good it was so other people can have it. You know how conservatives fight about giving kids like lunches in schools? I remember when my parents couldn't afford bills. They were having a really rough time financially. And my brothers, it wasn't me, it was my younger generation, they were on food assistance at school. And I was like, wow, I love that that program is there. That's really beautiful. I hope you always remember that this system is here to feed your kids. And you shouldn't feel ashamed of it. And it was hard though, because even the boys, like, they're like, oh, can we not like pay for food, bro? And like, I don't think they cared too much, but the stigma has to go away. The stigma has to be, there's nothing wrong with getting, like, what a perk. Like, it should be a perk. Oh my God, cool, bro. I'm getting food. That's awesome. Instead, it's, oh, bro, you need the government to help you with food. Like, the stigma is what we're fighting here.
Called SNAP, and like, it's really important that you not feel any shame about that, because it's for like poor pregnant young mothers. Like, this is who it's for.
They also got on Medicaid. Not sure that's part of the right's vision of the perfect 1950s trad life, but even some of the women at the Turning Point conference weren't buying that version.
They've just kind of been preaching like, always make a family, make a family, make a family. And it's just, I believe that women should have some sort of career field and stuff while also being able to have a family.
I would love to settle down. The issue is that women are being priced into having to work, so it's not really an option.
Well, I mean, I think the goal of the government should be to help the working class, point blank, period.
But there's another key part of the trad life that
it's funny. I was just talking to one of my brothers who's more of a, I'm going to call him like a modernish Catholic. Like, he's Catholic, but he's only modern when it comes to certain things. And specifically when he's dating women, he like, he encourages them. He's like, nah, dude, I think it's cool if we were like our power couple, you go to college, get a job. And if you want to quit that job to be a stay-at-home mom, like, great, bro. But also, like, I really think that's awesome. If you want to like get an education, I think that's badass. And like, that's kind of his perspective. But also, that's always been a typical perspective. Again, like, my mom brags, my dad brags all the time that my grandma was a professional seamstress in Iraq. She made money for the family. Her husband was an engineer. It's my dad's dad. And they made like this great living. They lived in the city. And I was like, you see this brag? You see this brag that we get in this history of our family that grandma was a seamstress? That Nana was a seamstress, and this is a big deal. You see? And then you sit here and like, my dad raised me to run a company. Guys, my dad raised me. My mom's like, you should take over your dad's business. You'd run it great. Like, my parents were like, you should take over the business. And then later in my life now, they're like, when are you going to have kids and quit your job? And I'm like, I get it though. You know, it's weird. That's why I say conservatives are funny. Conservatives will encourage you to get an education and work. And then they'll be like, quit it all for kids. Instead of, oh, do you plan to still work? And how are you guys going to navigate those challenges? Because I agree. I still think 2 working parents with kids is not ideal. I think that is as sad as somebody giving up everything they made to feel obligated to have a baby. Because I don't think parents want to be out of the house 70 hours a week. I think they want to be with their kids. I think they want to work a normal 40-hour job and spend morning and evenings with their kids and weekends. I think in an ideal America, in an ideal world, that would be a universal experience, right? I don't think parents have kids so they don't see them. I think they are in a position which is struggling where they have to go get these jobs. And so that sucks. So that's why this whole like hustle culture, trad wife culture, everyone is coping so hard because they don't know what to do. And I'm saying, shut it all out, meditate with yourself, and be radically honest with yourself. What do you want out of life? What do you think is going to make you joyful? Did you try it? What data did you get as a result? And is there another way you can, like another path you can choose if it's not working? Okay? Because I do think, and that's the thing with life is eventually it comes down to you being honest with yourself more than even the world getting to its shit together, because it's never going to get its shit together. You have to sit down with yourself. This is why we do philosophy. What is really going to make me a joyful person? What is really going to make sense for my life? And also, since I have the privilege of making that, even asking myself that question, what do I do now? Versus I understand some of you are in a position where like you didn't think about it first. You had the baby's here. Now what? Different answer, but same answer, because you're not just a parent. You're also a person. So you also get to sit down and ask yourself, what do I want? And you should consider your child, obviously. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it always comes back down to you're still a person. You still get choices. You still get hobbies and vacations and interests, and, you know, you get to change your life. You just need to take things into consideration like a baby, right?
I'm still curious about. Last summer, I spent more time at Turning Point conferences than I did with my own family. The aesthetic of trad that conservatives create is always the same. A beautifully decorated farmhouse in a perfect pastoral setting. And online, trad influencers like Ballerina Farm show us a vision of labor that's connected to the earth and produces tangible goods. A contrast to many jobs today where the fruits of your labor are usually just increased shareholder value. So I went to rural New Hampshire to meet another genre of trad wife, the homesteader, to learn what the soft girl life is like on an idyllic farm.
Ooh,
I get up early. I'm up by 6 most mornings. In the winter, I'm making a fire, doing yoga, and then I go right to farm chores for a couple
What in the socialism anarchist is this?
hours before.
When the lesbianic is this? What is happening right now?
Work.
Jesse and Andy got married young, but other than that, their life doesn't look like Ballerina Farm at all.
Who is doing most of these morning tasks?
It's mostly me. I would say that I'm the farmer and I'm the outdoors woman. My husband does a ton of the housework, lots of things that make our life run.
My great domestic contribution is I love to.
Why are you calling yourself a trad wife? You know, it's all about signaling at the end of the day. What is this? What is this? What is this?
Clean.
Physical labor tasks, we often split those things 50-50. Heavy hauling, shoveling, splitting and stacking wood. I probably take a little bit more of the lead, but that's just because I like doing that stuff.
Yeah, you like it.
But yeah, we're always sharing.
But you definitely are like
chief rock hauler.
Yeah, the project lead.
You're assistant rock hauler.
Delegate things.
Chad says this is a Chad wife. Stop, I'm dead.
I think that what was women's work and what was men's work is really hard to define. Like, I don't even know how we get clean towels. I don't know where they come from.
Another departure from the homesteading fantasy.
Have you guys seen that skit where the wife is like, hey, I'm struggling to keep up and clean the house. I am so tired. And the husband's like, look, I'll show this to you. I didn't want to tell you because I don't want to jinx it. He goes, if I just leave dishes on this table, somehow they get washed and show up. If I just leave my dirty laundry on the floor, somehow it gets folded and ends up clean. And the wife is like, are you fucking serious right now? He's like, I know, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid you've seen that skit. You know what I'm talking about? That's what that just sounded like when she's like, I don't even know how clean towels appear. To be fair, I haven't done laundry in like 4 years. Okay, 3 years, I think, because we moved in 3 years ago. To be fair, I haven't done a load of laundry. So it is nice. It is nice. I'm not going to play. It is nice.
Jesse works a corporate job, and so did Andy before he was recently laid off. Right now, Jesse is the primary breadwinner.
It has slowed down our ability to do large-scale projects on this property. It's hard to do things like replace our roof, replace our front door.
It's also slowed down the timeline on another big goal and a key element of trad life.
If the margins were less thin for families in this country, we would have had kids sooner. Housing was very expensive and took a long time, and we're extremely lucky. Most people our age have not been able to buy healthcare costs. If that wasn't as much of a factor, we would have had.
He looks like a cop. Is he a cop?
Kids younger.
Yeah.
Jesse is approaching the decision to have kids differently than Esther, but both of them value and prioritize family life.
I hope for the opportunity to stay home with my kids for at least their younger years.
I spent a whole day on the farm with Jesse.
When you complete the swing and slide motion, they're both together.
Afterwards, I was tired.
This is an exhausting job, by the way. I've tried to do this. Chopping wood is hard, but it's very rewarding when you throw it into a fireplace.
The Ballerina Farm lady feels all the time.
As someone who comes from a lineage of homesteaders, is the soft feminine life of homesteading a realistic vision of the past?
No. A lot of that work is presented in a very leisurely or pleasurable way when I think in reality for many women
I think I had that same exact nose piercing. Like that same, I feel like the earring I had, or the nose piercing I'd used was the same one.
Was not. I understand the longing for a life where you don't have to work outside of the home when that's a financial reality for most households. Like, it's very difficult to be a one-income household.
So then how do these trad wife influencers make it work? When I got back from Jesse's, I started looking a little more into Ballerina Farm or Hannah.
Okay, wait, pause. Very interesting. I would have loved to have known their political position, their religion. I would have loved to know a little bit more details. Now, Chad brings up a good point. Homestead is different from trad wife, right? Well, okay, so this is interesting. Homesteading when I was younger was a combination of two bubbles, either the liberals or the Republicans or the or conservatives. This is why there's a crunchy to like conservative alt-right pipeline. What used to be traditionally more leftist or hippie has now been also conservative. It just depends. You can have conservative homesteaders or you can have liberal homesteaders, right? It's very dependent on the bubble. And that's why I would have liked to have known what their religious background was, what was their position on politics, because it would have told me if they were liberal or if they were not, right? Oh yeah, and Chad said there's also prepper homesteaders. Exactly. There's also prepper homesteaders. So like all these bubbles are different. That's why I say I love categories, because doesn't it change the why? The why changes. Like the why changes. And it's like, oh, okay, what are you signaling with this aesthetic? What bubble does this put you into? And is this really what I want? That's why I say the Miyazaki escapism bubble, the Pinterest cabin in the woods. Listen, I love a cabin in the woods. Okay? Like even on Pow World, forgive me, I've been playing Pow World and I wanted this cute little cabin. But then I realized it wasn't functional. And I was like, I can't live in a cute little cabin. Like I need to make a base. Like I need to make a full functional base for my shit to work. And I realized like the cute cabin is so aesthetically pleasing. It's just not functional. It's just not functional. I need to get things going. It's not functional. Okay. And that's the point, is like there's a functionality to life that, you know, you can overdo it. Like you don't need a huge house. You don't need a 7-bedroom house to be functional, but you also might need more than 1 bedroom. Okay. You might just need, you know what I'm saying? So like there is a, and this really depends on Pow World if you need to put your machinery on the inside of your house or the outside of your house. A lot of mine is on the outside of the house because even though my base is huge, I've mostly decided to make most of my machinery on the outside of the base because some of this machinery you have to build is huge. You know what I mean? Like they're huge pieces of machinery, so they can't just go anywhere. They're certainly not going to go in the small cute cabin in my head. So I might build a little cabin off to the side, which is what I started doing, with a fireplace and some cute aesthetics. And like that's what I did instead, is I just made the cute cabin, but it's not very functional. Okay? And that's the point, right? So, you know, either way, regardless of the life you choose, it's possible, but the why really matters. Why are we doing it? Again, this goes back to when I was living in a trailer and thinking about living in a cabin life. I was doing it mostly because I was desperate for money. I kept thinking to myself, like most people do who buy trailers, it's less expensive and my life will be easier. It comes with so many disadvantages. This was one of the worst purchases I've ever made in my life. It is, yes, the lowest monthly payment you'll ever have, but you have to park it somewhere. You have to haul it. You have to have a car that hauls it. You have to pay for the gas to haul it because, you know, you may spend more gas when you're hauling shit, okay? Everything is, there's a cost to everything. So yeah, your payment just went way down, but you have to park it. Where are you going to get water? Your tank only holds so much water. You can only have so many things in the house because there's a weight limit, right? There's a lot more that goes into it than people think. Okay. So again, when we have these conversations, I think it's like, you have to make sure, am I doing it because I don't have the money, or am I doing it because I have the money? And because like, listen, trailer life, again, cabin life when you're rich, very different game. So nice. When you're poor, possible, but not as glamorous as you think. Like, okay, in Croatia, we'll take walks around and I'll say, oh, this is a beautiful family home, but it seems like really worn down. I wonder why that is. My partner's like, they don't have money. And I was like, oh yeah. Because in your head, you think, oh, give me that house. I'll make it look pretty. It costs money to make your house look pretty. If you buy a true fixer-upper that is basically breaking down, it cost, when I was looking for houses as an example, before COVID hit, there were homes for like $250,000. They all needed new roofs. Every single one needed a new roof. Every single one. It's a nice idea, right? Oh, I'll buy a rundown house. I'll buy a fixer-upper. I'll buy something. The amount of money that you have to just to buy the house, and then to get a new roof, and then to get a new floor, how many of the foundations need to be? Oh my God. So that's why I say, like, be very cautious with rushing. So, okay, now that we're on our new house journey, this is very important. This pressure to buy a house to say you've made it is, again, unnecessary pressure. Ignore it. Absolutely not. We want to be so financially secure when we buy a house that we're going to have most of it saved. I don't want to have to feel like I'm so desperate for a house when renting is more than an option. I don't want to feel like I'm taking on this huge responsibility in this house I cannot move away from easily. And now I'm in this like load of debt, right? That is the pressure I can feel from the world. Like, why don't you have a house? Why don't you have a house? Why don't you have a house? Girl, you better stop pushing me. Okay? Because a house is a commitment and you're not going to rush me into a commitment. Same thing with marriage. Just pick this guy. Just pick this guy. He's nice enough. He's nice enough. Don't rush me. Because if you pick the wrong partner, the wrong house, that is a headache of paperwork you don't have to deal with. And I feel like that's what conservatism does without any regard for the people it's pressuring. Have a baby, buy a house, pick this guy, do this life, make these lifelong decisions at 22. I'm not saying you can't make them at 22. Many people can make them at 22 and do great, right? But do not rush just to keep up with the Joneses, right? Yeah, Chess says Ramit, the finance guy, preaches avoid the pressure to buy a house. Yeah, absolutely. It's good if you can do it, but there have been, look, if you are responsible with your money, if you have a good job, if everything goes okay, renting is perfectly fine. Okay? Again, the illusion with buying a house is like the illusion of buying the cabin in the woods. Life will get easier. Life will get as easy as it's going to get no matter what your situation is, as long as you have a handle on things and the world is good and the economy is going well and we're not in World War III.
Nealman. First things first, she's married to the JetBlue heir.
Okay, this is Ballerina Farm.
Or into Ballerina Farm, or Hannah Nealman. First things first, she's married to the JetBlue heir, so there's that. But they're actually not even a one-income household. Ballerina Farm isn't just an Instagram handle. It's the name of her online store, which has over 50 employees. And I'm pretty sure your average 1950s homemaker didn't have a personal assistant and homeschooling teacher. She's not even the only one with a second income stream. Many of the biggest tradwife accounts are selling you more than just their lifestyle.
Nora Smith, Calvin Klein.
It turns out that being
Exactly. This is what I want people to recognize. This whole like, I don't dream of labor. That's a bad example because that's more leftist. But the whole like, I want to be at home and be a trad wife. It's a job. All these people are running businesses. What a bullshit narrative the young people are eating up. And I don't blame them. How could they not fall for it? Nara Smith is beautiful. Her clothing is beautiful. Her house is beautiful. The aesthetics are beautiful. How could they not want to be Nara Smith? Who doesn't want to be beautiful? Who doesn't want to make homemade cereal from scratch because it sounds like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that's why Nara Smith is so irresponsible. She's so capitalistic and manipulative in a sense because she has the audacity to come here in an interview and say, I'm not a trad wife. I'm not pushing agendas. Girl, come on, girl. Come on.
Being a tradwife influencer is really just like being a girl boss. The girl boss and tradwife are two sides of the same capitalist coin. They're both turning their life into a personal brand and business. Both claim to be empowering, even feminist, but they're only for a certain type of woman. And they're isolated from their communities while they amass giant fortunes.
It's very aesthetically driven. It's about what looks good. It is a job to create that aesthetic, and that's the work that they're doing rather than the work of homesteading itself. Man, they make a lot of sourdough bread.
And by the way, my sister-in-law, amazing cook, amazing mother, very much does everything in the house, like makes the most delicious food, does all this organic stuff, like feeds her kids the best everything, just like she's homeschooling. She's doing a lot of really great things. And she's, tired. I can see it when I call her. I'm like, hey, girlie, how are you holding up? And she was like, I'm pregnant again and we're excited, of course. It's just the beginning's hard. I'm like, the beginning is hard. And she's just like, yeah, well, and like, she does look tired. Okay. She looks tired. It's a tiring job. My brother's tired. I'm always just like, do you guys sleep enough? They're like, no, of course they don't. That's what I'm saying. It's exhausting. And they're not sleeping. They admit, they're like, bro, if we didn't have a community of people here, if we didn't have a bunch of parents here, like it'd be so much harder. They're not sleeping. Like, they're not ever sleeping enough. How could they when kids are up at 5 a.m. in the morning? Kids are like, boop. The kids, they just pop up like fucking daisies, bro. They're like, and they're like, mom, dad, mom. And it's like, so again, like this, the reality is it takes a village. The bullshit is I can dress in my whatever, fancy clothing, insert name brand here. My hair is perfect. My nails are perfect. And, you know, I'm showing up. Look, with peace and love, as a disabled girly, I haven't even had time to paint my nails. Okay? For the last 3 or 4 days, I have been struggling to repaint my nails. That's why they're chipped right now. I don't have the spoons. And I don't even have kids. I cannot find 2 hours in my day to paint my nails. It takes 2 hours generally. Okay, because you have to dry them. And if I don't dry them properly, then I hit them on things and they just like end up getting nail polish all over the house. / 2 hours of my day. And I can't. I don't have the time. I have not been able to find the time between sleeping, prepping for stream, and just being tired because I'm ill. When am I going to do it? And then you want me to have 6 kids on top of this? Girl, with peace and love.
I don't have time for that. It seems like they're always making bread.
I wasn't expecting to relate to trad wives at all. But what I heard from Esther and Jesse was not so different from what I and most other young women want. The ability to choose whether or not you have kids and when to do it. The ability to choose whether you want a career and to have time for family alongside work. Most importantly, they want policies that make those choices possible.
Do you think that healthcare should be free?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it's in conformity with sort of traditional Catholic values to have people in debt for long periods of time for emergencies. I think that's really evil.
Okay, hold on, negative Nancy's. Chat said, poor girl, she will get a prolapse with all those babies. I had 4 pregnancies and my vagina is not the same. My grandma needed a prolapse surgery after 6 kids and it does not work now. She has a poop bag forever. Okay, first of all, that's like very sad and I'm so sorry that happened. Also, my mom had 10 pregnancies. My grandma had 17 and those things never happened. So I needed to take a deep breath because saying that's going to happen is absolutely not true and it's misinformation. And so we need to like, yes, it could be possible, but it's not a guarantee. And I don't want to paint birthing experiences as a universal one. So I know you probably didn't mean this, but when you say she will get, you are saying it's guaranteed. And I'm saying though it's possible and it happens, I just want there to be like more of a less definitive, you know, painting all experiences the same because it doesn't allow for the experiences to exist. My caution is that I've heard a lot of people only tell the horror stories of pregnancy or only tell the good stories. It's one or the other. It's a mixture of both, but there are plenty of people who have perfectly wonderful experiences giving birth. And there's people who have horror stories giving birth, and both are valid. We can't use one to invalidate the other. We can't use one we say that it's possible. The same way with drugs, guys. Drugs are great, but it can lead you into lifelong psychosis in which you never end up coming out of your nightmare. That doesn't mean people shouldn't do drugs, okay? It means if you do drugs, just keep it in mind. Right? If you have babies, just keep it in mind. But I refuse to paint pregnancy or drugs as a always nightmare or always perfect. It's dependent on the situation and it's contextual. Okay? So I just want to, just to reassure all the people in the audience who are getting pregnant or having a baby, or you take a deep breath. You do not need to be stressed. Your pregnancy will go fine. And if it doesn't, take preparations, but you're going to be okay. Because I know pregnancy anxiety is already as scary as it is, right? So it's just like, you'll be okay.
Esther's traditional values aren't stuck in some bygone era. They're relevant to the pressing issues of today. She relied on SNAP and Medicaid during her pregnancy, but Trump's big, beautiful bill makes severe cuts to both of those programs. Medicaid insures 2 out of every 5 American children and pays for 40% of all births, 50% in rural areas. And SNAP is the most effective anti-poverty program in the history of
Conservatives love help from the government, as they should. I just wish they gave it to other people as an option as well.
Of this country. 3 out of every 5 people who get food stamps are in families with children. Kids raised in SNAP-supported households perform better in school and they grow into healthier adults. The supposedly pro-family MAGA movement wants to take these programs away from American families. Meanwhile, Democrats have totally abandoned family values and trad to Republicans, even though elements of that life appeal to women across the ideological spectrum.
I don't feel like anyone in power shares my values.
I think part of the reason that the right has recaptured the Back to the Land movement, which was originally a liberal hippie movement, is that the way that they are promising people to have satisfying, beautiful lives is by looking backwards. And when the left fails to find a vision of that looks forwards, that is very easy to do.
In my reporting, I've found that most women don't make choices about marriage and family based on social media trends or even political propaganda. A lot of them, like Jessie, are worried about the expense.
A Democratic Party which doesn't build its foundation on no single mother will work without health care is, unacceptable, is not selling an acceptable life, let alone a meaningful or deep.
Wait, what?
Media trends or even political propaganda. A lot of them, like Jessie, are worried about the expense.
A Democratic Party which doesn't build its foundation on no single mother will work without health care is, unacceptable.
No single mother will work without health care. Help me, guys. I don't know what she's saying. No single mother will work without health care.
Is not selling an acceptable life, let alone a meaningful or deep or beautiful life.
What if Democratic politicians...
I don't know what she meant. Oh, I wish I knew what she meant. I want to know this person's political position so badly. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Politicians made supporting families a core progressive value and ran on a real pro-family policy.
Is she saying that's bad or good? Chess said, I think she's saying single working mothers deserve health care. Okay. She's saying it's good. It's bad. They need health care. They want to introduce proper socialized health care. I think that's what she's alluding to. Okay. I wasn't sure if she was saying the single motherhood is a bad life or I got confused. Okay.
Like Medicare for all, paid family leave, free universal childcare, and a higher federal minimum wage. Who gets to say what traditional is anyway? Trad can mean economic security for all families and valuing women's labor both in and out of the traditional work.
Okay. I do agree that words change and we can decide that they mean different things, but this is why people start to say, like, I don't care about labels. I don't care about labels. You should care about labels, and you don't always need them. Labels are really important. I'm queer. It's a label. And I want to signal that I'm queer. It's important other queer people know I'm queer, so they know they're safe here. And I would not own the label trad wife, okay? Sure, you can change it, and you can decide it means something else, but also...
Conservative propaganda and tradwife influencers are selling us a fantasy. In reality, we need each other to get through the tough times.
We rely, first of all, on babysitting. We have family friends in town who help to watch our child sometimes. They help with other things. The Crosbys gave us a box of their old baby clothes. There's lots of community functions. We have a monthly festival that we bring. You should too.
Esther and JB are on their parents' health insurance plans, and this house actually belongs to Esther's former professor.
Okay. It takes a village, doesn't it? See how it takes a village? This is why I say bigotry makes it seem like we're not a village. Conservatives are more than happy to help other conservatives because you're part of the same village. Okay? But you progressives, us progressives, we do the same thing, which is why I won't do it. If a Trump voter comes to my house and asks for food, I will feed them. Okay? I will feed them. You have to feed them. You have to advocate for them. If a Trump family gets kidnapped by ICE, they don't deserve to be kidnapped by ICE. You cannot ignore them and say, well, they voted for this. That's not how this works, girls. That's not how this works. Okay? You do not get to celebrate people suffering because they voted the wrong way. That's not how it works. And that's the same thing that keeps conservatives only helping each other, because to conservatives, they're more than happy to help the village. They absolutely help the village. That's why I'm saying growing up conservative, there was a village. There was a whole group of people. There were people we could rely on, but they only trusted each other because they all believed in God or whatever. Okay? And I'm saying, what if we trusted each other, even though we all believed in different things? Minus bigotry. I understand. Nobody, it's hard to trust somebody who believes in bigotry. Though we really do trust people, even bigoted people, because all of us have bigotry. Like this is getting too much. The point is, there's a line where it's too far to trust, absolutely. And there's a reality where we trust them to stop at red lights, even if they're racist. Because for some reason, at least we can all agree to stop at red lights. So there's that, I guess.
Staying in a room here for free while they establish their own careers.
Immense generosity.
Huge, yeah. Would you say traditional values are inherently conservative or liberal?
No. Many traditional values are inherently communal. People help me all the time. I can only get my wood stacked because people show up and help me stack wood. People will quiet.
Tradition is communal. Yeah, I really would not reclaim the word traditional. Also, I don't believe in tradition. I also don't believe in maintaining old ways. Generally. Some old ways, but not really. Because they're constructs, they're made up. And generally most of the old ways don't really work in a truly progressive landscape. And a truly progressive landscape should be able to modernize old ways. And in that way, it's not traditional. If you modernize the tradition, is it traditional anymore? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe saying no woman ever stayed home is, you know, it feels like we're playing games around words rather than just fucking getting it together. You know what I mean? Like, can we just fucking feed people already? I don't care what you call it. Just put food on the plate and give it to people.
We pay their neighbor's heating bill if they have a little extra that month and they know that somebody else doesn't. There are tangible losses that come with heightened individualism. I think individualism is a very modern phenomenon. It is traditional that we comes before I.
Yeah, but that we before the I is also the reason why gay people never could leave their Republican household and why women got married to men they didn't want to get married to because they were a we. The family always said, you don't get a choice, you belong to this family. We're a we. So be very cautious about your obsession with the we. So say we belong to a collective community that these are our values. Okay? So be very careful about this romanticization of the we. If the we is also bigoted and traditional and misogynistic, because I don't want to be a part of that we if that's the case, right? Either way, it's obvious that no matter where you fall on any political spectrum, we want a village we can rely on, and we want to believe that our neighbors are safe, and we want to be able to trust our kids with people, and we want our kids to be educated and fed and all the good things. We just disagree on what that looks like. And so we have to move in a direction where we agree that there is some sort of good information to have, objective information maybe about the world around us, that we should promote to each other, right? That we should encourage in one another. So this kind of coincides with the conversation I want to have about Gen Z as we move forward, right? So that was the trad wife. Now I want to talk about the work bubble of Gen Z. And then I want to talk about sort of the selling out, the hustle culture bubble with clavicular. But just to wrap up the idea of trad wives and Gen Z, I do not blame Gen Z for dreaming of a life that feels easy and meaningful in a world that is increasingly hard and meaningless. But this goes back to that philosophical meaning crisis. We are in a meaning crisis. Okay? It's not just the economy. It's just not wars. It's not just FY. It's not any blah, 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 blah. It's the state of being a person on a planet with no sense of why. Why am I here? Who put me here? Is there a God? Are we aliens? Are we creatures? Are we animals? Are we what? Until you actually sit down with yourself and figure out your actual answer for those things, you won't know how to move forward, because it's very confusing to feel motivated to get up and work for a job when you think all your money is just going to fucking pedophiles on Epstein Island, right? But it's not. Is it? Like, your money isn't just going to pedophiles on Epstein Island. It's going to schools and roads and children and WIC and food stamps. So please keep paying your taxes. They really do help people. And also start making sure your taxes are going to helping people. You know what I mean? But like, they really, like, the world is functioning, even though it's not as functional. And even if you're religious, I mean, your Bible tells you those stories. Your books tell you those stories about government corruption and evil rich men. It's always existed. It's not new. Okay? So, you know, the life must be good. People must be treated fairly. And it starts with every single one of us also treating people fairly. Ask yourself, do I treat people fairly? Do I really do that? Or am I treating people unfairly because of my own problems? Because of my own biases? And start there, because you would be surprised sometimes, depending on where you are in your life, right? Okay. So this video, okay, I don't know how much of this we're even going to need to watch, but I want to introduce it as a part of the conversation at least, about Gen Z. An initiative came out a couple days ago. Let's watch one of our faves here.
Gen Z is the laziest generation, or at least that's what all of the other older generations are saying about us. We're lazy, we don't want to work, we don't take initiative, blase, blase, blase. These older generations love to come on the internet and tell us about ourselves. But is there any merit to what they're saying? Like, if everyone is saying the same thing, is there some truth to it? Like, just for the sake of conversation, is Gen Z the laziest generation? Hey guys, Steps Emergency, and welcome back to my channel. And today I'm in a little colored shirt because no one's going to tell me that I did not take the initiative to try and look good today. Got a new haircut, tried to dress up, got a little pussy bow going on right here.
I did notice right away that his skin looks so good and that everything about the aesthetic was really just perfectly put together, which plays into what we're going to talk about with clavicular later. There is something about meticulous attention to detail that makes our brains just go, oh my God, he cares. Oh my God, he cares. He must be trying. This is why clavicular is obsessed with every little detail of his face. And this is why there is a, how do I say this nicely? That's why sometimes classism plays a role in this too. I was just talking to a friend about like what we've invested our money in lately. And I was like, oh, I'm not investing any money in clothes, you know, fast fashion, landfills, environmental reasons. And also I've decided to put my money towards skincare. And I do see a huge difference, right? And I'm so happy with how things are going so far. I mean, I'm still on a journey, but I'm so happy with this little investment I made in skincare. I feel like it has done more for me feeling like the inside matches the outside more than clothes would do at this point. But I do think eventually clothes will have to follow, because we are animals and we like to decorate our homes. And I think that's really important. And I also think you have to be very patient with how you do these things. And I think as a girlie who used to buy shopping hauls every fucking weekend, you know, I have done a really good job at not buying all those fast fashion things lately. So I'm doing really good. But I can see why Gen Z might be at a stage where maybe they're only being fulfilled by fast fashion, or maybe they're only being fulfilled by buying new things, or they just don't know what is going to make them happy. Because I used to be a young person who used to absolutely spend all her money on clothes. So I get it, right? I absolutely get it. And I would say there's also a desire to look a little grown up. There's also a desire. Clavicular, by the way, is really young, guys. He's like 20. So just for context, like he's 20, okay? Clavicular, he's a baby and he's hanging out with 17-year-olds. He's hanging out with 18-year-olds. They're hanging out with children, and they're sitting here becoming famous and rich off of this idea of like looking like an adult? What are you cosplaying as? A sex symbol? You know what I'm saying? So this plays a role. So when adults go, oh, Gen Z is like the laziest generation, Gen Z is struggling in a world where millennials got a side hustle because they thought they would make them rich. And now you guys can't even afford a house. Where boomers thought their minimum wage job should buy them a house, right? Where like Gen Z is looking at all of us like, so none of you got your dream. Millennials didn't get their dream of owning a house. Boomers didn't get their dream of grandkids. And now Gen Z exists. Oh, and Gen Xers, who are they? Who even is Gen X? You know what I mean?
Here, I am locked in and trying to take the initiative, because today's video, it is about the conversation that's been happening online over whether or not Gen Z is lazy and or can just take initiative to do anything for themselves. And before the pitchforks come out, my friend, let me assure you that I have not abandoned you, and I am not succumbing to the stereotypes of our older generation, of our older brethren, my Gen Z comrades. But I do think after taking a look and doing a little bit of research, it is time we have an honest conversation about initiative and whether or not we do have it. And obviously, I'm not talking about Gen Z being the laziest generation and that we are entitled and undisciplined. That is such common rhetoric that is like spewed at us from like older generations, because we've talked at length in other videos about how that just simply is not true. However, when it comes to the initiative piece, I do fear that there may be, and again, hold when I say this, there may be some points in our general lack of initiative may be contributing to more aspects of our lives than we care to admit. Now, let me.
Okay, I really like where he's going to go with this. And it's going to be more than just getting a job. It's going to be social initiative, which I actually think plays a role in sort of the imagery that people see Gen Z as. So when I was younger, my parents always took the initiative and made sure we had friends. But they drop the ball in the way a lot of older parents do, where they forget that you can't just guarantee us some sort of childhood friend group. You have to watch us grow as the years go on. So generally speaking, one of the best things my parents ever did was make sure we had friends and make sure they always included the neighborhood in our birthdays, and make sure that we always included a lot of things, you know, a lot of social events in our calendar, because we were homeschooled for a big part of our lives. But where they dropped the ball was sort of like individual children who got lost in the mix, because, you know, there was 10 kids. And certain kids struggling to hold social status in the world because of the way that they appeared, right? It's not just a matter of socializing your kids, which I think is important. It's a matter of realizing your kids need to be socialized all the way into adulthood. I think eventually we think, oh, our kids figured it out in high school, they're good. You know how much bullying happens in high school? You know how much bullying happens in middle school? You know how much like problems happen in college? Like you're forgetting that your kids need you all the way into their mid-20s, 30s, 40s, 50s realistically, because you're still the older person with some sort of lived experience. So when you check out of the world, the kids can't come to you for help no matter how old they are, right? So it's kind of difficult. It's so he's going to kind of go into that, which I kind of like.
Explain what I mean here.
The Gen Zers that people are talking about will be going into a job interview that's on the second floor of a building. They came in on the first floor of that building. They text the interviewer, hey, I'm here. Mind you, in the email, it said that the interview would be on the second floor of the building and it gave you the room number. But you decided to text the interviewer, hey, I'm here, instead of going to where it said in the email.
There's a number of videos going around right now talking about this article from Fortune magazine published in January of last year, all the reasons why Gen Z is being fired at alarming rates. Now, I don't want to talk about why this checks out. What I do want to talk about is the number one reason that's been attributed to this, which is a lack of initiative.
Now, I hope by the end of watching those two TikToks that we do equally feel some frustration here. And unfortunately, this is the kind of behavior that is all too common in our generation. And I've personally experienced this from other young people in my life, whether they be Gen Z, Gen Z 2.0, or Gen
Okay, here's the problem. I do not believe that older people in their life are telling them anything. I refuse to believe that this just happened. I feel like this has got to be the result from nobody guiding you. Like nobody telling you, right? There's just no way you didn't just pick this up from TV shows or other kids. Who was the adults in your life that sat you down and said, okay, you go into the building, don't wait for them to text. Go upstairs, find the building room, be there 15 minutes early. When I was younger, my parents told me how to dress, how to talk, how to fill out resumes. They always said, fill out 100 resumes for one job. Now it's, I think, 800 resumes. I think that's what Gen Z has to put up with, which is crazy. Okay. They always told me to like fight for my position. They always told me to like be on time, always get to work 10 minutes early, sit in your car if you have to, but make sure you are never late. They always told me never make your boss work harder and also try to move up the ladder, right? Like obviously there was some like maybe not great advice in there, but generally they would have told me not to arrive and text. So I'm telling you, nobody is telling them. Like nobody is telling them. And then you have the audacity to blame them. And this is why I say I'm sick of kids and younger people being given more responsibility than the older people. It's like the older people are like, I'm old now. Ow, I just hit myself in the face. They're like, I don't have to do anything. And I'm saying, no, the older you get, the more responsibility you have, which also plays into, please follow me on this. I know this logic is crazy, but follow me on it. There is always this TikTok I will see. It will be like, okay, it'll be like, okay, it'll be like, you're like born, okay, and then you work your whole life, and then you die 5 years later after retirement, and they're like, this is misery, and I'm like, guys, that's called life. That's just called living, losers. That's what labor is, losers. How are you going to sit here and talk about you want a society that is responsible and does shit, and you're like, I don't want to do anything. I want to be on vacation 24/7. Girls, how are you going to be on vacation 24/7 and the world's going to move? Okay? Both conservatives and young people complain about this. Oh my God, I don't have to live for the work for the man. All we do is labor. Guys, good lives require labor. And they require guidance. And they require generational knowledge being passed down from generation to generation. This is just called your life, my bro. And then you willy-nilly bring kids into the universe. The same people, I swear to God, if you ever complain about life and then you bring kids into the universe, I'm going to slap you. Theoretically. Don't complain about a life and then bring kids into the universe. How dare you have the audacity to have to complain about responsibility in a world that is so fucking irresponsible? We have to live in this world. What do you think got us here? What do you think got us to the state of the world? An absolutely lack of responsibility. Conservatives don't want to take it. Nobody wants to take it. Why do you think these boomers are the way they are? Conservatives don't want to be responsible for the way that the world is, so they put it off on you guys, right? And I'm saying that's bullshit. Conservatives love to claim, just like the trad wives, they love to claim they're responsible. They're traditional wives. They're not that. Just because conservatives say they're responsible doesn't mean they are, girls. Stop giving them the credit they don't deserve. Because that's what's happening. We need to be responsible. So we need to be prepared. Okay? We need to actually be ready to be the adults in the room. Which is why, again, and I understand the psychological problem with always being critical of people will make people critical of you because they'll say, oh, you're always so negative. You can't find fun in anything. I'm sorry that I cover serious shit on this channel, but when I see grown ass people who say they're progressive, shipping adults together who are, by the way, 20 years of fucking apart, okay? 20 years apart, who also don't even share values, okay? On the internet being like, I'm going to start a rumor. I'm going to ship these two people together. You guys are driving me insane a little bit because you must be 12. You must be literally 12 years old, that you're not seeing how inappropriate it is that two people of opposite sex genders can't even have a conversation together without you guys shipping them together because they're in the same room together. What are you doing? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you want to talk about professionalism? How can people be professional if everybody, you know what I mean? Oh my God, a man and a woman are in a room together. They must be dating. Hello? Like, what are we talking about? Okay? That is what I'm saying. Like, you look at young people and you wonder, like, oh, why are they so... Hello? And people are like, we've lost the plot. Who are we talking about? Wait, I've lost the plot. I'm not... Okay, I am talking about you people. But I'm like, again, it's like hard because I'm like, why does nobody... Am I just a party pooper? I'm not. If you have a situation in which when two people are in the room together and they bring sexuality and sensuality into a conversation, I'll tell you the story in a second. Hold on. I want you to hear it without getting biased about who I'm talking about. And I'm saying the premise of this is bad, yes? It doesn't change because it's happening with your favorites. Okay? The situation doesn't change because it's your favorites. Men and women should be able to be in a room together, right? Should be able to be in a room together without everybody being like, oh my God, I've never seen him blush so hard in front of a woman. Oh my God, she's eating him up. Oh my God, I love seeing them together. Oh my God, I'm going to start a rumor about how they're dating now. Like, oh my God. And I'm like, first of all, she is 20 years older than him. Okay. And second of all, why are we even bringing that old school flirtation to a political movement? And it's because, and this is the problem, they're not really deconstructing gender or sexuality in the workplace, which, listen, I think you should fuck in the workplace if you want. I just think you should be more professional, right? In certain situations. But the audience, it's the audience, okay? Oh, he's so smitten. Oh my God, he can't control himself. Oh my God, look at the way she has him in a corner. And I'm like, this is so inappropriate. It's incredible. And I get it. Because she dated a white MAGA cop just a few years ago and she got dragged for it. So how progressive could she be, right? But let me show you my example, okay? This is I think Gen Z is shipping Hassan and Laverne Cox together because they are children. Because you are not deconstructing the gender pressure. And I think Laverne is moving into it because she's older. She's in her 50s. And I think Hassan is playing into it because he thinks it makes him look good. Okay.
How tall are you, Hassan? I'm only 6'4". I feel so demure standing next to Hassan Piker. My God, he's just so big and strapping, and I just feel so demure at my.
Like this is unprofessional, and people love it and ship it and eat it up because nobody is serious, right?
5'11", yeah. So how is it meeting me, Hassan? It was incredible. Yeah? Yeah. Now, you said you have a very narrow window of attraction. What is that narrow window? I can't say. Why? Oh, you would get... It's inappropriate. You like what you like, and we like what we like, you know? Yeah. Would I fall in that window, or am I outside the window? I mean, you can be honest. I feel like it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate, but... So I'm probably outside the window. No, I wouldn't say that. I would not say that. Okay. I would not say that. If people aren't attracted to me, that's fine, because... That's not what I'm not saying that at all, as a matter of fact. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
Is this not the most... Just hear me out. This is old school flirting. This is dated flirting. This is dated conversation. This is also masking. I think they're both heavily masking, and it's very deeply unprofessional, and it's not moving in a very good direction. It's very old school. Okay. This is how I would be with people. You flirt, you talk the game. I would have absolutely done this shit a while ago. But then I realized it really puts everyone in a bad position. It really is too unprofessional, right?
So there's still a chance. So what Hassan is saying is that that's private. That's none of your fucking business. And
That's what I'm saying.
I respect that. I actually like a man who's discreet. That's part of what I look for in a man, because I don't want somebody putting all my business out, you know, on Front Street, you know? Yeah. So good. That's very good, Hassan. Discretion is very good. Yeah.
Right? She's leaning on him. She's doing the flirty thing. She's touching him. You know, again, I'm not saying she's being inappropriate. I'm not saying he's being inappropriate. I'm saying this is inappropriate. This like, she's like, there's a pressure to it, which is why it's socially anxious. And all the audience is like, he's so cute. He's so autistic. Look how cute this is. And I was like, are you guys not seeing what this is? I'm not saying they had bad intentions. I'm saying this is the exact situation we are trying to move people away from. This is the exactly related to men in the office telling women to smile more, or women in the office using their sex appeal to get things, because this is how I was trained to flirt and mask. My mask is sort of a flirty, giggly girl mask. I completely murdered that mask after I was in the debate bro bubble for exactly this reason. Because now when I see it, as much as it felt safe 10, 20 years ago, it's deeply unsafe now, because it doesn't allow us to be liked for our brains or our activism. It just puts us in a position to appeal to patriarchy. It's about attraction and who do you sleep with and what are you into. And Hassan is put on this position now where he has to basically, you know, reassure Laverne that he's into her. And now we're forgetting she's 20 years older than him. She's in her 50s. There's no reason that they even need to be talking about being into each other. They're not in an appropriate age group together. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Hassan over 30 can't make a decision. He's an adult, but they're not even in an appropriate age group together.
Do we look cute together?
I don't know. We'll see.
See, don't we look cute together? And then it's like this faux flirting. None of this is realistically appropriate.
The public said.
Oh my gosh.
Austin is running.
Oh my God, you're so tall.
Chat says, I would argue the objectification and sexualization of trans women as sex objects may also dehumanize her into expecting her to flirt with men. Exactly. And then she's probably in a position where she needs to reinforce some sort of standard of attraction, because there's like, they're feeding off each other's insecurities in a way, right? Again, I'm not saying that either of them are bad. I'm saying this is downwind from patriarchy. This is downwind from the expectation that in a working setting, but the audience is eating it up. The audience is making it worse. The audience is playing into it. The audience is like, I'm going to start a rumor. Oh my God, he was so flustered. Oh my God, they were so intimidated. And I'm saying, ew, ew, ew. So how can I sit here? How can I sit here and look at Gen Z and be like, oh, they're the reason, when our elders are literally doing it too? She is our elder, and she was just dating a MAGA white cop 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2024. This is our elder in the community. Hassan is the grown up. He's in his 30s and he's playing into these narratives. And I'm saying, how can I blame Gen Z? How could I hold Gen Z to a higher standard than I'm even holding our 50-year-olds or our 33-year-olds? And I'm saying we have to do better so Gen Z can do better. But Gen Z is also using this because they're thinking, oh my God, yeah, this is cute. Guys, we gotta, you know what I mean? Shipping celebrities, shipping people, you know, we gotta deconstruct all of these things. You know, we got to get away from it, especially if we're leaders in the community, especially if we're the largest people with microphones, okay? And now you're playing this game, oh my God, will they, won't they? Will they, won't they? Same thing with Dua Lipa, or this idea of like, okay, right? So here's Gen Z who's deeply struggling with initiative in dating, which we'll get to in a second, initiative with jobs, initiative with social life, initiative with anything. And we're asking ourselves, what does initiative look like? When you're a millennial, this is what we're told initiative looks like. This is why we did it. Guys, when I was younger, initiative was like asking people out on dates. Initiative was putting your tits out there. Initiative was saying like, I'll sleep with you. Initiative was like, I'll get the job. initiative was going out there, except when we learned to take initiative, we also accidentally, violated our own consent in the process because our initiative was playing into capitalism and patriarchy. Right? Our sense of initiative was leaning on a man's shoulder. Okay, this is absolutely how I was raised.
How tall are you, Hassan?
How tall are you, Hassan? Oh my God, Hassan, how tall are you? Oh my God, can I touch you? Oh my God, can I rest my body against your body? Can I do my flirty little girl thing? This is how we were trained. And I'm saying we need to, okay? We need to, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm saying, look, it's right here. It just happened. This is recent. This just happened. It's happening even in the most progressive bubbles. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Okay? I'm saying, how can I blame Gen Z when millennials still haven't gotten it together? Gen X has not even gotten it together. The loudest people with the leftist microphones haven't even gotten together. How can I blame Gen Z? And so this narrative, this weaponization against Gen Z for not getting it together, for blaming them, saying they're the laziest, they're not having kids, they're not buying houses, they're not producing what we want of them. Girl, you know what I'm saying? So does that kind of make sense? Do you see how my brain is connecting the dots? Very neurodivergent to me, right? But do you see what I'm saying? I'm saying, how could I even start to blame younger people when older people can't get it together? Okay? The hope is younger people get it together. So do you guys get the connection? I know chat was a little confused for a second. Sorry, my brain moves really fast and I'm connecting the dots, but I probably could have transitioned better to that clip. It just happened in real time. I am in a live show. If I was recording this video ahead of time, I probably would have waited for a second and then built it up better. But I am a streamer. So does that kind of make sense? Are you guys, did I answer your questions about why I was talking about it? Okay. So that's the thing that I want there to be an awareness that all of this is connected. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, boom, let's move into initiative. Now we're just talking about work, but wait until he talks about relationships, right? Socializing, meeting with friends.
Alpha, and it is kind of frustrating. And from those two examples, as well as witnessing it digitally and in real life, it seems like we can be too passive. It seems that we as a generation come off as too passive, lacking common sense and critical thinking, and don't really know how to advocate for ourselves. And again, do not jump me. I'm saying this with love, and I'm not saying this on some holier than thou tip, because I know a lot of times I come on here and talk about like, oh, people got to critically think, media literacy is so down. And that may make it seem like I'm above it and I have all those things. When it comes to common sense, you can ask anyone in my life. That shit ain't super common with me. So again, this isn't me pointing the finger and calling y'all out. This is more of a holistic, let's call each other in and see where we can grow and where the older generations are getting a little off base and taking a little bit too many liberties. So please, let's listen and
Hold on. I'll even take a more radical stance. I think I'll take an even more radical stance. The sexual objectification that Austin usually jokes about, loving Hassan and Hassan wanting Hassan to be gay. I think it's so 2010 coded, like 2008 coded. Like a part of me is like, you know, gay men being like hypersexual and wanting straight men to love them and being into men and talking about muscles and the internet loving on it. Like, listen, and I say this as somebody who watched Fear and a lot, but I got burnt out on sort of the weird, like they weren't growing. And I was like so confused. I was like, why aren't they more progressive? And I get it. It's not popular. I understand the podcasts that are truly like queer deconstructing are just not as popular because like everyone wants to have fun and like we're the party poopers. I get it. But I also think that we wonder why the world is the way it is because we're the way we are. It's us. It's literally us. And I don't know how to say it except I'm just going to have to keep saying it. But it is us, guys. Us as a whole. Us as a community. Oh, I just want to have fun. I know. I want you to have fun too, girl. But you can go have fun at home in private because right now you're at work and life is too serious. And I get it. Like, because here's the thing. You want to just have fun. But when the fun podcast is too fun, you're wondering why they're not talking about Palestine. And then when they talk about Palestine, you're like, I just want to have fun. Why are you talking about Palestine? I get it. You just want to have fun. Don't we all? I want to have fun. But I can't just have fun because like I'm at work right now. You know where I have fun? Not at work. I guess I have some fun at work. But you know where I'm really having fun? In my house with my friends.
with an open heart, open mind, open spirit. Yeah, and if for whatever reason you're like, what do you mean by common sense? I have to say my favorite example of this is that whole iconic bean soup debacle where a creator posted a 7-bean soup and there were comments asking, like, essentially, how do you make a 7-bean soup without beans because they don't like beans?
This edit.
You know, are you seeing what I'm getting at now? Like, baby, if you don't like beans, why are you watching a 7-bean soup video? Maybe you're not the target audience. Maybe make some other kind of soup. Like, quite literally keep scrolling and find you another one if you don't like it. But like, even the fact that someone needs to come online to explain that to the commenter is part of this whole thing. And just be clear, because we will be talking about jobs in the job market, and specifically how we're seeing this phenomenon in the context of jobs, I am in no way, shape, or form blaming anyone for not having a job. Like, that is not the intention here. That is not how I'm meaning for this to land, because we have made too many videos on this channel talking about the current job market and the real impacts and reasonings behind.
And honestly, we already know what he's going to say about jobs. I actually want you, hold on, let me skip a bit because we've already heard this from him. I love his videos. We've heard this, but I actually want to skip to, hold on.
And how has this been extending into our professional lives? According to Fortune,
Okay.
Gen Z. And I know that older generations had a form of this, maybe going by a different name or for different reasons, but again, don't act like this is only us. Okay, so when we're talking about this whole initiative thing, why does it seem like we as Gen Z see initiative as extra work and going above and beyond? And how has this been extending into our professional lives? According to Fortune, the numbers are stark. According to a survey, 6 in 10 employers admitted that they had already sacked the Gen Z workers they had hired fresh out of college, meaning a few months after hiring them. Employers' gripe with young people today is their lack of motivation or initiative. 50% of the leaders surveyed cited that as the reason why things didn't work out with their new hire. Bosses also pointed to Gen Z being unprofessional, unorganized, and having poor communication skills as their top reasons for having to sack grads.
Damn.
And this whole issue really can be twofold, in that there is a learning curve in the professional world for new young employees, as well as a lot of times companies often do cut corners and do not invest in properly training new employees at times. And there are also scenarios.
I wish when we had these conversations, they would also lay out the kind of jobs and the kind of social situations. And I think this plays into sort of initiative with dating. How some people, I was watching a TikTok today that said that, I think it was Novina Media, I think that's their name. Talking about how like I would get rid of dating apps. I think that was what it was. Maybe I'm wrong. But I was thinking about that too. Like getting rid of dating apps isn't going to fix anything because we didn't have dating apps before and we were struggling because that's why we're all not. We keep pointing to one thing or another. It is a philosophical lack of meaning that is always going to haunt us as a species if we do not get it together. It's really hard. You have to accept that we're flawed. We're going to absolutely do things we regret. You have to make a safe space for people to apologize and move on. You have to do so much in order for things to get better, which is why sometimes meditating in the mountains sounds like a better choice because at least there I can actually become a better person, right? We talked a little bit about this environmental factors yesterday with Taylor. I think most of us who weren't in specific environmental environments would just not have made the same decisions. Now, even though our families are well-intentioned or our friends are well-intentioned or our bosses are well-intentioned or whoever is well-intentioned, if it is not the right fit, it can cause a pretty decent person to become a pretty indecent person. Somebody left a comment on my video, which is exactly my point, which is like people separate the monster, the evil away from themselves because they don't want to believe that they too could become the villain. But all of us are 2 steps away from becoming a villain. Hell, 1 step, right? It doesn't matter how much charity work you've done if you've raped somebody. Because now it's like, well, okay, but now you're a rapist. Yeah, but what about all this charity work I did? We're 1 step away. We're one video recording of ourselves away from exposing. We're 1 decision away. We're 1 angry, racist rant away from undoing all the things that we've done because now it's like an exposure of that evil within us, right? So when we have these conversations, I want people to understand that keep that in mind to humanize yourself, not the villain, and remember that it's that easy, so pay attention. It is very easy, right? Maybe we're 1 collaboration away from ruining our reputation because we double down on a collaboration and we're not willing to say like, my bad. Like, I'll be real, some of the greatest change that I've ever made in my life came at the urging of people that I respected and trusted. Partially, some of you in my audience, right? Like, you guys have to understand, as much as it sounds like you're complaining and just like ruining people's fun, you made me a better person. I mean, I made me a better person, but you inspired me to become a better person. And that's all we can do ever with everybody else is we need people in our communities. Now, that can't be everybody. You do have to be like somebody that like people either respect or trust the input of, or generally, oh yeah, you're right, that idea is better. Or you just have to have the right idea. Maybe it's not even about you specifically as a person, right? But you do have to have the right argument to move people within their values forward. And that's what we're looking for. If it comes out of the wrong person, it's like, right? If Elon Musk got on a microphone and said all the right things, it doesn't mean we're going to trust him. He might be saying the right things, but he agrees with me. I don't agree with him. You know, it's like it still has to come from the right person, which is why you do have to walk the walk. You have to do and say, and they have to match. Okay. So I do think it's really hard for Gen Z people to trust previous generations when they know all the bullshit. They see it. And also they're kind of sort of just winging it the way we sort of did, except it looked different. Don't get it twisted that in my early 20s, I was working 5 days a week, up to 3 jobs at a time, and I was absolutely drinking the fuck out of my liver every weekend. To this day, the smell of tequila makes me nauseous. To this day, I'm not even a drinker. I don't even like alcohol, but I really loved letting loose. I loved dancing with my friends. I loved going to gay bars. Okay? Like, we were out here doing it. Okay? Now it's just on TikTok. Now it's just being videotaped. Now it's just on the internet. We had MySpace and stuff, but we were not documenting our lives the way y'all are documenting your lives, okay? But we were doing stuff, okay? We were out here. We just also had jobs, but they were not paying our bills. Like, a lot of us were in debt. A lot of us had credit cards. A lot of us were barely making it. A lot of us were gathering, dollars at a time from our friends. Like, hey, you got $1? I got to fill up my tank. Hey, you got $1? You know how many times I went to the gas station? I was like, put $5 in this tank. I think I think I probably have even gone to the gas station and said, put $2 in this tank. You know what I mean? Like, we were out here struggling. It's just, there's no video evidence of it, but we were out here struggling. So there is like this myth that millennials weren't struggling. And the proof is like, we don't have houses. The proof is like, we're not even living those lives the boomers had. You know what I mean? So yeah, I was working all the time. I was doing all this, hustle, whatever. But I was also living my life. I wasn't responsible with money. I wasn't even thinking about long term. I was thinking about killing myself. I was like, kill myself a party as I was working. So from the outside, I mean, I was great. I was a working citizen. I was voting. I was protesting. I was paying my taxes. But also, I was both of those things. Okay? And a lot of us were just talking about how our job sucked and it was meaningless and what was the point of all of it and what did we really want out of life? We were having the same conversations, girls. Gen Z is not different. And you're going to get the blame the way we got the blame, right? From the boomers. And that's the very typical cycle of human social cycles, right? Older generation makes life better for younger generation gets blamed for not being successful, economy goes up and down, and then it cycles, right? They're going to start saying this about Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha is so annoying. 6'7", they're so annoying. Bro, you act like they're not just kids, bro. The way you are judging children so hard is so fucking cringe. You're judging a literal child. You're judging a literal child. A child. How about you judge politicians with that much, you know what I mean? That much passion. That's crazy. So it's a cycle. Don't do it. Don't continue the cycle. Okay? Stop blaming younger people. Start holding politicians accountable.
Where we can take that accountability. It almost feels like job proficiency is getting confused with going above and beyond.
I'm struggling with Gen Z learned helplessness. I work at a job where all of us have a lot of different roles. And every day, you know what role you are assigned, and it's on your schedule. And there's like 3 or 4 different places you can check your schedule. You can print your schedule. There's so many ways to know what your job is every day at my job. And consistently, I find that a lot of Gen Z employees, they just don't look or they don't care. Or a lot of them are showing up to work and saying, what do you want me to do?
And then there's the whole acting your way.
Okay, I've seen that TikTok before on my feed too. If I came into a job, because look, I'm very neurodivergent. I love you telling me exactly what I need to do. Because I do think like a lot of us aren't diagnosed. And a lot of it is habits. And also we just don't know. Nobody's telling us. Guys, how are we supposed to go from high school to our mom and dad's house, our parents' house, into a corporate office where nobody has interned us, no one has trained us, and then you're like, just do this job. Okay, what is the job? Like, what do you mean? How would they know? Did you train them? Did they get in-work training? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, did you train them? I don't know what you think happens in high school, but you know they're not teaching them anything, right? You know they're not teaching them how to go to work. So what do you think is happening? What a ridiculous idea that you think what is this training even coming from?
That we so often hear when it comes to the corporate conversation. And with how things are going, it really begs the question, like, have we taken this a little too far? And my answer to this might be a little nuanced. Like, I think the saying, this quote, can be useful because this can be helpful in jobs where you couldn't care less about a business. But I think in order to find success, you do still gotta at least act, even if it is your wage. Like, the whole performance of productivity, it sucks, it's stupid, and I personally hate it. I think it is so dumb, but unfortunately, it's one of the things that we just gotta learn. Because at the end of the day, work is transactional. And that's not saying that you should just like excuse everything and just let everything.
Wait. That's so powerful. Work is transactional. I think everything is transactional and nothing is transactional. Everything is made. Okay, there's two ways to look at this. This is why I wanted to show you this video, okay? Hear me out. So, okay. There's two, I'm going to be a little reductive. There's two spirits to the human being. There is the spirit of a person, the spirit of your life, and there is the transactional. Okay, transactional part of your life. Everything is transactional and everything is spiritual. Please stay with me here. I understand you're not woo-woo. I'm not woo-woo necessarily. Spiritual meaning sort of the metaphysical, tangible, sort of subconscious way of, conscious might have been better. It's the thing that we know is true, but we can't hold it in our hand. We can hold a transaction in our hand. You can call this the conscious, I suppose. And then this is the subconscious. But we can't hold the subconscious in our hand, but we know what's going on in the background, right? Everything is transactional, but the transaction becomes less superficial when you have a deeper relationship with it, like a calling, right? The calling allows it to be fulfilling, and then it allows it to be more in tune. Like, okay, I always worked a job, but it always felt transactional. Now I have a job that's still transactional, but it feels more fulfilling. It's more spiritually fulfilling, right? It's still transactional, girls. Like, whether we like it or not, I need to run a business, make money, make my customers basically invest in me. I know that's a weird way to look at you guys, but right? Like, I can't pay my rent unless I get ads, unless you watch my stuff, and unless you become members. Right? I am dependent on the transaction of you being members. That feels very gross and superficial, and I hate it. It feels very transactional. I hate it. And because it is also within my joy, and I think I'm really spiritually aligned with myself philosophically, I feel like I'm able to do it within my values and in a way that doesn't make anyone feel objectified, right? So I'm finding a way to do it that feels like it's a part of my calling. It makes sense. And I feel very, very good about it. Okay. I really feel like I have perfected at this point an ethical way to make money, to fund my bills, to like fund my lifestyle, and to live in a very like within my means attitude. So I don't make the most money, but I certainly make enough money to pay my bills. And I'm so grateful every day. Okay. When your life is just transactional, whether it's love or going to the gym or going to school or relationships of any kind, and it doesn't have the spiritual calling component, it will feel superficial. Friendships. People always say, Gen Z just can't make friends. Millennials just can't make friends. Boomers just don't have enough friends. Okay, so we all can't make friends. Stop making it generational. So we all suck. Okay, why can't we make friends? Because we have transactional relationships. We met in high school, we met in college, so we just became friends. We were in the same club together, we became friends. But the reason it doesn't feel like a fulfilling relationship is because it isn't sort of like a calling to the friendship. It isn't sort of a spiritual relationship with the friendship. It isn't a real, a fulfilling relationship. So then it's like, okay, why do I have new friends every 7 years? Because the transaction period is done. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with having transactional friends. I think there is something wrong when you as the transactional friend are met with somebody who thinks it's not transactional. Then it's not a consensual relationship in a sense, because how can I informed consent to a transactional relationship if you feel like it's more than this? If I say we are just lovers and then you go around telling everybody I'm your girlfriend, see, I can't consent to this now. Now we're having a different relationship. I thought we were just lovers. They're like, no, I thought we were dating. What? How could we're lovers. You're not my boyfriend. You're not my girlfriend, right? Same thing with friendships. I think we're just casual friends, transactional work friends, and you think, oh my God, this is my best friend. I'm so close to them. And I'm like, oh, wait a second. Hold up. Wait a second. Now, there is, like I said, a really good reason to have really healthy work friends, transactional friends, friends that there's no real deeper connection. You like them a lot, but realistically, like, you know, like, they're good people, but like, you know. And I think we should have more of those, but I think everyone should know what role they're playing. Because if you know what role you're playing, then everything will work cohesively. The issue is when you want a different role than the one you're playing. Then you start filling in what role you think you're playing, and it's inappropriate. It's kind of like, you ever met somebody in the friend group that, how do I say this? Maybe that's a bad example. You ever have somebody who works in an office with you or a work situation who, here's a good example. Pause. Which show is this? Help me. There's a show I was watching. I don't remember what it is, but they're trying to figure out who they want to be at the office. They're like, oh, I should be like the muffin guy. It's like, no, Brad's the muffin guy. You can't be the muffin guy. Fuck. Like, what do I want to be? Do I want to be the joke guy? No. Steve's the joke guy. You can't be the joke guy. It's like you're trying to figure out your role in the office. You're trying to figure out your role at work, your role in the friend group. Like, who am I in the role? Stop trying to find it by making it up. Just be it. You know what? Just be the role. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you keep trying to figure out which one you are instead of actually seeing which one you are. That's what I say when I do the meditative practice. Try to see yourself as a stranger. Who are you naturally? Not who are you trying to be? Who are you literally? Have you accepted that you are naturally a role already? And do you like who you are in the story, or do you want to change it? Because remember, like, when you're busy trying to be the millionaire badass, baddie, that's what I was trying to be. I was trying to be the millionaire baddie. I was like, why do I hate my life? Why do I hate capitalism? Why do I hate my life? Why isn't this working for me? And it was because I didn't see myself until I meditated. And I was like, okay, but who am I really? Oh, you're the opinionated, like confident, autistic, well-read girly who like doesn't care about like appealing to a certain script, but also, you know, you like your job and you like to work, but you also don't care about like money that way, but also you want to work, but also you do. Okay, hold on, Brittany. So you like to work, but you don't want to make money, or you want to work and make money, but you don't care about money. How is this helpful? It's like, okay, because you know those people who are like, oh, I don't even like to work. Nobody does. I love to work. And as long as it pays my basic bills, I don't care. What's hard about work is when it doesn't pay your basic bills, but I love to work. If I didn't have to work this job, okay, if I genuinely had like $1 billion, I would take, if I had $1 million, I would legit probably take a month off, go do a heavy reset retreat with myself and my partner, maybe a couple close friends, maybe not, maybe just alone, completely turn off my phone, and then I'd come straight back to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love this job. I would come back. And now that I have $1 million, I'd probably just have like the funnest time on stream, always talking about philosophy. I wouldn't even think about going, you know, getting views. I wouldn't even think about money. I would turn off all the ads on my channel, which, by the way, guys, members videos for 2026, I turn off the ads. So you should not get an ad on a video unless it's a copyrighted video. Then the copyright holder gets to run an ad on my video, even if I don't make money off of it. But if you sign up for memberships and you watch the videos, you should not get ads. I've turned them off. So, and the BoJack Horseman series, I turned off ads for that whole series because you guys are members. And so I just took that auto ad off so you guys can enjoy that. Thank you. Chaz says, how do you know what role you even are? You have to examine and look at the data. You do kind of have to see yourself as a stranger. Like, okay, can we tell what role he plays? Probably not, because we don't know too much about him. But can we tell what role Clavicular is trying to play? Or this girl maybe is trying to play, but Clavicular, like, we know what role he's trying to play, but is he that role? That's the question. You're trying, you know what I mean? You're trying, okay? You're trying to be a role versus are you this role? Andrew Tate is a grift. Sneeko and all these people, they're playing roles. But are they those roles? Are they playing they're basically performing, right? And I'm saying you're not joyful. Is this who you want to be? It's like men who are forced to work and be the breadwinners. Like, do you want to be the breadwinner, or is this the role you're forced to be? Who would you be if you absolutely didn't have to be the script you were given? Who would you really be? And it's be honest with yourself. That's why I have a brother. We just had this conversation about there are people who have careers and there are people who have jobs. And it's absolutely okay just to have a job. You do not have to like your job. You do not have to like working. You do have to pay your bills, but you do not have to love your job. Oh my God, I love my job. It's my dream. You do not need a dream job. You need a job. Even this dream of a dream job is bullshit. Yes, I have my dream job, but you don't have to have one, girls. You do not have to have a dream job. You have to have the right kind of job that pays your bills and makes you feel like, okay, I feel good about my job, right? And that's it. That's what you need. But because we live under patriarchy, especially, and capitalism, it's always telling you who you need to be. The feminist, the lean-in girly, all of this stuff, right? That's why I think there's a whole problem to it. Is like is this me or is this who I think I need to show up as? And by the way, I'm going to really listen to me when I say this. Unless you are completely deconstructed, and even then, completely introspective, completely gender deconstructed, completely eradicated, even then, you really do expect people to be a certain role. You choose the people you watch, the podcasts you listen to, the people you get inspiration from, because they fit a character or a trope you like, because they're giving you what you need. And people will try to fulfill that role because they want your approval. Whether you're a stranger on internet, a stranger in the comment sections, or a person at your church, or a person at your job. And so it's important for us to recognize these things can be true. And sometimes it's good for us and sometimes it's bad for us. But it is going to you're going to be haunted by some intrusive thought of, should I change my hair color? Because that's what people are doing right now. Wait, should I paint my nails a different color? Because that's what people are doing right now. Wait, do I want to change my paint? And then it's also okay to follow trends because it really is something you like. But Clavicular is such a good example of this because he is truly changing everything he is for other people. He said this whole premise of his belief is that the world expects you to look a certain way and your life will be better if you do. So he's going to do it. And I think there's some way you can do this that is good and some ways you can do it that is bad. As an example, I'm a big fan of grooming. I was reading about today how women and men actually do experience household chores differently, but it's not biological, it's environmental. So women get a cortisol spike. They actually get more anxiety and more stress from a dirty home than a man because women have been trained to notice and men have been trained to not notice. It's real. I notice it in people's grooming. I notice it in my space. I notice it. It's not biological. It is socialized. But this is why a lot of gender different relationships, even in gender fluid people, even if you have a trans partner, if they were raised a particular way and have not deconstructed, they will act the same. And they'll say, oh, this is a man thing, a woman thing. It's a socialized thing. And it's exhausting. It's the most exhausting feeling to notice every single piece of dirt in a house. But I do. I noticed it. I notice every single I notice when people haven't groomed. I notice when the beard is too long. I notice when your hair hasn't been lined up. I notice everything. And I'm like, what are you doing? Fix it. I notice it bothers me that my nails aren't painted. It bothers me. But I also don't beat myself over it because I know I just don't have the time. But it does annoy me when people do have the time and they don't do anything about it. It does annoy me. If I had the time and I didn't do my nails, I'd be like, what the fuck? You're dropping the ball because you know it does not look cute. Okay? So these are two different things as well. I know I don't have the time right now, so I'm not beating myself over it. It's not a big deal. I'll get it done. But when I have the time, I'm going to paint these fingernails. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying the result of hear me out, stay with me. The conclusion should not be, I'm going to let myself go. The conclusion should be, well, I'm not going to brush my teeth. The conclusion should not be, well, I'm not going to do my hair because that's just what people want me to do. The conclusion should not be, okay, so as a counter to clavicular, the counter should not be, well, I'm not even going to try. But also, clavicular took it too far. So when we talk about initiative, I love that This video started off with, I tried. I dressed up today. I got my hair done. This is not clavicular, but you see how he showed up, and we love him for that. You see how he showed up? That's what we want. We want people to show up. We want people to look like they tried. We don't need people to go clavicular, though. That's not what we need. And this is the balance that is philosophical. This is the biggest struggle of your life. We need you to make money. We don't need you to make millions. We need you to be healthy. We don't need you to have six-pack abs. Okay? We need you to be loving. We don't need you to fuck the neighborhood. Okay? We need you to be giving. We don't need you to give away all of our food. We need you. We need you. We need you. We want a middle ground. We want a balance. That's the point. Okay?
Fly by without asking for or demanding more. I think there still needs to be major reforms to the general working environment and work culture. But at the same time, you are hired to fulfill a service of the job description. So we at least got to do that without being handheld. Like those personal boundaries still 100% should be there because we have learned from the mistakes of previous generations that like no matter how much you work and how much you put into a company, they're still not going to care about you or think twice to lay you off, cut your pay, or just generally treat you terribly.
Hold on, I'm going to forward this a bit.
Gen Alpha is at a very unique moment in this whole situation around critical thought initiative and essentially wanting to put in the personal work to get the results that you're looking for.
Okay.
In a study about the critical thinking skills in Generation Alpha in 2024, 60% of the students demonstrated an average level of critical thinking, 20% showed a high level, and 20% showed a low level. Alpha children performed best in tasks related to inductive reasoning and fast evaluation, but struggled with analysis and critical assessment of information. And like, no shade to that article because studies are important, but I feel like teachers have been clocking that tea for a while now, saying that more and more they feel the need to over-explain themselves. And while yes, school is the environment to ask questions, relearn things, to understand, that's not this. Like, that's not what's happening here.
This was quite possibly...
I love that we have the same feed because I've seen this video too, but interesting video. Look at this.
One of the most irritating things when I was a teacher, I've never seen anything like it. Like, I would give students a worksheet. I would explain the worksheet. I would go over examples on the worksheet. I would answer questions about the worksheet. And I'd check in on the students like 3 minutes later, and I'd walk over to a student and they'd be like, I don't get it. Did you read the directions? No. Did you ask a friend for help? No. Did you ask me for help? No. Are you staring at your phone? Yes. Like, just the inability to overcome minor hiccups in one's path was crazy to me. The learned helplessness was like the hand-holding was something that I just couldn't do. And I taught high school, so I was hoping this would not be the case. But this was something that drove me nuts.
Teachers are having to lead the horse to water, so to speak, multiple times. Like they're having to wrangle that horse to the same pond and back multiple times in the same day. And it's only getting more noticeable with Gen Alpha, but it certainly started with Gen Z. Because while we're the first generation that grew up with technology, Gen Alpha is going to be the first generation that grew up with AI. And as we know...
Okay, but hear me out. How do you explain boomers doing the same thing when it comes to anything else, though? Like, boomers do this same exact thing when it comes to civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I just don't get it. Okay, could you try? No. Okay, why not? I don't want to. Okay, why? Hello? I'll give you the books. Here, read this documentary, or read this book, watch this documentary. No. It's literally an inability to desire curiosity or engage in learning. When it's kids, it's mostly how we're brought up. When it's adults, at some point it becomes a desire not to. But you are lacking the curiosity. You don't even care. You're not even interested in knowing, right? Like, that's why we have to, as a culture, encourage curiosity. As a culture, say, oh, have you guys all seen this documentary? Guys, conservatives are doing this thing where they're not even watching collective documentaries. Like, a lot of them don't even watch what's going on, like, on the internet, like Adolescence. I don't know anyone in my real life who watched that. Not one person in my real life told me they watched Adolescence. I didn't even watch it, to be fair. But, like, and that's a TV show. It's not a documentary. But, I mean, like, they're not watching it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even though it's popular and even though a lot of people are watching a lot of things, there are just whole groups of people that are never watching anything. They're just never watching it. Do you know what I'm saying? So when I think about that, I'm like, oh, you don't know what's going on, like, in any capacity. And I get, we can't keep up with all of it, right? I get that. But I'm just giving an example of, like, boys in schools talking about male adolescence. They think it's propaganda. They're not going to watch it. Okay? So a lot of it is curiosity, right? Chaz says, I don't think it is as much curiosity as comprehension in the case of school. Well, comprehension comes into this, but you will comprehend better if you're curious. Curiosity is the ability to say, oh, I'm not getting this. I wonder why. I'm curious why I'm not getting this. Oh, I'm not getting this. Maybe I'll ask, teacher, I'm not getting this. Could you help me? Curiosity allows you to ask the question. If you're not curious because you don't care and you don't want to solve the problem, you're not going to look into it, right? Now, I do think kids have to be excited about curiosity, so you also can't shoot it down when they're younger. So if you have a kid who comes to you, Mom, why is the sky blue? Mom, what is a bird? Dad, what is this? Parent, what is this? And parents are just shooting them down because they're tired. The kid will learn not to be curious. The kid will see no advantage to being curious. You also have to answer children when they ask you questions, okay? And that includes adults in neighborhoods. That includes kids who come up to you in the store and go, what is this? And I go, oh, it's a dog. What kind of dog? This kind of dog? And then you tell them, the kids ask questions because they're curious. So do not shoot them down, okay? And the same way adults ask questions that are curious, do not shoot them down. But here's the thing. Not all adults who ask questions are curious. Some of them are being little agitators, okay? Okay? Some of them are being little agitators. So that's the problem. Can I discern if you're asking me this question because you're being an agitator? Or are you asking me this question because you're curious? Because if you're curious, I will answer this question. Okay, right? I'm excited. Let's answer it. Right? Chet says, have you seen that study that kids' IQs are dropping? I haven't looked into the study, so I'm not sure. I haven't. I caution IQ conversations because I'm not really sure. Are you saying it's dropping further than what? Like generally, or because of education? Like, are we just repeating a cycle? Like, okay, this is how I assume the world will go because it's always been this way, right? It's not like kids are biologically able. You're talking about IQ points that can be changed, right? Like, this is how it will go throughout all of history. There will be peaks in which we're like, civilization has reached its peak, and then we'll go back down. It's like, oh my God, civilization IQ is low, and then we'll go back up. But I don't think it's a biological, like kids are unable to like get or have a better IQ in the same way kids aren't able to like get prettier or something, right? So I feel like what it is like there's a general rejection of education. So we were going up with education. We're like, yay, people should be educated. And now we're like, boo, education. And that makes sense that we would have less educated populations if we're shitting on education, right? Like we're shitting on conservatives have literally been shitting on education for 40 years. So your kids are going to be stupid because you're shitting on education. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't that make sense? So that's why I'm saying like you are making your kids stupid because you're stupid. And I'm not saying you're stupid because you're conservative. I'm saying you're stupid because of a lot of overlapping factors. One of which might be conservatism. But you can't just be stupid because you're conservative. There's a lot of smart conservatives, okay? But you are lacking in curiosity, plus conservatism, plus a lack of interest, plus blah, 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 your trauma, blah, 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 okay? It's not just because you're a conservative. It's a lot of things. I meet dumb progressives all the time, okay? I meet dumb people all the time for a lot of reasons. I'm stupid, okay? I meet myself all the time and I'm like, oh, I'm kind of stupid, okay? But it is a lot of factors. You can change these factors, okay? Okay. You know, again, we cannot go through life thinking everyone is stupid but us, because that sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it? Right? We can't actually believe everybody is stupid but us. It's literally improbable. There is no data to prove this. Okay? There's just no data to prove this. So again, okay, think about it that way. All right. Let's go back to the video.
From that MIT study on AI, ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement and consistently underperformed at neuro-linguistic and behavioral levels. Basically, consistent AI use eroding critical thinking skills, and I can only imagine that this lack of initiative and self-sufficiency is only going to worsen with the next generation, if we're already seeing this in this one. Like again, we already live in a world where information is just thrown at us, and we're trained and expected to just take it at face value. Like we see it with the way that our media has evolved. We see it with the way that our news has evolved, the way that we consume news. Oftentimes, news outlets just giving out inflammatory or eye-catching headlines and then providing like a 3-sentence summary of like what they consider to be the main points that are important that almost always leave out the important context to explain the story and reasoning behind the headline. But that was a quick aside. Getting back to the studies of it all, while the MIT study surveyed people from 18 to 39, which thus including millennials, it's important to consider who's using it most. And I do think scrutiny falls on younger people because they are entering entry-level positions, or at least different schools, so they're more likely to be observed by teachers, managers, and bosses. But so far in this conversation, we've talked a lot about how this lack.
Also, I just want to point out, does anyone know the meme of trying to do math with your dad? Does anyone know this meme? Literal footage of my father. Literal footage of my father. I think the scariest my dad ever was when he was trying to do math with the boys. And I was like, we need to stop this. Somebody call like 911. It was so scary. I've never seen an angrier just interaction in my life. I'm telling you, there's something so ridiculous about it, but like it's real. It's a real thing. And it's so scary. And this is what I'm saying. Fuck your phones and your TikTok. This was math with our dad. Okay? I genuinely never felt more terrified in my life than when my brothers were like, Dad, I didn't have a math question. And I was like, it's over. Because my dad's an engineer. And I was like, it's over. It's over. You're about to get beat. Like, you're about to get so in trouble. It's great. The yelling, why are you even coming home with homework? Isn't this why I send you to school? Why are you even coming? The amount, okay, do you know why I got away with it? Because I knew not to go to my parents for help. I would cry to teachers. I would sit in my classroom in my math classes and I would cry on the floor, 15 years old. And I'd be like, I'm dying, bro. I'm dying. I'm going to fucking kill myself. And he'd be like, don't kill yourself. It's algebra. I was like, I'm going to kill myself over algebra. He's like, can you talk to your parents about this? I was like, no. And then he sat there and he helped me and I passed my classes. If it wasn't for my math teacher, shout out, okay? I used to just cry at school. Because I'm like, I can't fucking do this. But the way it was like WWE in this house. And that's what I'm saying. Like, as much as we want to say, like, oh, it's the phones, it's all these things. I mean, they're making it worse, girls. But we had problems before. You know, our parents suck. Parents suck. I know parents are trying their hardest and it's already so hard. But girlies, that's what I'm saying. Stop making babies with peace and love. You can't handle it. I know some of you are already there. And God bless you. We're going to help you. But most of you can't handle it. I can't handle it. Don't have babies. Okay? I know you want babies, but it's kind of like the way you want a Ferrari. Hey, the maintenance is crazy though. You sure about that? And look, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a baby. I'm just saying, okay, you can't ask why the world is the way it is and then say, I'm so stressed. The world is so terrible. Let me make a baby. Hello? We keep making babies in an already terrible world. And then we're like, what the fuck? And again, if you have a baby already, we love your baby. Your baby's great. We're not talking about people who have babies now. We love you. But if you do not have a baby yet, can you please just think about it for a second? And I'm not saying we won't support you if you have a baby. If you have a baby, we support you. Okay? If you have a baby, we love that baby. That baby deserves everything. But if you feel pressured to have a baby and you're doubting it, don't have a baby. It's too much. It's too much to have a baby. It's too much to do a lot of things. Okay? All right? There's like too much. Chad said, how did you survive homeschool? Well, what does survive even mean? I also went to high school for 3 years and almost didn't survive that either because of bullying. It was crazy. Like homeschool was crazy because I definitely didn't get the education I needed. And then public school was crazy because the bullying was mad. It was just insane, bro. I had to transfer schools. My siblings dealt with bullying in school, transferring over. Kids are ruthless, bro. Like, and it's not like even the kids who grew up in high school, like from kindergarten up, because some of them did, like, shit's crazy. Kids are crazy, bro. And it comes from adulthood. A lot of the adults in their life a lot of the time. Actually, okay, hold on. Pivot. Oh, man, I told myself I wasn't going to do this. I told myself I was going to start making concise streams that got to the point, but look at me getting distracted. Pause, worth it. I don't know how real these are. They might be fake, but I think it's interesting. I don't know how real it is.
I've gotten from emails that I've gotten from parents, part 12. These are either going to make you shake your head or you're going to bust out laughing. Here we go. Up first. Dear Mr. Phillips, Ethan said the class went outside today and that it was windy. I checked the weather app and winds were reported at 7 miles per hour. I'm just wondering what the threshold for too breezy is. Ethan's hair was noticeably displaced when he came home, and this caused him significant emotional turbulence. Looking forward to your clarification on wind policy. Sincerely, Dad.
This can't be real, right? I feel like this has got to be fake. But then I have teachers in the family, like so many of the women, of course, in my family teach. And they're like, oh yeah, we get letters. Like we get crazy letters from parents. I'm like, there's no way, bro. Are these real? And they're like, probably. And I was like, what? They're like, they will send letters home. Okay. I had a cousin who became a teacher during COVID, and she goes, biggest regret of my life. I can't believe parents are this crazy. Parents would send her letters or send any of my relatives letters. Like, I'm trying to think of a good one that they got. Like, I'm sorry my kid has been absent for half the school year. Could you maybe just pass them because life's been really hard at home? It's like, so parents are in this position where you are having it hard at home, and I hate that for you. And also, if I keep passing kids who aren't at school, then I'm graduating adults who don't have the curriculum. And then you wonder why C's get degrees in college. And then you meet these men. Oh my God. My friend was dating a guy who basically passed college by cheating his whole way through. And she was like, ew, don't you think that's kind of gross? And he was like, who cares, bro? C's get degrees. I passed. What does it matter? I'm not going to remember college anyways. That's the attitude that I think is a struggle. How are we going to teach children? You know why? Do you know why kids do this too? Because boomers promised us a house and a dog if we went to college and got a job, and then we didn't get that. So we're like, fuck you. I'm going to like bullshit my way through a degree so I can bullshit my way through a job, so I can bullshit my way through a house, so I can bullshit my way through life. You can't keep letting people bullshit their way through life. Nothing good will come of this, right? Like nothing good will come of this. But if you do not give people a literal, not guarantee, but a high probability of success, it will feel like, oh, well, now I'm just going to lie on my resumes. I'm going to lie about why I quit. I'm going to lie about why I do everything I do. I'm going to think it's a game I have to win. I'm going to cheat my way to the top. You know, you can't give people, you can't have people who sort of like, again, nothing in life is guaranteed, but you can't give the result that we're getting now and expect people to be happy. You can't.
Next one. Good evening, Coach Phillips. Sophia mentioned she received a great job sticker, while another student received a superstar sticker. Is there a rubric that differentiates these two honors? Sophia is concerned that she may be operating at only 87% superstar capacity. Please advise on how we can elevate her sticker trajectory.
I gotta believe these are fake. That's what I'm saying. These gotta be fake, but he's saying like, they're not fake. And people are like, oh yeah, I took his class. I don't know how true they are. They could be fake. But just based off of the real teachers in my family who have gotten emails, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm just saying, like, parents and systems. The system isn't helping the parents aren't helping the kids hate the system and the parents, and it's a cycle. So if you're a responsible person and you know the system sucks and you know the system is fucked, why are you having kids? So that's the question you have to ask yourself personally. Why am I having kids in a fucked up world? Why am I bringing a baby into a world that I fucking complain about every day for a living? Right? Like, are you secretly like privileged in a way that I can't, take into consideration? Like, that's the question you have to ask yourself, and not from some weird bubble perspective of shaming you about having kids. I'm not trying to shame you about having kids. Like, this is the problem. It's like conservatives will tell you your whole life is useless unless you have kids. And then some people will shame you for having kids. And I'm saying, stop. Do you want kids, bro? And if you have kids, what kind of life you want to give them, bro? Can you give them that life? Man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Do you still want to have kids, though? I'm asking you to really ask yourself, not to judge yourself. Fuck judging yourself. I'm saying, do you want to have kids? First, do you even know that? Second, when you have kids, what kind of life do you want to give them? And can you give them that life? And if you can't, does that mean you'd rather not have kids? Or does that mean even though I can't give them the life I want, I'd prefer to have kids? Okay, why do you want kids? It's just asking the right questions to get to the real answers. But you have to shut out the noise, bro. You got to shut out your mom telling you I want grandbabies and your neighbors telling you when are you going to have kids and your friends saying you got to catch up. You got to ignore all of that and really ask yourself, do I want a kid, bro? And even if you want a kid, are you going to have a kid? Right? Even if you have a kid, do you know what I mean? Chat said, I wonder if we're going to talk about the mother who got it bad on TikTok for her letter to her teacher for her child's grades and handwriting. You know, I did go on a deep dive of that story, but I never covered it on stream. I actually have like a pretty radically different opinion than everybody on the internet, apparently. I actually take the mom's side. I actually think the mom is right. I think the teacher's wrong. I think everyone's wrong. I think the mom is right. But maybe we could revisit that tomorrow. Not today, but I could. I don't know. Did anyone follow that story? Does anyone care? I did go down a rabbit hole. But yeah, I did think the mom was right. But probably not for reasons people think, but kind of, yeah. You think I should make it a commentary video? Because you guys know I formally stopped the podcast. Fun story. I formally stopped it, guys. We're not doing Spotify. It's not working. I've been doing it for 5 years. It has not picked up traction. So I'm ending the podcast formally and I'm switching to commentary because remember, this is a job. And it's not picking up steam. And I think it's because of the way I format it. I'm too autistic to format a real podcast. So yes, the commentary. But yeah, I could cover it. It might be better to cover it. I don't think it would get that many views is the problem. The commentary videos, they really take so much effort and time to make. So I don't think it'd make the views. I can't figure out how to make that, not viral, but good. But I might be able to cover it on stream for sure. I'll definitely think about it for stream. We could cover it tomorrow probably. Or maybe, no, you're right. I'm sorry, pause. You're saying because I'm making a parenting video. Is she Gen Z parent? I'll revisit the story. If it works within my Gen Z commentary video, I'll add it. If it doesn't, we'll cover it on stream. We could do that. You know what I mean? Chat said, I think stuff like this could be your way into short form content if you're looking for an angle, kind of like Britt Hartley giving short takes. I don't know. Who knows? Like, that's the thing is like, I don't know how to tell you that short form takes so long. Like they make it look easy, but it is so much work. Like I know some people just turn on a phone, but I can't find the hours in the day right now. Girls, I can't even paint my nails. So it could be a lot of things. That's actually a big part of my meditation journey this last few weeks has been like, okay, I'm doing too many jobs. I need to stop doing something. I can't stop doing streams. I love it too much. I don't want to stop doing commentary, but I got to stop doing all these jobs. And it makes me sad because I really want to do it all. You know what I mean? I do want to do it all. I can't though. That's why when people say like, I hate working, I'm like, I wish I hated working. I wish I hated all of these things I wanted to do so I didn't want to have to do them. But I want to do them all. I know.
Lack of initiative has been impacting us career-wise, professionally, and tangentially in schools. But I think that this general lack of initiative does trickle down into other facets of life. Like, let's ask ourselves, does the loss of critical thinking and self-advocacy extend past the academic and professional? Yeah. And this is purely observational, but I do think that this plays out in our social scenarios. Again, not every situation is the same, and this isn't me blaming you for certain aspects of your life, maybe not working out, but I do think this is seen in our friendships and our romantic relationships at the moment. Because think about it, some of the main gripes and problems that we see talked about on social media when it comes to friendship, community, and relationships is that no one wants to put in the work, and that people are non-committal, non-communicative, not emotionally regulated. And I think some of that can be attributed to the lack of initiative that we see from us. And again, when it comes to the friendships and the romantic aspect, we do have other videos going more in depth in that. But when it comes to the things like building community and these struggles that people express with that being like the lack of people following up or the general maintenance that's required of personal relationships, like sending those follow-up texts, going to events that you don't necessarily 100% feel like going to, or just even being forward or proactive with establishing, making, and maintaining plans. Like when you want to make plans, establish a date, time, place, and location, babes. Like why does it feel like when you want to hang out with people, you got to hold their hand through the whole process, to jump through so many hoops just to meet with people you already know you like in real life? And don't even get me started on dating, like the lack of initiative that's taken in dating from from both sides is kind of crazy. Like, what do you mean? What do you bring to the table? What do you mean you want a hunch on me? Like, take me to dinner first, but you won't even plan that. And I do almost believe that we have this.
Wait, I saw TikTok that said, or an Instagram post that said, I'm sorry, friend, for whoever traumatized you in the past. You do not have to Venmo me back for the $3 chicken nuggets, something like that. And I will just say this. You do not have to Venmo me back for $3 chicken nuggets. But if I pay every time we go out and it's every day and it's $3 every day, Habibi, that's $90 a day or $90 a month. You got to pay me back. That's a phone bill, Habibi, a phone bill. You better pay me back, bitch. Okay. If it's on occasion and I want to splurge on my friends, girl, do not pay me back. But if it is, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, okay?
Rational fear is like coming across as annoying or too clingy or like caring too much or like being too chalant. If you ask follow-up questions or just...
also, you don't have to Venmo me back because I would tell you. But if I do not specify that I'm paying for you, you better pay me back. Right? Like, I do not take for granted that people have limited income and that people do not spend their money the same way. And so you do not know people's financial situation. You do not know if this is, you know, your friend has the money, and instead of your friends needing to always tell you where they are financially, I would rather just like, you know, I would not assume people would pay for me. I do not take assumptions. So that's important too.
Too eager to plan things out right away. Like, I always think of that one meme of like Squidward in like the box when he's like homeless and people are like, this is what it feels like to ask your friends to hang out, which real. But I do also think that we need to detach from that idea, or at least reframe it and see it as taking initiative. Like, if you want to go see that movie with friends, you better ask them, or at least hound them down a little bit. Like, it's okay to want things. And I feel like when it comes to the social side of this all, we as a generation have idolized the sense of detachment and the sense of nonchalance, the sense of numbness that comes with social interaction, where people's like, oh, we don't need to chase anyone or chase anything.
Okay, fun loophole, because I don't know exactly what Gen Z is talking about when they talk like this. If Gen Zers in the chat can inform me, that'd be great. My sister messaged me today and she goes, oh my God, this is so cute. And I just noticed. It took me forever to notice. A couple days ago in Pal World, I crafted her a rare gun so she could have a better weapon. And I built a box on her base because we're in a guild. And I left a sign that said, for my sister. Really cutesy, really good autistic moment for the both of us. And I left her a gift. And then I logged off. And 2 days later, she logged on when I wasn't awake. And she was playing by herself. And then she noticed it. She goes, oh my God, this is so cute. And like that, as superficial as it sounds, is an amazing way to feel loved in community with people. And to say that I was thinking about you. And this is for you. And it's like so fun, right? This is the way that at least I maintain a lot of connection with my friends. Or like sometimes, you know, you just send a meme because you're thinking about somebody. Or, you know, if I live nearby certain people, I'd see them more often. Or sometimes, okay, I have these friends. I love my friends, but some of them are homeowners. I have a couple of friends, actually, fun fact, that are homeowners and even younger than me, some of them. Like some of my friends actually are doing the millennial dream, right? And they'll be like, oh my God, come stay with us. Like if you're ever in town, they know we're not going to stay with them, but I love that they invite us over. That's so sweet. But like, that's just a gesture they make to say, we love you. And I think that's beautiful. We're not going to do that because my partner, especially, like we're just very like private. We need our own hotel room. We love staying, you know, we love the idea, but like realistically, it just works. We're at that adult age too, where like we'd prefer a hotel room. That's also the part of respecting people, is to realize you turn into two types of adults. The adults that always sleep at people's houses, or the adults that get hotel rooms. I think we're definitely the adult who gets a hotel room. You know, we just need a safe space to talk, to rant about our life, to talk about chronic illness, to have sex. Like we just need a space that I feel like I'm not sharing a wall with somebody I know, right? I'm at that point in my life. But just the fact that I'm invited is such a beautiful, gracious way to say, I trust you in my home. Like, how beautiful is that, right? There's something really special about that. So don't take it for granted. Take it for what it is. It's a message of saying, I feel good with you. Like, how beautiful is that, right? And of course, like Chet said, if they give you options, if I do need something, I can. And I think that's also beautiful. There's just something about it, right? And again, I think the best thing you can do is recognize the people that you're around might not actually be people you're meant to do life with. I think that's the part where people are struggling. Like, is this a friend in my life that I have a transactional friendship with, which is totally fine. Those are good friendships. Or is this a person that I'm going to have a deeper connection with? Those people you need to make different decisions with. Those people require different types of catch-ups. Like, even if it's every few months, which it is often for me, right? I can't even find 2 hours of my life to do my nails, which, by the way, takes all of my brain power. And again, reminder, I think this is the biggest part of this that I think everyone is forgetting. We are disabled, right? Like, we are neurodivergent. I don't know how much of Gen Z is disabled and neurodivergent and doesn't even know. They're all smoking. Guys, you guys are smoking vapes like there's not about to fucking kill you. You know what I'm saying? Like, the habits you guys have formed in your youths, acting like it's not going to have any fucking consequences on anything you're doing. Habibis, with peace and love, you guys are smoking like 50 cigarettes a day. Like, I am not a vape girly. And I know, like, hello? Like, I love that people are sitting here like, man, I'm so lonely. Man, I have no money. Man, I have no community. Man, I feel horrible. It's like, yeah, I hate to tell you this, but 8 hours of sleep, drinking lots of water, and eating a nice, well-rounded meal will end up helping you. And I know it's hard because you're probably dealing with other layers of neurodivergency or disability, and it's even harder. Okay? So I get it, but I feel like maybe we should talk about those things. Because again, and I say this all the time, even if we fix the system, is the system going to come brush my teeth for me? Even if the system gets fixed, are they going to come help me shower? I love showering, by the way. I'm just using the me as an example. You know what I mean? But like, is the government going to come into our house and help us like wipe our butts? Like, we're still going to be disabled. So the system should fix itself, obviously. And we are going to have to really learn about how to function. So how are we going to figure it out? You know, what's the tool that works for you individually? Ironically enough, this actually is going to be individual. It's called custom. So that's the other part of language we use that's confusing. Like, oh, we agree the collective should work together 100%. And we agree that it shouldn't be so individualistic. And yet the solutions might be. Like, the solutions actually might be individualistic. And by the way, I don't mean to shame anyone for smoking, because obviously, like, if you want to smoke, you should smoke. I've smoked in my life. Like, if you want to smoke, you can smoke, girl. As long as you also take into account just to prepare for dying young, lung cancer, all that good stuff, you know? But, you know, again, so there's all of these things that play a role between, this is why I say introspection, extrospection, introspection, extrospection. We're going to get into this with clavicular. We're almost done with this video. We're going to move into clavicular very soon.
Social interaction, like if it's meant for us, it'll come for us. And in some cases that is true. And there are pieces of that are true. But I think we also do need to acknowledge that we need to put in work to have things arrive to us. Like, not chasing does not mean not putting in effort, because to chase is to pursue something without reciprocation almost indefinitely. What I'm asking is to put in a little bit of that elbow grease, to put in a little bit of that effort to get the outcomes and efficiently attract the outcomes that you're trying to pursue. And I really don't want this to come across as like a dig towards us as Gen Z. And I don't want to give older generations any more ammunition to rat on us, but I do think there is some merit in what is being said. I also do think that older generations are doing too much with it and are refusing to also acknowledge their participation and involvement in the cultivation and contribution of this behavior.
And 100%. That's exactly me too. I don't want to give old people any more ammunition. And also, like, Habibis, there is a solution for this. Okay, I promise you. Let me show you. So let's get into it. Now that we have an idea of like sort of the liberally more progressive take, because we're going to hop into more of a conservative centrist take. So I just wanted to give you some, a good foundation. You know what I mean? Okay, ready? I found this philosophy video on clavicular, and it's so good. Okay, listen to this.
Nietzsche warned us about. Friedrich Nietzsche was Clavicular is what Nietzsche warned us about. Friedrich Nietzsche was a 19th century German philosopher who had a chilling warning about the future. If you gaze long enough into the abyss also gazes into you. Some people see Clavicular or Braden Peters as a self-help creator or an influencer to help you increase your looks. Other people see him as entertainment, but I see something much darker. I see the exact cultural sickness that Friedrich Nietzsche diagnosed over 100 years ago, fully optimized for the internet age. I see Nietzsche's worst fear, living, breathing, and streaming, contaminating the youth and future generations.
Is he dead?
Friedrich Nietzsche famously said, God is dead. And a lot of people misinterpret what he meant by that. He wasn't making a religious argument. He was giving a warning. You see, for much of human history, people believed that their lives pointed to something higher. God, truth, virtue, being a good person, something that was beyond themselves. And that higher meaning, it gave life direction. It made people share with others when they had little. It made people forgive each other when they wanted to seek revenge. It made people restrain themselves when anger would have felt better. It made sacrifice and living unselfishly make sense. But Friedrich Nietzsche believed that in modern times, people stopped believing in that higher source. And when the reason to believe in something higher fear fades, so does the reason to act beyond yourself. This is the birth of nihilism.
Okay, I do agree, because we do philosophy through pop culture here. I do agree that clavicular is nihilism repackaged through capitalism. Okay, I want to show you. I want to hop around a bit. Cole Hastings, he makes video essays. He does a pretty good job, kind of a centricity kind of boy. And he made this video recently. We're not going to watch it. I'm just going to show you some of the parts about why Gen Z abandoned morals for money, right?
I went to see Catch Me If You Can with my parents. If you aren't familiar with it, it follows a teenager named Frank Abagnale, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, who becomes one of the most successful bank fraudsters in US history. However, that is not the part of the movie that I found particularly fascinating when I suddenly gained consciousness a few years later. What really intrigued me was how this character could convince so many people to do whatever he wanted through sheer confidence alone. He faked being an airline pilot, a doctor, and a lawyer to such a believable degree that he was instantly offered jobs and money wherever he went. Frank hadn't even finished high school, and he probably wasn't the smartest guy ever, and yet his incredible sense of self-agency allowed him to become more powerful than anyone his age. We hear stories of fraudsters and
Pause. I think the reason Leo does such a good job playing a fraudster is because he's handsome. Wolf of Wall Street, Catch Me If You Can, clavicular is that manifested in modern day. Clavicular is the handsome, sort of branded person who basically is bullshit, but because he is adhering to some sort of beauty standard and expectation of goal, people will eat it up. I had a brother who was like obsessed with like Wolf of Wall Street and, oh my God, I love this guy. He's like a real guy, man. He's so cool. I was like, he frauded a bunch of people and was like incredibly abusive and cheated on his wife. He's like a bad person. And my brother was like, nah, bro, he's cool. Then all the boy remember when the real guy was being interviewed on all the boy podcasts, and now clavicular is on every fucking podcast. Okay. And trust me when I say this, I don't trust any podcast that talks to clavicular, because that's what you're doing. You're platforming a scammer. Now, I think clavicular, though, or just the part of him that I think is organic and real, stay with me here, is he is a boy. He's a teenager. He's a young kid. Okay, I think he just turned 20 or 21. It's debated on the internet. Some people, he was caught on camera saying his age was 20. And then some people said, didn't he just celebrate his 21st birthday? So there's a little bit of a lie going around. I don't know what the truth is, but he's a kid. You can see it in his face. All those people who say he looks older, I think you guys have forgotten what a kid looks like. He looks like a kid, okay? But with that said, if you look at him, I think there is some part of him that must really believe that this is true, because look, it's working for him. He did the thing. He proved society was bullshit. He took the nihilistic road of saying nothing matters and you're never going to get anywhere, kind of black-pilled, unless you're beautiful or something else. So he did it. He made himself beautiful, and look what he's rewarded with: fame, women, money, status. Look how he proved society correct. So now he will be reinforced in the belief that none of this matters. Life is useless. There's no real goals in life except being attractive, right? So then this happened, okay? Very controversial. He was with when he was 19, he was dating a 17-year-old, which he goes, it's okay, guys, we're 2 years apart. Again, it's a very specific bubble. And he is on stream dissolving, quote, fat from her face. He is sticking needles in this girl's face.
Those were lipolysis. Yeah, those were lipolysis agents, so called Aqualux, right? It's a fat dissolver, and we were like doing localized lipolysis, essentially. Why? Because we're going for more facial leanness, killing fat cells. Yeah.
Right? So a doctor actually, you probably know him. He makes like videos on facial reconstruction surgery or stuff like that, like surgery videos. He made this video.
This is pretty crazy. I mean, clavicular has done a lot of questionable things, but I think this is up there as one of the most concerning. He's essentially injecting what looks like maybe some filler into this girl's cheeks, and I don't think that he's doing it very cleanly. I mean, first of all, he's not wearing any gloves. I highly doubt that he disinfected her face.
So clavicular says it's not filler, it's fat dissolver. I don't know the difference. Sounds different. but I don't know the difference.
Prior to these injections, and who knows what he's even injecting here. Where did he get these supplies? What are his landmarks here? Does he know where the main blood vessels are that he could potentially hit and cause different problems for her, like necrosis of the skin, different types of other problems like infection and nodule formation, and maybe even blindness? And does he know how to reverse the effects of some of these complications with something like hyaluronidase? Does he have that available at his disposal? Regardless, he is not licensed to do these types of injections, and doing them on a live stream or however he's doing them here should be considered, highly illegal.
So there's blood on her face. Looks like there's a blood stain on the bed.
And something that I think should not be condoned. I've spoken out in the past against the DIY community when it comes to filler and even Botox.
This reminds me of BBLs done illegally. Guys, stop getting your BBLs done. Stop getting your facial stuff. Stop. Nothing is worth it. There's almost no amount of medical care that could ever be done better on the black market than saving up and going through a real doctor.
And other things like threads and whatever else people are doing to themselves. But this is something that is highly dangerous if done incorrectly, and really probably should not even be on the internet. Yeah, this
Definitely not on the internet. Look who it's influencing. Here's this video. Okay. This is that comedian guy that's annoying as well.
17-year-old girl's face with fat dissolver.
Well, because they don't realize how low the risk profile is for doing something like an Aqualux, right? This can't cause any vascular occlusion. So the worst that really could happen if you were to do something like Nicovane is just slight bruising. Like it's extremely safe to do Aqualux.
Yeah, but by that argument, couldn't you also just do it to like a 10-year-old and the same effect would still apply?
Well, someone who's 10 years old is going to have their facial fat redistribute a lot of times and go through a lot of lipogenesis throughout their years.
Couldn't you say the same about a 17-year-old? Maybe not as much as a 10-year-old, but...
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's a little bit early in life to be doing certain things like that, but...
Because he knows some words that other people don't know, people think he's smart and he knows what he's talking about.
So maybe don't do it in the future?
Well, the risk profile is so low where it's not really that big of a deal. I just wouldn't want to personally go through all the swelling phase from the Aqualux, the oil sitting in your cheeks, similar to this guy right here, just for the lipogenesis to occur once again.
So you were trying to make your girlfriend look like this guy?
Not my girlfriend, but
whoever it was, that girl that you were with, you wanted her to look like him? That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a pretty good looking guy. And you said...
Okay, so then here's the girl.
Like chopped shit because... So right now I'm like chopped shit because of the Aqualix. My face is just so fat and bloated right now. This one it went through my cheek a little bit. Not gonna lie, but
She said it went through my cheek a little bit, not gonna lie. So does that mean he stuck a needle in her cheek and went straight through the other side? Is that what she's saying?
I mean, it's chill. But just some updates. It hurts a little bit, but it's healed perfectly. No lumps, no bumps. So go to just update chat. And that's also why my cheeks are fat as fuck, is because there's Aqualix. So there's an oil and it's dissolving the fat in my cheeks. So hopefully, I don't know how long it'll take, like 2 weeks was said, and maybe it'll really show off my bone structure even more. So right now,
so again, right? Chester the Cloverfield always seems nervous. Well, he's a kid, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's kids pretending to be adults. This is a problem. And the worst part, and this is why I'm very critical of people who platform him, adults keep interviewing him on podcasts. Grown men in their 30s and 40s keep platforming this man, this boy. And then he is being, again, he's being reinforced by society to see the value in his work because you keep giving him a microphone. Okay? You keep validating him.
Yeah.
all natural, and I'm 17.
All natural. Whoa. I'll leak.
No, she's 21.
I'll leak. Get in the car right now. Or I'm done. I'm on stream. W17, bro. Bro, 17 is fine, dude. Get out of here, buddy. I'm 19. It's 2 years difference. She's turning she's gonna be 1 year. Bro, relax.
You know what I'm saying? It's a very specific type of bubble, but he's being reinforced. And this is why I say, like, men and boys are, the eating disorders are up, body dysmorphia is up. Like, this is the new generation. And that's why I'm saying it's not good. The fact that people are like, girls have been doing it forever, it's not good for them either. It's not good for any of us to be obsessed with every spot on our body. It is not good for us to keep seeing this as a deep and direct representation of who we are as a person. It is not good for us to be obsessed with bone structure. It is not good for us. It's okay to want the inside to match the outside. It's okay for the right reasons to get surgery. It's okay to do a lot of things, but this obsession is crazy. So now it's funny because one time on my Discord, was it Discord, guys? I was mentioning phenotypes, or was it stream? And somebody was like, oh my God, I've only heard that word be used in like alt-right bubbles and anti-trans bubbles or something like that. And I remember thinking like, oh, I get it from this channel. The Quavos channel, or Quoves, or however you say it, right? Oops, we've already gone over that. The Quoves people, they offer you, Chad said it's a science word, but okay. But people associate it, I guess, with the clavicular and kind of bubble because they have this obsession. I'm saying it is okay to want to improve your aesthetics, but not to appeal to the masses, but to make the inside match the outside. So let's look at this really fast because I want to show you. So Quoves offers a thing that even I thought about doing for funsies. I think it would be kind of cool to do it because let me just tell you, after watching this girl's video, it just reinforced in me so significantly how it's a hit or miss. Like getting a nose job. A nose job can either improve the way you feel and make you feel amazing, or it's never going to satisfy you. And you just, a lot of the time, you don't know which one it's going to be, but you can know, which is why I never got a nose job. Just a reminder, you will never shame me for even thinking about getting a nose job. But the reason I will never do it, most likely, I say never because, you know, it's just set in stone for me in my head, is because I do not think it would make me look better. All those people that are like, it would make you look better, I think they're wrong. And you would have to have such a perfect surgeon. I don't think you understand how unique my nose is. I have a very unique nose that to make it look much different, you would need a very good surgeon, okay? And I don't think they exist. But look at this. This is an example. She paid $160 to LooksMax, basically, because that's what this offers you from Quoves. Here it is.
$160 to find out what I'd look like at
Oh, why is the volume so low? Hold on. Let me get the volume up a little bit.
my maximum attractiveness. So this is my normal self, which they said was 49 out of 100. And then this is my after image. They said would be much closer to my most aesthetic self.
Okay, pause. Look at that again.
So this is my normal self, which
So this is her normal self. Okay, right away, I can definitely see like certain things that I'm like, okay, there's like some asymmetry, right? Like symmetry, desires from people, whatever.
they said was 49 out of 100. And then this is my after image.
So this is the after image, and there's a lot more symmetry, okay? It is not more different. Actually, you know what is the most difference? Her video. She is so much prettier in motion. I think I'm much prettier in motion. I think I am beautiful in movement. I think when people see me in real life, they're always like, oh my God, you're so much prettier. And I was like, yeah, because I look good when I move. I photo bad. I don't photo as good, even though I think I do a lot of really good photos, right? I think I take a lot of really good photos. She is so beautiful in motion.
They said would be much closer to my most aesthetic self. I don't know if I'm a big fan of the after, but every time I've seen other people's afters, I'm like, oh yeah, that's more attractive. So I think it just takes getting used to. They have a lot of...
I think her after isn't significant enough to do it. I just don't think the after was enough. I think if she wanted more extreme, like maybe, because I noticed they didn't do much of a nose job or anything else. Like, look at it.
Which they said would...
So she has some like, you know, asymmetry in her eyes and her mouth. You can tell there's different sides of her face or different, which, you know, is impacted by the way you sleep. It's impacted by so many things, right?
It's 49 out of 100. And then this is my after image.
And then everything's a little bit more symmetrical. Her chin is the pointer at the bottom. Her nose actually didn't get a significant change. So I actually think she could accomplish this pretty easy, but also it's not necessary because it's not that much of a change.
They said would be...
I think it's like getting a hairdo. One of the best, most fun parts of getting your hair done is it looking significantly different and amazing. When you go to the hairstylist, you're like, oh my God, I'm getting my hair done, but it looks the same. No one's going to be like, oh, yay. The fun part is the idea that it looks completely different, but you rock it, right? Like that's kind of the fun part of the change.
be much closer to my most aesthetic self. I don't know if I'm a big fan of the after, but every time I've seen other people's afters, I'm like, oh yeah, that's more attractive. So I think it just takes getting used to. They have a lot of recommendations. They recommended filler in my top lip, filler in my chin, a collarbone mid-length haircut, eyebrow threading, lash lift, and a few pretty chill facial.
You don't pretty not the worst things, like pretty easy changes
and things like that.
Well, easy is relative, but
so I'm probably going to implement some of this now that I know it, so follow for the results.
Okay, let's see if she did the results. I don't think she did. I think this is to maybe see.
Hey, my name's Kara. I'm an
Okay, no.
Everyone's saying that I paid
Oh, hold on. I want to watch that. Wait, where was that? This one.
I paid Hey, my name's Kara.
No.
I went
this one
to everyone saying that I paid $160 for an AI prompt, sort of. But here's why I don't care. I could ask ChatGPT something and 30 minutes later ask the same question and it would give me a different response. So I'm not huge on trusting it. Whereas the Coves thing has a whole team that is dependent on making their clients happy. Additionally, every time I've seen a before and after from Coves or Coves, I've agreed with the results. The only time I've been like, is looking at my own, which tells me that that's probably just a bias. So because I already had trust by seeing other people's, I could measure my feelings against that. I'm gonna buy the surgery report and the hairstyle report just to see what they say. Follow so you don't miss out. To every
Yeah, I think like people are, I do agree with her. I think it is very different than asking AI to help you because it is a team of people putting it together. But I also think it would be different than asking Clavicular, which is giving you his opinion based off of like a specific standard he's reaching for that most of us wouldn't even feel comfortable reaching even if we did. I think that's another part of this that I think is so interesting because even though I know exactly the aesthetic these young people are going for, and I can see it in the way that like even the girl looks at a young age. It's so cute, but it's not my style. It's not like me. So it wouldn't make sense for me to want to look like them because like when I look at them, I can see that they're cute, but like it's not my style. And I think this goes back to nobody would really be goth if they didn't have to be. Goth is goth, girl. Like, not everybody wants to look preppy. Not everybody wants to look the same way. And I think this narrative that, oh, everybody would want to look this way if they could, is the problem with the philosophy of Clavicular. His philosophical framework is, of course you want to look the best. Of course you want to look this way. But that's like saying, of course everybody wants to eat apple pie. What about blackberry pie? What about blueberry pie? What about cherry pie? What about, it's like, I hear you. I agree we all want pie. I just disagree that we all want the same pie. And what if I want apple pie, but I also want blueberry pie? It's just that's the issue with the thinking. The issue with the same thinking everybody has is that everybody wants the same relationship. Now, okay, what is the ethical and immoral consequences of these thought processes? Okay, so sometimes people will come up to me and say, for somebody who says you believe in nuance and in gray, you're really judgmental of other people's relationships. I tend to be judgmental of what I think is abusive relationships. If I think there is abuse, I'm going to judge. Okay, I'm going to throw out my discernment and hope that I've come to a good conclusion. If I do not see abuse, then my judgment is more of a preference judgment, but it is like ideally you would not be in this situation, but it is what it is, right? I can view a MAGA conservative relationship and say it's not abusive and also hope that you kind of like maybe graduate as a couple past this mindset or this belief system or this philosophy. But I also can tell that you're not in an abusive relationship. I can see a relationship that says it's liberal or progressive and be like, hey, I think this is abusive, but you're on the right track. Like head more into that philosophical journey because like if you are progressive, then why are you doing these things, right? So it is like a big part of Clavicular's thing is like, he's not wrong for encouraging plastic surgery. He's not wrong for wanting to be in shape. He's not wrong. But I think he is wrong that his philosophical conclusion, his practical conclusion is everybody wants to look like X or everybody should want to look like X, right? I agree when he talked to Andrew Callahan, who we don't like. Okay. And let me see if I can pull it up really fast. And he asked Andrew Callahan, like, what's something about you you'd want to change? And Andrew Callahan said nothing. And then they ended the conversation. It's because I do think it was a dishonest answer from Andrew, and I'll tell you why.
You see what I mean? I'm telling you what to ask. So when you wake up every single morning and you take a look in the mirror, you're 100% satisfied with every single thing.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, dude. All right. Well, I guess that's just, if you want to be completely disingenuous, that's fine with me. I guess there's just no point to continue.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, now the reason I think this is like a dishonest answer is because I think honest people who answer honestly can also explain their reasoning, right? Like, there is something to be said. Like, if Clavicular was like, okay, Brittany, what's the thing you'd want to change? I'm like, my teeth. He's like, do you want to change your nose? I was like, no. And he would doubt it. Most people do. They're like, no, you'd want to change your nose. And I was like, I would only change my nose if I guaranteed a positive outcome. But otherwise, my teeth. My teeth, I can guarantee a positive outcome. I'll be happy with the result, and it's an easy fix. Teeth. And that's easy. I will 100%. Okay? The inside matches the outside. That's how I always think about it. But that, I feel like, would be an honest answer. Versus Andrew goes, oh yeah, there's nothing about me I would change. And I'm like, okay, bro, nothing? Explain your answer. Because that could be true, but I highly doubt it is true because Andrew also suffers from, I've noticed in his videos when I've watched them on occasion with you guys, is he has like really extreme acne, which I also know is prone to usually hurting. So I can't imagine that Andrew is excited when he wakes up and he's got 20 cystic acnes or huge pimples on his face and he's like, yeah, there's nothing I would change. I'm pretty sure it would be a pretty easy answer to say, oh yeah, I'd love it if I didn't have as many pimples. Because pimples suck, they hurt, they literally are painful experiences. And it feels like that would have been such an easy answer to give Clavicular. But when he didn't even give that answer, then I would have to ask, like, do you like being in pain? Do you like the way it feels? Do you like when they explode in your face? Do you like having pimples? Like, you know, I'm not saying you're bad for having pimples, but do you also like having pimples? Like, that would be interesting to me, right? Like, oh, like, it just seems funny. Now, it also seems realistic that you might want to say, oh, I don't need to change my face because you want to be judged for having pimples. I also understand that perspective of getting defensive because people moralize pimples. They do that. Do you know that? Pause. I'm about to teach you something new if you don't know this. You know there are bubbles that think you're a bad person if you have pimples? Bet you didn't know that unless you grew up in that kind of a bubble. There are people who think it's like a neglect thing. Oh, you're not taking care of your skin. Oh, you're neglecting yourself. Oh, you're so like you're yes, lazy and unclean. Exactly. Oh, like this is a reflection of your, and that's why people have to say it's not my choice. Like the doctors can't do anything about it. They have to justify it with like, this isn't my choice. I didn't choose this, you know? So like, yeah, there is a whole bubble that judges you for having pimples. So I can understand why you might get defensive and say, no, I don't care that I have pimples. But that's why I tell you, when you sit with yourself and meditate about who I really want to be in the story, you've got to shut out all of the voices. You have to shut out every voice, just your own. Seriously though, what do you want, bro? Yeah, to be honest, bro, if I wasn't going to get judged for it, I'd like to get a boob job. Yeah, bro, if I wasn't going to get judged for it, honestly, like I'd probably cut my hair. Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, if I wasn't going to be judged for it, I'd probably like ride my bicycle instead of having a car to go to work. Yeah, if I wasn't, okay, you need to sit with yourself and you need to meditate. You need to really be honest with yourself. Look, no one's going to hear you. Habibi, I can't hear you. No one will hear you. Just you. But see, isn't that the scariest person to say it to? Sometimes the scariest person to admit what we want is to ourselves. Because if we don't admit it to ourselves, then maybe it's not real. So sit with yourself and be honest. Nobody can hear you. What would you really want? And don't say it when you're stressed. Listen to me. The reason you meditate is because the answer will not be real unless you're calm. The answer won't be true unless you're sober. The answer won't be true unless you're well slept. If you are tired or stressed, you will answer incorrectly. You will give the answer that the stress is giving. Okay? So you need to make sure you are meditating, you're in a good place, you're well fed, you're in a nice, comfortable position, okay? You can sit cross-legged on the floor, take a deep breath, and really just start playing with some thoughts, right? Okay, Chet says meditate after eating. Meditate 30 minutes after eating, because if you're like me, I can't do anything after eating. I'm in a food coma, I feel sick, I don't want to do anything, okay? So like meditate 30 minutes after eating, like swimming, right? Make sure you're honest with yourself and then see what that means. Don't stop at that answer either. Deconstruct the answer, pull it apart. look at it in details, right? I don't think Clavicular is evil. I think he's worse than this. He's a nihilist. Clavicular is a nihilist who is weaponizing his insecurities, being reinforced by society's expectation and behavior towards him. And now he is taking himself and others down a completely bad path. His highest sense of meaning is looks maxing. His highest sense of meaning is external validation. He is philosophically so nihilistically in the gutter. I am not shocked that people are now making videos about exactly that, like this one here that we started with at the beginning.
Nihilism is the belief that life has no higher meaning or purpose. Nietzsche warned that if there is nothing higher to aim at, then where does our energy go? He feared that instead of rising to create deep new inner values, people would turn inward. He feared that the self would become the new focus, the new project, the new thing to perfect. And with Clavicular, we can see this clearly. When there is no shared sense of purpose, when we're not striving to become better internally, we strive to become better externally. Looks maxing or obsessively optimizing your image or status replaces the harder work of transcending yourself, of trying to become a better person. It begins to look like a kind of self-worship, building and polishing the image of the self as if it were something sacred, as if it were a god.
Where do you rank male beauty in like the kind of scale of what's important?
The people say they like this guy, but I don't trust him. I feel like he interviews all the worst people on the internet and gives them a platform. And I feel like I don't like him. I don't know his name. I forget it. But I saw this interview and I was like annoyed with him because people who are more liberally were like, oh my God, this guy's so great. Why is he interviewing a 19-year-old? Why is he talking to Clavicular?
Like
the highest.
Like higher than like kindness or something.
Yeah.
Instead of asking how to grow in character, how to grow in depth, how to grow in truth, the focus shifts on how to look better, how to gain more followers, how to achieve more status, how to mog more people. And when meaning collapses, when nihilism grows, anyone or anything that stands in the way of the self can feel unimportant. This is
Exactly. And that's the point of philosophy. People always say, Brittany, why do you love philosophy so much? I think it really is not only the love of wisdom, but it is truly in so many ways, it is the answer we're looking for. We're in a meaning crisis. We don't know what the purpose of his existence is. Like, surely the purpose of existence can't be making money. Like, surely it can't be having sex. Like, surely I was not put on this earth to simply fuck. Like, certainly I was not put on this earth to simply looks max. In a world where our bodies are deteriorating and die, in a world where our bodies naturally start to sag and get fat, in a world where our bodies naturally start to deteriorate and collapse on us, like certainly this is not the meaning of our life, right? Now, certainly you could say, well, there is no inherent meaning to the universe, which I would also agree to, but I would also say, you know, that meaning is in crisis because it might not be inherent. And yet we can obviously see the value, like no one could ever replace Clavicular because he's a real person, okay? Like, he is a real person. He has a real family. He came to be in a real way. He was a little boy at some time. At one point, this was someone's little baby child. And this is who he grew up to be. And he didn't just fall out of a coconut tree or zap into existence. He really is a product of his environment and his nihilistic perspective. His lack of meaning brought about a sense of meaning that was hollow and empty. But like I said, because he's being rewarded by society, he's being rewarded socially, and in many ways, it will feel like meaning. It will feel like purpose. But certainly he was not put on the planet, hopefully, to mog, to looks max, to hit himself in the face with a hammer. I certainly hope this is not his, and nobody should look at him and think this truly is the purpose. I hope it's a phase. I hope he grows out of it. But I hope more than anything, the adults in the room stop inviting this child onto their podcast and stop platforming these people who are obviously just trying to go viral. Now, again, you might say, well, why are you covering him? Don't you think that's just as bad? Not really. I really think it's far worse to literally interview him. I think it is far worse to chase clout. I think it is far worse for society because you have to understand his audience will get the validation from you interviewing him. Just like my audience would get an incredible validation if I was interviewed by somebody they thought was cool or important. Because whether we like it or not, we are social creatures. And that's what Clavicular is trying to prove as well. He's trying to prove this basic biological reality that we are social creatures is somehow profound. It's not, Habibi. What's more profound is that we introspect, deconstruct, and have a deeper relationship with our biological experience. So we can recognize, right, that validation is important, but it has to be done healthy. And if it's not done healthy, you will get a Trisha Paytas. You will get a clavicular. You'll get the people who in real life streams go and harass and prank people just to get famous, and now they're in prison serving time, or they have served time, right? We want people to not just be famous and not just be rich, but hopefully get there for the right reasons. And the question is, can you even do that? In a world where there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire, right? On the Louis Theroux documentary, the UK gentleman said, you know, I would never have been this famous if I was a good person. And that's all you need to know about this world. That's all you need to know about anything. Can you truly be a good person, and can you be popular? Can you be a popular person and be a good person? Is that stereotype that the worst people are the popular cheerleaders and football players in school? Is that true? Or is it just a reflection of something bigger? Is adulthood just high school with money? Certainly feels like it. Obviously, like the movie Mean Girl shows you, anyone can be a mean girl. Okay, gays, goths, whatever. But even more than that, there's obviously something to be said about the toxic ways we're seeking validation. And that is where philosophy can give you an answer that pop culture cannot give you, that celebrity status cannot give you, that validation seeking can't give you. Because, and goes back to eradicating the ego, if you're constantly seeking validation that's external, then you're ignoring the internal validation is valid enough. It really is enough that you love yourself. But the loving yourself has to be healthy. You can't toxically love yourself and say, I'm perfect and I never make mistakes and I don't have to change anything. Even if I make everyone's life miserable, I'm happy. Are you? Are you joyful? Are you good? Okay. That's the big part of it. It's a lot of work. I know for a fact it is much easier to be clavicular and hit yourself in the face with a hammer than it is to sit down and meditate and ask yourself tougher questions. And so, like all of us, we will take the easiest path. And this is clavicular's easier path. It is easier for him to hit his face with a hammer and inject girls on stream with whatever he was injecting them with, okay, than to actually sit with himself and say, what would truly make you a joyful person? If you weren't busy chasing insecurities, who could you be? Okay? This is insecurity. This is toxic insecurity. Just like NPD is an insecurity, right? No, people with NPD are suffering children. They hate themselves. That's why it's sad. Trump hates himself. You must know this. It's really devastating. You know what I'm saying? This is why I talked about toxic shyness the other day. Anything that is a part of us can be toxic if we do not get or have a balanced relationship with it. Dominance, aggressiveness, it can be toxic if you do not have balance. Money can be toxic if you do not have balance. Okay? So all of these things are obviously the extremes, which is why they're popular, because we want to watch the freak show. We think the extreme is interesting. But this is why I say, is there a way to be famous and ethical? Is there a way to be rich and ethical if everything you have to do to become or get people's attention to become famous is bad? And then that begs the question, why doesn't humanity on a whole, like as a whole, want good things? The world is a reflection of us as a whole. So every time you sit and look at the world and think, it's just MAGA, it's everybody. The world could not be this way if a majority of people didn't engage this way. It's all of us at different places in our life, myself included. I look at my past self and I say, oh, there she is contributing to the harm of the world. I'm going to do it today and tomorrow and the next day too. That's why I say be less bad every day. Because if you're so busy trying to be good every day, you will fall for this as goodness. You will say to yourself, oh yes, this is goodness. He's helping this girl. He's giving her a leg up. He's helping her become a better person. Look at this. He's really, honestly, he's saving her, bro. Honestly, he's saving these young boys, bro. Look at all the good he's doing. I would say I would be more interested in all the bad you're doing. If you do less bad every day, then the result left over will be all the good. And if there is some good to take from clavicular, may that be the only part that shines. But see how all of the bad also is shining? And it is primarily why he's becoming popular? Because if all he had to offer was good, then nobody would bring him on the podcast to say, tell us about this weird thing you're doing that seems inherently toxic and dangerous. And there it is. That's your answer. So when you say, Brittany, how do you know the answer? That's the answer. That's how you know the answer. You look at the data, and the data is showing that this cannot be the answer. Okay? This cannot be the answer. It can't be. This cannot be the answer because the results are way too negative. Capitalism cannot be the answer. The results are too negative. Patriarchy can't be the answer. The results are too negative. Racism, homophobia, transphobia, it's not working. It's not working. So why do we keep doing it? That's the question for all of us. See how clavicular, it's not about him, it's about us. Clavicular is a product of us. He's a product of society. He really is the kid in the story. And we're holding him to more responsibility than the adults who keep platforming him and showing him off and using him to make money. He is the kid in the story. You know? Okay, now one last thing I want to show you before we wrap up, okay? These are two more people that use Coves, and I just want to watch a little bit of this analysis with you because I think it could just, for the sake of the people in the audience that are still struggling in many ways, something that really helps me if I ever have any thoughts about plastic surgery, which I don't think are inherently bad, is I just double check with myself, like, do I want it or do I think I want it? Do I want it temporarily? Will I want it in 10 years? Because some plastic surgery looks I really, 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 really like, and some I don't like. And it's like, will I like this thing in 20 years? That's usually how I think about things, including my tattoo. Because people would say, aren't you going to regret your tattoo? Honestly, never regretted it. Not one day. Not one day of my whole life have I regretted my back tattoo. Never. And I feel like I would be that confident in even plastic surgery I got. And I still think it's okay to regret things. Right? Okay, so check this out. So this is two content creators I thought I would use. So let me bring this up for you. This is Tom. Hello, Tom. And I thought it'd be cool to watch a guy do the Coves thing as well.
Okay guys, welcome back to the channel. Bit of a different video today. We're actually going to be doing a review of...
It's a 30-minute video, so I'm just going to skip over. Okay, so this is, let's see. This is the picture he submitted.
Hey guys, it like literally goes into every part of your face. I'm pretty impressed. The thing that I like about...
Let me check. Oh, hold on. Like I passed. No. I skipped.
They analyze it and yeah, tell you what's good.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, so he didn't. I was wondering how they did it. Okay, so we got multiple angles. We've got smiling, not smiling, side profiles. I like this one. This is an interesting one. Okay, interesting. Okay. Chat says, also interesting how many women have been obsessed with making themselves look more attractive with plastic surgery for years, but don't tend to have this nihilistic angle. Women aren't suffering from nihilism, they're suffering from patriarchy. So women all of these years who have been obsessed with making themselves more pretty are victims of patriarchy. Some of the men do fall under patriarchy, but he just doesn't. So some of the men who are obsessed with having muscles are victims of patriarchy, but clavicular specifically is nihilism. It's more black pill because of the way he believes, the framework he's using. So it's not, he's a very special case. That's why he's pro-plastic surgery. See, the men like Joe Rogan who are into like the toxic masculinity bubble, or they're like, go to the gym, bro, hit the gym. Don't be a pussy, hit the gym. They're not nihilistic, they're toxic masculinity, right? So it is just a different bubble. Clavicular is like, you know, get plastic surgery, look a certain way. This is the only way you'll be beautiful. You're never going to make it if you don't. So I do think it's different.
What could maybe be improved, and what your strongest features are and such. So let's get right into it, and I'll show you guys what they gave me, and we'll see whether I'm sure. Okay, first up, an overview of.
So is this the new picture? I don't get it. Is this the new one? Looks the same, bro. He looks literally the same. Am I stupid?
Your facial masculinity. So on my dimorphism range, I'm looking masculine, guys. Come on.
That's the word. Clavicular says that word a lot. They've morphed it, whatever.
Overall, my face is predominantly masculine with low set, straight, deep set eyes, a strong square chin, and a lean, defined lower third. Some features lean slightly towards the feminine side, such as your wide, outward-facing cheekbones and a smaller, more delicate nose.
This must be the before, right? Yeah, this must be before. So he's reading over. I think you're right. This is still the before, and he's being told all the different things about his face. Chet says, I think I'm suffering from nihilism, but in a different relationship to self-esteem. Have you seen my video with Britt Hartley? Did you guys see this video with Britt Hartley I did? We talk about this because we both went through a nihilism stage. Britt Hartley specifically also specifically coaches people on nihilism and helps people through nihilism. I'll link it in the chat. But Britt Hartley's really great. And we were both talking about how we did suffer through a nihilistic stage. It's a very typical stage to go through. Everyone experiences it differently. But that video might help if you haven't seen it yet, because going through the nihilism stage is actually really important, in my opinion, to moving through the next stage of philosophical, like a better philosophical relationship with self, like a deeper relationship with your biological experience. Nihilism is very typical. It's very normal. And it's good you get past the stage. So, you know.
I do have kind of a delicate nose, don't I, guys? I'm
sorry, don't feel bad. You're in nihilism. It's normal.
Actually quite surprised that it said I was on the more masculine side, because when I look at myself, I think like, okay, maybe I have some more female features, but clearly not. This analysis is like incredibly detailed, by the way, guys. It like literally goes into every part of your face. I'm pretty impressed. The thing that I like about
that's kind of scary.
These guys at Coves is they're not just chatting a load of shit like a lot of people do on the internet and, you know, just going off opinion. They do actually use science and look at the studies, which is...
Okay, I'm going to forward it a bit.
These great shape middle. So
nose...
show in the weight. A lot of the...
Gained face fat while bulking last year. Oh, interesting.
Fat, still can look. Come on, model.
Okay, I'm going to forward
ears. Your ears are...
Even his ears, which makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
Different looking earlobe.
I'm going to forward it.
Where I'm actually going to be training my neck for 100.
Did you see that girl who showed up and she has like no ears from this side? Like you can't even tell she has ears. I think that's so funny. So either you have really big ears or you have like no ears or you have medium-sized ears. Even labia, guys, I want you to remember that women got labiaplasties because porn convinced women that long labia was abnormal when it literally is not. Guys, you don't even know what other people's genitals look like. We don't know what people's genitals look like, so we think people's genitals all look like porn genitals. Even though porn genitals specifically grab the most extremes, Black men do not have proportionally bigger dicks than other races. It's because of porn and fetishization of Black men that we think that's true. It's not true. Like, we literally think that's true because of porn. That's what I'm saying. Like, you think you have free will? You don't even have the data, bro. How can you even engage in free will? That's why I think free will is I think people have access to more free will the more you know. I think that's why it's ironic conservatives talk about free will all the time when they don't even have the education to engage in it. That's why religion is so perfectly set for conservatives, because God tells you have free will, but you can't go research anything that would make your God offended, so you never actually get to have free will, so you might as well choose him. My brother asked me, can I be a level 5? And I was like, no, because you're not willing to answer or challenge Christianity in a way that would like offend Jesus. And he's like, well, fuck then. I guess I'll choose God. And I was like, see, your religion puts you in this perfect bubble that doesn't allow you to question anything, because just to question means you would have to research and watch videos that are offensive. And then you never get the chance to read books or expand your mind. So you never actually get the chance to choose. You can't, how do you choose Christ if you can't actually leave Christ to go search? Do you know what I'm saying? And I get some people do. My older brother did. He left the church for like 5 or so years and really went full secular and was not happy. And he went back to God and he feels like he's much happier now. So at least he tried. You know, he stayed nice too. But I think generally, in order to evoke more free will, in order to have more choice, you must have the option and you must know it's an option, which is why I say there's nothing wrong with plastic surgery as long as you make it out of free will or out of goodness and not out of a forced decision, like you're being pushed into it.
Someone put this in a BP edit.
Okay, I'm gonna forward it.
A wide mid-face, a normal forehead width, a lower third width, which is normal.
Okay, I want to see I'm forwarding to the results. I want to see the results. Okay, here we go.
Protocol of how I can improve and ascend to become a Chad.
All right. I love a before and after. Let's lock in. Okay, it's getting Hemsworth a bit. It's getting a little bit of the Hemsworth brothers right now.
It's actually embarrassing. I know this lingo. Oh my goodness, here we go. Look at this. So here is me before, and here is how they think I would look if I implemented their profile, their protocol. Oh my goodness.
Damn, his was much better than the girls. I do love a beard. I do love a beard.
That is a handsome young man. Looking, I look Italian. Oh my goodness. that hairline's looking fantastic. A beard. Now I'm not sure how I feel about a beard, guys. Like, I quite like the.
Wait, chat. You know when you say like, I'm not a fan of the scientific definition of beauty. Beauty is incredibly subjective, but there is a science to beauty, right? Like it's on .gov websites. There's studies to show it. Like, can we have this conversation without it being ruined by bigotry? Like, there is obvious. See, this is what I'm saying. To me, it is so obvious that there is like a science to beauty, because like it's found in multiple species. Like animals, like we decorate things, we keep things a certain way. We like. There's a part of it that must be, and yet it might be referenced to you, but I feel like there is a science to beauty. Like, yeah, health is beauty in many ways. There is an overlap. Do we have the wisdom to discern what is propaganda and what is actually true? Right? Like, do we have the ability to say, okay, this looks ill, but it's not ill because of this, or this is an indication. Like, if my friend came, okay, I joke a lot that I have jaundice. I'm always joking about it because I'm so yellow. And I'm like, oh my God, I have jaundice. If I had super yellow skin, would I not go to the doctor to check if I was sick? You know what I'm saying? Like, you look sick is something that's true. There's a science to, hey, you look sick. We know what sickness can look like. It makes you look worse. I usually look less attractive when I'm sick because it's coming out in my skin, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes I feel like what happens is there is a science to beauty, but people weaponize it. So then we start saying things in the other direction that aren't true. Like, you know, all beauty is subjective. Well, okay, I don't mean to be autistic, but is it? Like, I don't mean to be autistic, but like, is it? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, even with fruit, a pretty apple equal not rotten, okay to eat. Like even fruit, like certain fruit. Now, I will say this, pause. Here's a great example. When I worked in the grocery stores, I learned that people wouldn't buy ugly fruit because they thought it meant it looked bad. Some ugly fruit is because it's gone bad. Some ugly fruit is not because it's gone bad. So I purposely buy vegetables that look worse, but I know are still good because I know people won't buy the ones that look bad, even though they're good. Right? So do you guys do that? I purposely counter that bad discernment so I can move produce. But I also believe that, ooh, that fruit looks bad, don't get it. I do think there's a look to fruit that I'm not going to get that one. I just taught my partner how to buy me avocados because they're not an avocado eater. And I was like, if it looks like this, don't buy it, it's bad. But if it looks like this, it's probably good. Right? But then you counter the bias. Another example, why do you grab milk cartons from the back of the shelf when you know you're going to drink it in 3 days and you're not going to hit the expiration date? It actually causes more food waste when you don't do that. So I always grab the carton at the front unless it's expiring that day. I buy it because I know I'm going to go through it in 2 days. Okay? People will literally go and get the milk at the very back, even though they know they're going to drink it, and it literally causes more food waste. We say again, I agree that there's biases and prejudice that play a role, and there's some truth to it, and both have to be true. Okay? That's what I'm saying, right? Chad said, would fat or disabled people be included in the scientific definition of beauty? Definitely, yeah. Totally. If you are Eugenia Cooney, does she look healthy to you? Or would we agree she needs more fat on her bones? Do we agree Eugenia Cooney looks like she needs more fat on her bones? Is she too thin? Right? We would look at her and say, hey, girly, you're too skinny. Right? And I'm disabled. you're disabled maybe. I can look healthy and still be disabled. You can look healthy and still be disabled, right? That's why you do exercises when you're disabled, right? You go to the gym when you're disabled. You work out when you're disabled. Like, disabled people can work out. I'm trying to find a good picture of an example. You have to obviously fight a lot of your biases and make sure you're, really challenging your biases, of course. But of course, like, disabled people can get in shape. I can't find a picture that I want to show you, right? So the problem is that we're taking really bad faith conversations from people. This is why I say conservatives ruin everything. And we don't allow ourselves to be like, hey, do I look okay, bro? Do I look like I'm kind of dying? Like, hey, do I look like I'm not healthy? Do I look like I'm suffering? And then am I? Like, am I suffering? You know what I mean? Like, am I like in bad shape? You know what I mean? Like, do I look bad? Do I look like I'm eating enough? Or, you know what I mean? Do I look unhealthy? Someone said, look up Paralympics. There you go. Like, I don't think you could say these people aren't, healthy. Like, look at them. They're kicking ass. Now, these are sports people, to be fair. They are like the most active of society, to be fair. You know what I mean? But, they're going to be more in shape than most people. But, you can be healthy and disabled. You can be healthy in all kinds of things. I wish this was a safe space. I wish nobody could hear me right now. I wish it was just me and you. I wish nobody could hear me. I wish I could just have a conversation with you and not worry about some crazy fucking conservative listening and clipping this and running with it and saying, Brittany thinks, instead of just like, this is why I say the greatest thing you can have in your life is somebody who will allow you to be ugly. Okay? I sent a video to my sister the other day in a position that was unflattering. She sent one back in the same position, and I sent her the Spider-Man meme after. You need to have a safe space to agree that you look ugly. Because one, there's nothing wrong with being ugly. I am not less moral or a bad person because I'm ugly. And two, it's okay to be like, damn, bro, I look ugly in this position. And then just laugh about it and say nothing more than that. Because you're not judging yourself. You're not beating yourself up because there's nothing wrong with being ugly. I am not less of a good person because I'm ugly. And because you're ugly does not mean you're also not beautiful. I know I'm beautiful. And I know sometimes I'm ugly. I would love to live in a world where these things aren't judged, Because are there conservatives in here really? Not in here, but, this is a public space, guys. Like, people do come and watch me. People do make videos about me. I don't watch them, usually. But people are making content about me, believe it or not, and they will make commentary. Okay, they'll make whole videos about how Brittany said this and Brittany's this. Okay, so again, I try to that's the problem. Is like at the end of the day, and look, right? Just think about one day if I ever got popular, they'd go into my backlog and watch all these videos and find any moment I said anything. You know what I mean? And we need it for ourselves as well because. Hey, let me tell you this. This is the part that's really hard to hear. The conservative that exists here in this chat is the one that's deep inside of us because of the way we were raised. The only conservatives in this chat is us. Because that little girl, that little boy, that little they, them, that still is fighting that conservative voice is going to get triggered when I say stuff because you're going to hear your mom's voice, your uncle's voice, your priest's voice, and you're going to say, wait, Brittany, why are you saying this? Oh no, is Brittany a conservative? Oh no, is Brittany saying this thing from and I hear you, girl. I do the same thing where I'm like, oh, what was that? And it's my job to discern, is Brittany saying that? Is this YouTuber saying that? Or am I just hearing that because of the way that I was raised? Like the beauty conversation. Can we ever have the beauty conversation that doesn't also give into, right? Just as that little voice is still in my head, I use her as a metric nowadays instead of listening, but you're right. I mean, it's in my head too. Like I have this little conservative, who? What do you say? What is this? And I get it, right? I totally get it. Okay, so let's go back to his video. Let's see.
The youthfulness of just a clean shave, Like, I feel like a beard, I don't know, and I can't properly grow one either because...
Oh, no.
I tried the minoxidil on it and stuff, but then I had to start shaving more. And I don't know, I don't know how I feel about it. But anyway, let's see what they got to say. My aesthetic
He can't grow a beard. That's hard.
score is 74 out of 100. And let's see what this actually is. So your aesthetic score shows how close you are to reaching your personal beauty potential. A higher score doesn't mean better than a lower one. It simply means you're already closer to that potential. While a lower score suggests you've got more room for a noticeable glow up. Okay, that's cool. So very wholesome description of the rating system. I like that. I like it. Okay, hair. You have thick and long hair. Focus on adopting a hairstyle following your natural part to frame your face. This will also reveal the upper third of your face, which will balance your longer, mid, and lower face. Use a sea salt spray daily to add more waves and give your hair a natural flow. Eyebrows. You already...
So I wonder, okay, so this idea would be really cool if you had like a customized, like, okay, one thing I would love to do if I ever became, if I ever saved enough money to pay somebody is I'd love someone to decorate my house for me because I don't have that talent and I don't want to learn. And two, someone to help me. I need a tan in my life who will take my wardrobe and update it, but keep my style. Like I want to keep my style. I just want it to be more elevated. And I would love for somebody to do that for me and to show me how to like go find those items or like what store or brand would best and is also not fast fashion and is also like ethically sourced if possible. Thank you. Cruelty free. That would be so much fun. But my fear is what if this company isn't actually being done by a person? And what if it is just like a generic AI program they put it through, which I hope it's not. It's not supposed to be. But I would rather talk to someone on the phone and have them go through with me, like through it with me. Because like I'm the kind of autistic brain that would take it really seriously. I'd be like, but seriously, what is the benefit of this? Like, is it going to help me? Is this going to help? It's like when you're learning to do your hair. What did I do when I didn't know how to do my hair? I went straight to YouTube and Googled curly hair routines, how to take care of my hair. And the best person I trusted was the person behind the microphone who I felt like was serious about helping people with their hair. I want to work with people. Okay, here's my theory. The reason we hate coaches and we hate programs on the internet is because they're fucking just trying to make money. But how cool would it be if somebody truly loved, this was their special interest, really loved helping you have the greatest experience and they were really good at it. Like, you ever meet a friend who's like, I'm gonna be a wedding planner. They make so much money. Boo. I swear to God, if someone says to me like, oh, I want to be a YouTuber, they make so much money, I'm gonna ignore them. Like, oh, I love being a hairdresser, they make so much money. I want somebody who really loves hair, really loves fashion, really loves, like, is really serious about like almost being so like meticulous about the information. That's who I want. That's who I want in my life. You know? Okay, back to the video.
You have low set brows, which is an attractive male masculine trait.
I'm gonna afford it.
So we've made a big improvement already, but perhaps thicker, darker brows. Brian Mora and Brian
Wait,
Eagles,
I want to see
that is something
this.
I need to look into. Reduce the
Hold
width
on.
of your nostril with a conservative amount of Botox. A picture on screen.
Okay, let me see. So he is balding on his head. Me too. Look, me too, girls. Look, is anyone else losing their hair? I've been losing my hair for years. But look, isn't that insane? Guys, I used to have hair. I've been losing my hair. Isn't that amazing? Like, whoa. Nobody in my family, women-wise, only like 3 or 4 people have lost their hair. So I already prepared for it when I was young. But like nobody, I feel like in that generation, at the numbers I feel like younger generations are losing their hair. I used to have all of this hair. All of this used to be hair. Really thick hair, right? It's kind of amazing. Like, whoa. And like same with like my siblings and stuff. We all call it the Vegeta. We all have the Vegeta. But it is interesting. Like, oh, and I did when I was really stressed a while ago. I was balding even up here. I was balding. It's kind of grown in now, but here it's just gone. It's just clean baby skin now. Right? Just is it stress? I don't know what it is. Cause to be honest, like, it's not just me, but I have been noticing that people are reporting more baldness. Have you been noticing that? All the girls I follow, all the guys, they're all talking about going bald more, right? So that's a big part of it. I think there's something either new happening or women of the previous generation didn't talk about going bald as often. Because even strangers on the internet, they're all talking about it. And I'm like, okay, so either women who have always been going bald and they haven't been telling us. And so there's that rumor that only men go bald, right? Or there's something unique happening and we're going bald for a different reason, but I don't know what it is, right? Because as you put your hair up a lot, no. Okay, with peace and love, guys, listen to me when I say this. Trust me, I've gone through everything. You put your hair up, the way you sleep, the things you use on your shampoo, this thing here, blah, blah, blah. I've researched all of it. There is not an answer. I've talked to doctors about it. There's not an answer. So that means that the answer is probably genetics or environmental, but I've even talked to doctors about it. You're just going bald. That's it. It's nothing unique. Like, you know, you remember when what's her name was like, I have alopecia? I'm like, you're just going bald, dude. Men are just going bald. Like, I think there's a part of it where I think we think there's something wrong with us, and maybe there is, or maybe we're just going bald. Do you know what I'm saying? Nobody thinks men have bad things happening to them because they're going bald. Maybe I'm just going bald. Like, maybe that's just what's happening. You know what I mean? Like, is it really a problem? I don't know. But if it isn't, or if it is, who knows? I'm not using Midoxanil. We're not, how you say it? I'm not doing it because we have a cat and I don't want to risk her health, right? But it would be interesting to know if more people are going bald this generation. I don't know the answer, but I'm not worried about it. Like with peace and love, I'm so not worried about it. Like this is less interesting to me, baldness, than like my skincare routine is. Because I've also been bald. Oh, P.S. highly recommend. I already prepared myself for baldness. I shaved my head multiple times when I was in my 20s because I knew I might go bald one day. So if I go bald, let me tell you this, I'm more concerned with my skincare. I'm definitely more concerned with my skincare than I am my baldness. So you know what I mean? You know, don't tempt me. I think about shaving my head every day, you know? But yeah, I will say I will say to the stress question, the hair I lost up here 4 years ago was stress, but that came back. This hair is not stress. It doesn't come back. I think it's gone. Like it's just gone, girl. But like this hair up here did come back. So I think that was stress to answer that question. I do think that was stress. You know what I mean? Okay, here we go. So he's doing it. Now the question is, oh, you can't see it because my stupid video's in the way. So the question is, should he get a hair transplant? That's the other thing. What do you guys think about hair transplants? I think they're great. I think a good hair transplant is great. I think a bad hair transplant sounds like a bummer. You know? Like he might be a good candidate for a hair transplant. I think they're kind of good when they work. I mean, it did wonders for Elon. Jesus Christ. You know? Chat said just by going just bald, do you mean a natural process is happening that wasn't affected by others, or that the reality of the experience isn't such a big deal of finding an answer is worth focusing on? Mostly the first one. I think what happens is the instinct to say is, oh, I'm going bald, is now to ask 100 questions about why, as if I haven't asked them already. Of course I have. And I know it's meant to be helpful. Sometimes I'll say things like, oh my God, like the cold weather really hurts me. And then people will be like, have you thought about wearing a jacket? And it's like, is this small talk? What is this? What's happening? Do you know what I'm saying? There is some part of our brain that is almost like, you know what I mean? Like, is this a real banter? Or I don't know, I'm socially awkward right now because I don't know if you're making fun of me or if you think I'm stupid or if you think I didn't think about that, or that's a little bit what it sounds like sometimes. And I know people don't mean to do it, but that sometimes I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? So that's what it can sound. So what I mean is maybe I'm just going bald and that's what it is, or maybe there's something wrong. I'm open to either answer, but I've already researched it. I've already done everything possible to look into it. And it seems like I'm just losing my hair. You know what I'm saying? So I'm over it. Like if I'm just losing my hair, I don't care. If there's something I can do about it that isn't a hair transplant, I'll do it. But I'm not getting a hair transplant. I'm too scared of surgery for that. It really scares me. I saw a friend of mine went through a hair transplant and I saw the process and I was like, I'm not doing that. But, you know, so again, but it's like the nose job. If you could guarantee me such an amazing outcome, I would never regret it, then maybe I would do it if you put me on drugs and I didn't have to look at myself in the mirror. I have an ick around, I have a medical ick. I think surgery is gross, but I love the results. Does that make sense? You know? Chad says, like, why are you saying this to me unless you're seeking help, finding a solution? And also, why are you suggesting the obvious? So I seem dumb? Yeah, it's like sometimes sometimes I think it would serve us all better if when people shared, we didn't offer solutions. We just said, oh, that's so interesting. Like, yeah, that makes so much sense. Like, oh, thank you for telling me. But I think sometimes people forget to say like, oh, if you don't mind me asking, have you had a chance to look into this? Because sometimes, what people will do socially trying to be helpful. I'll say something like, oh, I'm really excited to do this thing, but I haven't looked into it. And then someone will send me like 25 links. And that's no shade to anybody on my Discord, you autistics. Thank you for doing that. That's so sweet. But I'm actually not going to look at them. Because I'm literally overwhelmed as it is. I'm just saying it out loud. But if I wanted to look into it, I would. Right? And I think people sometimes forget we know how to Google. We can't do it right now. It's the same thing with my nail polish. Like some people will be like, oh my God, Brittany, have you tried these like 10 different gel nail polishes? And I'm like, yes. And they go, but it's like, how do you explain to people that everything takes energy, even clicking on a link? Like, we know, but I'm just sharing so you're up to date with my life, or I'm just sharing. So you're like, oh, cool. Just take it as a note to think of. I think that's why people struggle with friendships, because people are sharing with you so you're up to date, not so you can intervene. And this is a social skill. So then I say to my friends, do you need me to intervene or you just need me to listen? Because I'm happy to listen. So when I share with you guys, unless I ask you directly, I'm also just sharing, right? Chat said, no, Brittany is bald. Exactly. I really think it's not bad intent. I think it's such good intentions that I think it's almost adorable. But I will say it is a little pressure. It is a little bit of pressure that you put on people without knowing it, because you're trying to be helpful, but now you're overstepping. And now they're in a social situation where now they have to say you're overstepping. And now you've put them in a weird social situation, right? So I know it's such good. Yeah, Chad said, if it helps, I appreciate your clarifications. Well, I have to assume we're all suffering from the tism. You know what I'm saying? And I have to assume that even neurotypicals do the same thing, where they don't understand. It's like, okay, you ever have somebody who heard you needed something, so they bought it for you, and then they follow up with, have you had a chance to use it yet? Have you had a chance to use it yet? Have you had it? And you're like, has that ever happened to you? And you're just like, oh no. And like now you're in a social situation where it's like, fast, use this thing someone bought you so you can tell them you used it. You have to give people a chance to not need you. Right? Ted says, how do you know if the other person is paying attention if they don't respond in any way, but thanks for sharing? I think sometimes people, because look, if you take a social dating course, what do they tell you to do? They tell you to ask more questions, right? But the problem is like at a certain point in a conversation, if you're just asking questions, then the person now is like, oh, fuck, I gotta respond. They asked a question. Fuck, I gotta respond. They asked a question. Fuck, instead of letting the conversation lull or letting new conversations start. So now it's like, so there's a balance, and the balance is organic. Are you really asking, or are you asking to make small talk? Ask yourself this question. Do you really want to know this answer, or are you just asking me to like talk? Because I think more conversation would be better if because sometimes I don't ask a follow-up question, and it's because like I'm not interested. And then people are like, oh my God, you're so rude. I'm like, so what I do if I don't have a follow-up question is say, oh my God, that's so interesting. Thank you for sharing. I will take note of it. Because the truth is like, I don't have a question. I don't care. Right? But I'm not going to say, oh, I don't have a question to that. I don't care. I'll be like, oh, interesting. Thanks for sharing. Because like, okay, interesting. Thanks for sharing, bro. And this is why social life is hard. And that's why, by the way, going back to the Gen Z conversation, man, better not to have friends, right? No, better to have friends and have social awkwardness than to not have friends because you don't want to be socially awkward. You know what I'm saying? It's like that guy at the store I was at. I told you I went to the Croatian market and he took a liking to me, I think because I was an American. And then every time I came into the store, he would like beeline for me. And I'm like, oh. And then I got really socially awkward that I stopped going to the store because I didn't want to talk to him. He doesn't realize that he's putting me in a situation where I literally stopped shopping because I didn't want to talk to him. But then you talk about a collective and a community, and now you're the antisocial asshole because you don't want to talk to somebody when you're trying to get milk. But now you're like Brittany, what about the collective? What about the community? I don't know. But then some days I'm a chatty Cathy. Some days I'm like, ooh, I want to talk to the butcher. I want to talk to the whatever. I'm going to talk to everybody. So the question is, what do we do about it? And nothing. It's fine. All of this is fine. All of this is just a part of life. It's fine. It's great. It's whatever. Who cares? Nothing's going to end. No world's going to, implode. As long as you're okay with the fact that you might buy me something I might never use, and as long as you're okay with the fact that, I saw a video the other day that hurt my feelings, but then I got over it. It was a video of a woman saying, my neighbor brought my kid some food and I threw it away right away. And they said, you never know. And at first I was like, food waste. And then I was like, oh, that poor neighbor. And then I was like, it's fair. You don't know where the food came from. I get it. But damn, damn, that really hurt my feelings. Because I always think like one of my greatest love languages is getting people, like feeding people. So then it kind of hurt my feelings. So I was like, man, have I been wasting my hard-earned money? Have I been making food for people that they just throw away? Because I'm trying to be a good community member? Damn. So then here's the solution. Get food that's prepackaged. Get food that's prepackaged. That's it. Just get food that isn't opened. And then do it that way. Hey, here's some cookies that are unopened, or here's something that I got from the store. And that's probably a better way of doing it, right? Chad said, interesting that she posted that video giving home cooked food is common in the bubble I come from. Yeah, well, that's the thing is like, I also come from a bubble where it wouldn't be uncommon for your neighbors to give you some food. But also, listen, the amount of videos I've seen of you guys letting your cats on the counters had made me realize, I don't know about this anymore. So I get it. Because every time I see somebody with their dog or their cat on the counter or table, I just think like, I'm not eating at your house. I'm not doing it. Your cat is on the kitchen counter while you're cooking food and prepping. I'm not eating at your house. So I get it. I do. I try not to judge, but I get it. So then I'm like, I'm not eating that. All of this to say, I think the problem with socializing that makes it hard and then is compounded by this fucking obsession of looking beautiful is that at the end of the day, how you look, beautiful or not, isn't going to change the fact that like quality time spent with people, loving yourself, educating yourself will absolutely make up for any of those other things you think matters. Because the people that are only hanging out with you because you're beautiful, okay, guys, that's going to get boring really fast. That is not going to help you. Look, I think there's a balance. I think you have to stay hygienic. I think you should stay organized. I think you should do a lot of the things that are helpful for you. I think you should embrace, all the ways you want to feel pretty. And I also think ultimately building trust in a community that lets you feed them because they trust you didn't make icky food is going to go a longer way than being pretty. I also think you should be pretty, right? Because why not? You deserve to be pretty. You also deserve to be ugly. You deserve to be anything you want to be. If you want to be ugly, be ugly. If you want to be pretty, right? Chad says, I don't have a cat, but isn't it almost impossible to train cats off counters? I'm not talking about cats who have gone on your counters. I'm talking about people prepping food while the cat is sitting on the counter. First of all, Indiana, I almost never see her on the counters. So if she's on them, it's when I'm asleep. During the daytime, she does not jump on counters, okay? The 1 or 2 times I've caught her on the kitchen sink is like she's looking for something she wants and it's not on our cooking counter. But even then it's in the middle of the night. It's like in middle of the night. So not during the day for sure. And I don't put her there and I don't encourage her to go there. And I don't have her on the counter when I'm prepping food. I wipe everything down. We sterilize everything before we cook. And in between the cook, we sterilize, we clean. If I cook bread on the counter, I clean, sterilize. I cook the bread, clean, sterilize, get the next, like washing your hands. Every new thing deserves a wipe down. Okay? I'm even particular with the washcloths in the kitchen. They have to be consistently washed, new washcloths every time. If you wipe down the counter with a washcloth, it has to go straight into the basket. You use paper towel if you don't want to have to replace the washcloth. But if you want to use the washcloth, you got to throw it straight into the wash. You cannot clean the counters down with the washcloth and then hang it back on the oven, right? So like, there's a process to it. That's my process. It doesn't have to be your process, but you do you, right? Like, I have the process because I get the ick, right? I get the ick. Okay, let me show you this one last video and then we'll wrap up, okay? Check this out. So this is a girl. So I think he looked much better with the full beard and stuff, but because he can't grow those things, who cares? Look how pretty this girl is.
Like a technology one day that can just tell you what you need to be hot. Like,
hello?
Okay, so the results are in. Apparently, I should be wearing a lace front wig, have brown hair, and more chin filler. Guys, that's crazy. I chose to do a facial analysis assessment with Quoves. If you haven't heard of Quoves, go check out their channel. They do like...
The more I watch these videos, the more convinced I will never spend my money doing this because she's literally so pretty.
Insane looks maxing videos and all that type of content on makes a human being attractive and looks maxing and stuff like that. As you guys know, I'm on like a glow up journey and I don't know, I just thought it would be interesting to do like a looks maxing assessment.
Chat said it feels like an ad. Do you think that they've been hiring influencers to do an ad? Wait, doesn't she have to disclose if it's an ad? Oh, it is! Holy fuck!
And tretinoin on my eyebrows
Chat,
as well as
you're
my
so
hairline.
smart.
If you guys haven't watched.
Wait.
Wish there was like a...
Is he an ad? His doesn't say ad. His doesn't say ad, but he does have a code here for this ad. What's this for? It's for perfume or cologne. Wait, so she was an ad, but he wasn't an ad? My lost hair guide, treatments I personally do, Instagram. Wait, but she's an ad. Oh, 5 months ago, she's an ad? What?
A technology.
Wait. This says as a longtime Quoves watcher. Personally, I think your forehead gives more youthful. What is this? What?
One day that can just tell you what you need to be hot. Like, okay, so the results.
Let me see.
Makeup on, actually kind of intense. Makeup on, actually kind of intense. I don't know. For lips, something that I thought was interesting for lips.
Give me the
that they
before
said
and
is that
after. Let me see.
it says I suit a tan. So like tan and brown hair.
Nah, bro. She's prettier now, bro. Nah, she's prettier now, bro.
Is apparently like looks maxing for me.
I mean, both girls are pretty or whatever, but like...
That is so interesting. But I just feel like I would be such a different person. Like I wouldn't be me authentic.
Yeah, she wouldn't be her. That's so interesting. You're so good, chat. I can't believe you could tell it was an ad. That was crazy. I feel, chat said bamboozled. I feel so bamboozled. The fuck?
And at the end of the day, that's the whole point of this video really, is like the features that you want to highlight and looks match.
I mean, obviously she does a lot, you know? She's cute and everything. But yeah, that's crazy. Chet says, just Google to see who started this app, and it was the machine learning dude. So yeah, AI. Wait, look at this. Look at this. I can't believe it. Look, I don't watch Coves on my own. Coves. I usually watch it with you guys because I think it's interesting. But look, we watched this one. Is ugly hot a real thing?
Has this ever happened to you? You meet a guy, and even though you can see he's not objectively attractive, you find yourself extremely drawn to his appearance. But why? Social media has...
Did you guys hear, you know that guy, who's that like Scottish-Irish guy that everybody thought was so hot? He was dating Sabrina Carpenter. He recently came out and said that he's like wanted to hide away from the world because people keep saying he's ugly. And the thing is like everybody was thirsting over him because he was like ugly hot. But it's one of those things where like, I think these things could be true though. The concept of ugly hot, the concept of beauty, like there's something to this that I think is real, right? But like, see, Chat says he is hot, and then Barry. Okay, so I not to be mean, I'm not attracted to him. Okay, personally, I don't find him to be the most like my type, right? Like he's not my type, but I can see why people think he's like ugly hot. I can see it, right? Like there's this picture, there's this picture. Like I get it. Like I can see why people think he's attractive, and I can see why people think he's ugly. But as a person who's kind of ugly hot, like sometimes people see me, they're like, "Oh my God, Brittany's like so attractive," and then sometimes people see me, they're like, "Oh." And I'm just like, okay, like, I just think that's like what some people look like. Like, literally, it is like, it's a very confusing place to be. But I will just tell you this, if you're ugly hot, like if people, like if you get two extreme reactions from people, the best thing to do is just vibe. Take it where you can get it, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. And honestly, my life's good. You know what I mean? Like it's not a bad place to be. I wish I could give him some comfort and say, Barry, my boy Barry, embrace it, bro. Okay, yeah, you're kind of ugly hot, bro, but like the best people are. The best people are, bro. Ugly hot? You know, we look like people, so we're approachable, but we're kind of the pretty of the ugly people. It's the best place to be. Okay? It's literally the best place to be. We get all the perks of life. Okay? We still get jobs. We still get boyfriends. We still get girlfriends. We still get opportunities. But we're not like so pretty that it ruins our life. Because sometimes being too pretty ruins your life. You know what I mean? That's why clavicular is wrong. Clavicular is wrong. Being too attractive ruins your life, bro. You got to be careful. You got to be careful with that. I want to be so attractive. You got to be careful with that, you know? So, you know, just like be good to yourself. You know, like he's got a thing. I see it. I see the thing. I see why this is hard for people. I see why it's not. I get it. He's trying something new. He's got a look. You know, I get it. But that's what I'm saying. You know, don't listen to the haters, bro. You know? Don't listen to the haters. Chad said, I think it's kind of hard to know if people think your face is attractive when you're fat because being fat often puts you in the ugly category automatically. Let me show you. You know there was a girl I grew up with. She was so sweet. She was a bigger girl, but she had the prettiest face you ever seen in your life. And that's really like, some people just have, listen, some people say it's just the face. I think it's just the hair. I kind of think it's just the fashion. I think it's really the thing that makes you the thing, but she's just the prettiest face in the world. You know who's really pretty? But I've never really liked her. What's that fat girl's name? The redhead. Fuck, what's her name? She has the prettiest face. I can't get over how pretty she is, but she's obnoxious. Now, people will write her off as ugly because she's fat, but that's not true. You know she's not ugly. Okay? Yeah, Tess Holiday. Tess is so pretty. Like, she is truly very pretty. And it's obnoxious when people try to be like, Tess is ugly. Bro, she is obviously so pretty. Now, I wish I liked her more. I don't know why. I just haven't gone into her content ever. I don't know. But she's so pretty, bro. And some people just are, they have the thing. And so when people are like, sorry, you're not beautiful. You're not beautiful because you're fat. It's just like, girl, shut up. You're skinny. You're ugly as fuck. Skinny doesn't always mean prettier. But I kind of think it's either your face, your aesthetics. Okay, that's what makes you hot. Either your personality, your face, or your aesthetics. I'm going to count hair as aesthetics. Those three things, if you're hot in one of those categories, you're good to go. When I was younger, people used to tell me but her face. Everything but her face. One of my girlfriends used to be like, oh, like Brittany's a butterface. I was like, what's a butterface? I learned this at like 21. I was like, what's a butterface? She goes, everything but her face. And I was like, oh. She's like, your body's popping, your hips popping, like your hair, but your face. And I was like, I never heard that before my whole life. Literally, I never heard that. And then even in kindergarten, little kids would be like, why does your face look like that? Why does your nose look like that? I'm like, okay. Like, I get it. But, and this is the thing. Like, Listen to me when I say this. Like, but I have a thing. Listen, you don't see it on stream. You don't get to see it. I think the internet gets the ugliest version of Brittany. I feel like in real life, in my actual life, in my real experience of existence, yeah, I've never really felt bad about what I really look like. And I think that that's important. And I think that's what we all kind of need is like, sometimes I think you don't get it in real life, so you go to the internet to get it, which is fine. Sometimes I think you get it in real life, so you don't need it from the internet. But to be honest, like, I just like my real lived experience has never needed, like, even with people thinking I'm ugly, it just doesn't outweigh my lived experience, if that makes sense. Like, some fat girls, some fat boys do really well in life. Fat girls in particular, because there's patriarchy. But like, some fat girls do so well in life, like my friend who was mentioning, all the boys wanted to be with her. She was so pretty. She was fat, but like everyone loved her. She was the most popular. And I think she was just beautiful, but nobody cared that she was fat. So she didn't have the lived experience of being like, at least from that data point, being less than, even though I think she probably felt less than because of fat phobia, definitely. But that's the hit and miss. I never felt less than because of body or facial expectations, but it did hurt my feelings. Does that kind of make sense? Like, it did hurt my feelings growing up, and I had to work on that and deconstruct beauty standards. But what helped me deconstruct those beauty standards was looking at the data. Oh, girls, boys, they, thems. All this time I kept thinking I wasn't pretty, but I kept being told I was pretty. People kept being like, they kept wanting to date me. They find me attractive. I find them attractive. I find people who look like me pretty. Why do I keep thinking I'm not pretty? Why do I keep thinking, why do I keep internalizing this? Right? So obviously, in that way, you kind of have to realize like, oh, yeah, if I compare myself to somebody who's absolutely gorgeous and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so ugly in comparison, I don't even mean it judgmental. Maybe in the past, I would have been judgmental of myself and thought, God, Brittany, like you're never going to be this pretty. But the truth is like now I can just look at very attractive people and be like, oh, okay. Like you're so pretty. And this has nothing to do with me. When you go down the clavicular bubble and he asks Andrew, like, is there anything about your face you would change? And Andrew's like, no. What clavicular is looking for is either the story that tells me you deconstructed beauty standards or some sort of honesty. Because regardless of how confident you are, you don't exist in a vacuum, and all of us must deconstruct expectations. That episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where Toph, the most confident fucker around, even she had to deconstruct and sit with herself and, well, maybe introspect more, like, I don't even know what she did. But those girls who made fun of her for even trying to look pretty, she goes, it's okay, I'm blind. I don't really even know what I look like, you know? But the truth is it hurt her feelings. And she doesn't even know what she looks like. But because she was feeling cute and a girl made fun of her, she felt bad. That's that feeling. The feeling of, I don't want to feel bad about myself. And you don't have to. Just because other people demand you feel bad about yourself doesn't mean you have to. And also, it's okay to admit to yourself, man, I kind of feel bad about myself right now. I kind of feel negative. And then please do me a favor, guys. Because I see this a lot. Give a space for your friends to feel bad about themselves. Because often what I see is a knee-jerk reaction to be like, you're not ugly though. If you deconstructed patriarchy, you wouldn't think you were ugly though. Habibi, with peace and love, ugliness exists, period. You don't have to, again, you don't have to be a conservative and be like, you're lying, you know you're ugly. But you can also not be so copy that you won't let anyone feel ugly. Let people feel ugly. Sometimes you just look ugly. Sometimes it's ugly, you know? Sometimes it's your personality that makes you look ugly, right? Sometimes just the way you talk about people is like, oh, you're ugly to me right now, you know? It's like, let people use the language they need to express the feeling they're having, you know? Just that is deconstructing beauty standards the same as unlearning to want the male gaze? I think it overlaps, but they are technically slightly different. Because another part of deconstructing beauty standards also come from the standards of people that you're not sexually attracted to. Because all of us look at the looks maxing bubble. A lot of these boys look good for other men they're not sexually attracted to. A lot of women try to look attractive for people they're not even attracted to other women. So I think that's two different things. Moving away from the male gaze and decentering men is different than deconstructing beauty standards, is different than reestablishing healthy beauty standards as well. Going back to our original conversation, I do think beauty standards and health standards have an overlap. So for me personally, I know that what's a good example? Have you ever had just one of those weeks where like you're sick, you're a little tired, you just like can't get yourself to shower, you've been wearing the same like PJs and heck, maybe even the same underwear for like 3 to 4 days, and you're like, oh, I'm disgusting, bro. I've been sitting in my own filth. Maybe your hair's grown out, or maybe your beard's grown in, or maybe your fingernails got chipped, or maybe you haven't even brushed your teeth, so your breath is like super stale. There's some level of that is health, right? And there's a level of it that's also beauty. You know, there's a level of it of like, hey, bro, you look like you're really going through it. And that is certainly not a beautiful thing, right? Like that's kind of saying you look ugly. Like, hey, bro, you look like you're going through it. Damn, bro, do I look ugly? Kinda. But is it because you're sick, or because you're neglecting yourself, or what is it? It's kind of like when we see kids, right? Like if you see a kid who's being neglected, they would maybe look like their hair was messy, and maybe they have dirt on their face, and maybe they look like they've been in the sun too long without sunscreen. It's like maybe there'd be like a lot of things that would make you concerned, like, hey, is this kid like being neglected? But then you could have another kid who's been out all day, hanging out at a water park. He's been rolling around in the mud in the mountains camping. He's been having all of these experiences where he might have all of the same criteria, but the output is different. Your brain reads it as a kid having fun for the day versus another kid with the same aesthetic. You're like, hey, are you okay? And then, of course, there's another layer of bias. So maybe you look at a white kid in that situation and think, oh, he's having the day of his life. You look at a black kid and think, oh, he's getting into trouble. That's your racial bias. So you have to also check your bias. Like, am I reviewing this kid who has a dirty shirt and dirty shoes and messy hair through a racial bias, a gendered bias, a classist bias, all these things? Or am I actually, minus all of those things, actually noticing this kid is struggling and needs help? So when I say like deconstruct, I mean pull apart to know the details of. Separate it so you understand it. If it helps you, if you've never heard the word deconstruction, think of it like on a cooking show. They'll say, oh, this is a deconstructed blueberry pie. And a deconstructed blueberry pie is quite literally the act of deconstructing. You're separating the components to sort of give you a new way of eating a pie. Maybe the crust is in the form of a cookie, and maybe the whipped cream is on the side. Maybe the filling is sort of like a dip that you dip the cracker into, that the pie crust has now become. And the idea is you take it apart in components to understand how the pie even came to be. And it's a new way to experience the pie. They do this in cooking shows. Same thing with philosophy, same thing with introspection, same thing with deconstruction. You're taking the thing and you're separating it into components to better understand how it came to be. Because you don't want to take it for granted and see the image and not understand how the image came to be, right? So you're taking it apart, you're understanding it, you're putting it back together, and you're saying, okay, is this the way I want to put it back together? Because the greatest part about deconstruction is it gives you a chance to put it back together again in a different way. That's the goal. You utilize deconstruction with introspection, and you get to form a new relationship with life, your relationship with yourself and your body. You get to say, as an example, okay, this top I wear, I used to get a lot of negative feedback about this top. Okay, every time I wore it, I would get at least 3 to 4 comments like, it looks old, you look Amish, you look like a grandma. It is one of my favorite tops. I wear it with a corset, a leather corset. And even though you don't get to really experience the full look, I really love this look. Okay, it makes me feel really good about myself. I didn't stop wearing this look because the internet kept telling me I was getting like negative feedback, because I really like it. But there are looks I have worn a lot that people criticize that I don't wear anymore because they were right. You were right. You were right. I wasn't pulling it off. It was bad. You're right. You're right. And it is my job to know the difference. It is my job to know the difference between, oh, my audience is actually helping me, and my audience needs to keep their mouth fucking shut. And that's what I do with everything in my life. I will hear you. I will take it into consideration. I might decide it is worthy, or I might decide to no. And that's what I want you guys to do, you know? I want you to do that with every part of your life. When is this feedback necessary, and when is this feedback noise I don't listen to? Even from the people you like the most. You know? All right, girls, I think we did it. End of stream. Thanks for being here. I'll see you again tomorrow. We might go over that mom and her letter to the teacher tomorrow. I didn't think about doing it tomorrow, but I'll look back into it. I had a couple of ideas for tomorrow, but I'll float them. But I'll figure it out. Either way, please take care of yourselves. I will see you tomorrow. Be good to yourselves. Love yourselves. All that good jazz. And remember, as the vegans say, it's a journey. I'm sorry. I shout out to my vegans. Okay, bye.